So greetings Evans, good morning. We'll go live in just a minute. I hope you can hear me. If somebody can just give me a feedback of if you can hear, if the audio is clear, it would be good. I'm just watching the chat section to see your message. Are you able to hear me? Yeah, okay, that's great. Thank you. I'm just testing the audio. So greetings to all of you. So I think I'm clear in audio and visual both. Yeah, I'm reading your messages. Yeah, Malaji, actually because I put a mic today, that's why it's clear. So greetings to all of you and lovely morning, Sunday morning. So I think I'll just be looking at your messages also side by side if I want any clarification from you or if you want any clarification from me. So today what we thought of talking about is simplifying this process, the whole process of the spiritual journey. We are all on certain paths, because here when I'm addressing the crowd or the people here, all are on different paths. There are many people who are on different paths, and some who are not even on the path. They have not chosen any path, but they are just walking towards whichever thing they feel that is suitable to them. I was just listening to some text from Ramana, and the person who was talking for Ramana's teachings was mentioning that the journey towards realizing the self has got so many paths. All of them work. All of them work. Absolutely all of them work. But it depends on what is your liking and what is your affinity. Whichever path you have that affinity, you can walk towards that path. With Guru, without Guru, there are many paths. With the Master, without, there are religious paths. There are so many. So it does not end with just one concept that only this path or only this way it's going to work. It's not like that. Everything works, but the only focus that is there is sticking on to one idea, one particular idea or one ideology, or whichever the path is telling you to. That should be suitable to you, that should be very comfortable to you, and that should be very convincing to you. You should have no absolute doubt about it. So if you have absolute no doubt about it, whichever path you are moving on, complete 100% focus, it can be achieved. That's what it says. However, the paths are many different types. Yeah, good morning to all of you. Welcome. Paths are of all different types. Many paths have lot of doing. Some paths have non-doing. Some are outward, some are inward. So you see almost like two dualistic kind of thing, like opposites are there. So inward there are many paths, outward there are many paths. But what I am trying to tell you here is, clarify here is, whichever direction you take, it has to finally come within. Even if it is outside, any kind of path or any religion that is going outwardly, it has to turn within, because that is the ultimatum. Because the ultimatum of the self, where is the self? The self is not outside. Simple fact. The soul consciousness or your experience, if you call your experience, what is your experience? Your experience is never outside. Your experience is always inside. Whatever you feel, where do you feel? You do not feel it outside. You feel it within you. So realization, when you realize something also, it is a realization that happens within, it cannot happen outside. But we take a different journey from outside because we are focused on the outside, because that gives us a lot of proof and evidence. So we trust many things because we can see, hear, touch, smell, taste. That is how we put all our focus and hooks on the outside. But all these outside are actually meant to turn you inside. If you look at all these tools outside also, or for example, you take yoga. If you go into Hatha Yoga, the physical yoga, Ashtanga Yoga, a part of Ashtanga Yoga is this physical yoga, Hatha Yoga. There, if you see again, while you are doing a certain asanas or kriyas with your physical body outwardly, you will see that the end result, the conclusion, the purpose of that yoga is to take you within. So, when you are doing certain asanas also, you will see that it results in a certain frame of mind, a stability, a tranquility, or something. So, it is essentially to stabilize the mind, to bring it to a stillness. Even yoga, the physical yoga, is aimed at bringing stillness of the mind only. And it all goes towards making the chitta calm. Chitta calm means the consciousness without any kind of vrittis. Vrittis means disturbances, thought forms, anything, vasanas, tendency, anything that comes up is called as vrittis. When the water is still, and if something happens in the water and the water shakes, that is vrittis. So any kind of vibration, any kind of disturbances is called vrittis in the mind. So when mind has vrittis, there is all these problems. So the whole path is, all the paths are all about stilling the mind and removing the vrittis or seizing the vrittis or stopping the vrittis. That is why it is called Chitta Vritti Nirodha in Patanjali Yoga Sutras. Again, Ashtanga Yoga only. You see, it is all focused, even all the yogas are focused on bringing Chitta Vritti Nirodha. Means the vrittis in the Chitta, Nirodha, stopping it, seizing it. So the whole idea is that any path you take, anything from outside, you have to go within, and within means what? The first step when you enter within is, first you have to encounter your mind. There are many layers within also. One by one you got to go deeper, deeper, deeper. When you go into Samadhi, you will see that you cannot just close your eyes and go into Samadhi. For Samadhi or deep meditation or trance, you have to first close eyes, go within. We all know that. But again there are many layers. The first obstacle that you will face when you close your eyes is your mind. First obstacle. The moment you close your eyes, immediately there is a flush of thoughts that's coming. Why does that happen? Because when you're looking outside, you are entangled in something. The mind is busy there also, but you are entangled. You look at something, the mind starts describing it or linking with it. We have that habit. Suppose if I am looking at the door right now, and what is there outside the door, immediately the attention goes everything about the door, outside the door, then all the thoughts connected to the doors will be there. Like someone might come now, or morning somebody was here now, or the door is open, or the wind is coming in, or the dust can come in, or something can go out. All these kind related only to that door. When whatever I am looking at, I change my eyes towards something outside, I see a vehicle outside, suddenly everything moves around the vehicle, then everything. So every moment you see anything that we are looking at, the mind is automatically immediately engaging with it. Something or the other is always happening continuously. And when this is happening, the mind is never at peace. It is always engaged in something. Now when you close the eyes, what happens is, all the objects of seeing is gone. Immediately there is darkness. So now what happens, that thoughts which is always jumping all the time, something or the other, now it has no object to find something. So now there is a rush of all kind of thoughts. It will be with the door, with the vehicle, the pet, the sky, the tree, anything and everything that can come, it will just start coming in. Because that's the tendency of the mind. These are vrittis, these are called vrittis. There is no calmness, there is no tranquility there. So all the time there are vrittis in the mind. So the moment you close your eyes, vrittis begin jumping in, and that is your first challenge. To stop that vritti. To stop the vritti, there are so many processes. I told you, no? The first step, the first layer that you are encountering the obstacle is your mind. Any path that you are on, I am talking very common. I am not talking to one path. Today's subject I am just common. Whether you don't have a path also, this will be the same obstacle. So you will come to know there is little a light issue here because there are no lights. I am on battery right now. So you will see, you will notice and observe one thing, that any path you take, the challenge is the common. Most common is the mind. So the first layer is this mind challenge. Now you got to stop it. How are you going to stop it? There are then thousands of methods. That is how the paths have come in. One path says you watch the breath, because breath and mind is connected. The moment your attention goes on the breath, awareness goes on the breath, suddenly you will see the mind is stilled, calm. It is not that the vrittis have gone. Vrittis have not gone anywhere. The vasanas have not gone. The thoughts have not gone. They are there. But they are submerged. They are subsided. They are not active now, inactive. For active, it needs attention. Are you getting it? For activity to happen in the mind needs light there. That is what we call awareness. So when your awareness is in the mind, thoughts begin. Unknowingly, it's the same concept. When with your eyes open, eyes closed, the awareness is in the mind all the time. With your eyes open or eyes closed. So the idea of concept of what I am talking about, shifting into awareness, is actually moving away from the mind. You move into awareness, you are automatically leaving the mind. I am not talking about how to leave the mind. I am telling how to go into awareness. When you go into awareness, you are automatically vacated this place called mind. There is nobody here, because awareness can be only in one place at one time. Only at one place it can be at one time. It cannot focus. Awareness cannot have a concentrated effort on multiple places at one time. Like for example, if I am looking at the door, I cannot look at the door and the vehicle at the same time. Vehicle is this side. Even if I have an awareness in the mind, if I think of the vehicle and the door at the same time, still you will see there is a second bit of fractional difference again. You cannot think the vehicle and the door same time. You might think vehicle first and door second, or door first, vehicle second, in a fraction of second. You will have to slip here or there. But both cannot exist at the same time. This is the problem with the mind. It cannot do multiple things, only one. That is why even thoughts you have, it is said like 6,000 plus thoughts are there in a day for a person, and all these 6,000 are same repeat. It's not anything new. The same old story, it keeps on repeating. I do not know how much the electricity will run here, because at least for the next half an hour or 45 minutes, I think it should run on the battery. But if it goes beyond that, it might conk off. Then I might have to wait and let's see what happens. So the mind again, this vrittis which is there, one thought at a time, it can only run one thought at a time. Even if you are closing your eyes, you cannot think 100 thoughts or even 2 thoughts at 1 second same time. You might have multiple thoughts, you say so many thoughts are coming, but if you observe very carefully, it is one thought after the other. The duration between the thoughts keep on increasing or decreasing depending on how much attention you are giving to every single thought. Like if you have an ice cream in mind, it depends on how much time you want to linger on that ice cream. If your awareness is lingering on that ice cream, the longer you linger, the longer that stretch of thought. Suppose in just 3 seconds or 4 seconds after that ice cream, you immediately have another thought, say a movie that you have to watch. Immediately after 3 seconds, it will jump to the movie, and then it will depend on how much time you want to linger on that. So you can see the gaps between this also is completely, between the thoughts also is completely based on our interest on that subject. whichever subject we are interested in, that much time we are giving to it. If somebody is on your mind all the time, it depends on how much interest you have towards that person. That person will linger for a long time, and lesser priority things will keep coming but moving, coming, moving. Or if you have something more important than the person, then that will be in your mind all the time. This might come and go. It all depends on your attention, what attention you have based on your interest and your affinity and your connectedness to that particular object, place, or person or thing. This is very important to understand this about the mind, because all the paths I told you, it comes here only. That is why vast studies have been done on the mind, and all the paths know very thoroughly about the mind. Any path you take, the masters of that path have mastery over their mind. Always see, any master of any path, they will have one thing in common: they have mastery over their mind. They can still their mind whenever they want. They can go into samadhi. They can create whatever they want, because creation is what? What is manifestation? If you see law of attraction, what do you see? Anything, the law says, anything that you focus on, put undivided attention on for a long period of time, manifests. How fast it will manifest? On the quality of awareness that you have on that particular thought. I told you there are hundreds of thoughts coming and going. What is your priority? Whichever is your priority, that will come in front. And if you focus on that, whatever you want the results to be in this manner, if you keep on just pondering on that without allowing any other thoughts to come, and if you keep undivided attention on that, the energy, your energy plus the universal energy that focuses on it, the consciousness that focuses on it, will create it as soon as possible. So how far the creation? Depending on your interest. That is why we say, based on our interest, we create our life. Whatever we like in life, we create accordingly, knowingly, unknowingly. Even if you don't know it also, your mind is focusing all the time. You're not even aware of it. But let's say, even if it is a negative incident, if a negative fear, something is pondering you, this might happen, this might go wrong, this might not be right, then that kind of an image is projected all the time. It's in your mind unknowingly. You are not knowing that, you have undivided focused attention on that, and you are not knowing, you are not aware that it is creating in the background. So whatever is taking your mind, whatever you are occupied with in the mind, that starts creating. Why? Because undivided attention given to that thought. That is manifestation. That is what mastery is. That is why all the masters are called masters, because they have mastery over the mind. So they can still their mind, go into samadhi, still their mind and remain neutral without affecting, or still their mind and create something. What they will still the mind completely, chitta vritti nirodha, but they will bring only that vritti in front which they want to create and focus on that. That's all. It starts creating. So many, you must have seen so many mystics creating so many magic and so many power, so many powerful things. Let's come. Now, how do the mystics create this? The more qualitative attention they can have on a particular, that is siddhi. You must have heard somebody just popping an apple out of thin air, or some food out of thin air. Shabnam must be knowing this. Shabnam, your experience of that master, that mystic who in your room just brought out the apple. Just like that. What are they doing actually? That concentrated thought. Their mind is completely blank, nothing in that. So imagine when the mind is completely blank, it is very powerful. One thought comes on it and they give energy to that, focus, consciousness on that, boom, it manifests, depending on that power. If you see the people of Shambhala, people of Gyanganj, all these mystical places which are there, they have this power of mind. So the quality of Gyanganj, quality of Shambhala, the people there, they are all people above the fifth dimensions. Fifth dimension and above means there is non-duality. There is no duality. Duality in consciousness, I am telling. Though they might be living in different bodies, but their consciousness is non-dual. There is no separation. That is why there is no language there. because it's non-dual. Non-dual means you and the other person's consciousness is already one. So you don't have to talk there. Whatever is in my mind is in their mind. Whatever is in their mind is my mind, because it's one mind. So technically speaking, I am just focusing on my mind and I am getting to read, because his and her and my same mind, contents are the same. So if I want to communicate something, I just bring a thought in my mind and that person reads it. As simple as that. It's very pure states of consciousness, very pure states of consciousness. Only when we say, what is purity? What is purity? We call so much of purity, purity. Purity means pure mind. That's all. Simple. No thoughts is pure mind. The least number of thoughts and very qualitative pious thoughts is pure mind. The purest mind is no mind. Purest mind is no mind. Avdutas, no mind. Mind dissolves. See, when there is no content in the mind for a long period, the mind body dies. Manomaya kosha dies. That is why in Chidakasha Gita, if you lift up the book and read, the first verse of Bhagavan Nityananda is Gyani ko man nahi. Gyanis are mindless, they don't have mind at all. They have nothing to think because there is no thoughts. They directly act. Spontaneous act it is called. That is why you see Avadutas, they are in a different state of consciousness. Even if they are looking at you, you will feel that they are thinking something. They have no thoughts. But they can see things as it is. And when they see things, there is no judgment, good, bad or what. So whatever spontaneously happens, their interaction is that way. So this is what precisely happens in all the higher dimensions. Higher dimension people do this kind of activity. And there, even like places like Gyanganj, there is no need to create anything. There is no money there. There is no currency. There is no food. Because everybody survives on cosmic consciousness. Cosmic energy, the prana, what is called, pure prana. Because the mind and body has been purified to such a level that it doesn't need any other gross substance. It doesn't depend on anything that is gross. There are no gross tendencies also, no vasanas, nothing there. Because these are all grossness. It's all gone there completely. So it's like, you can say, angels living around. In colonies, like we have, there are people. And who are these people? These are those people who were once upon a time on earth or some other dimensions, but purified to a certain level. And that is why they don't have currency. What is the need of currency? Currency, in the gross world, you need to buy, there is an exchange of energy. There is not needed, because all your needs are met. You want anything, it's in the mind. Focus on that, it appears. Manifestations. I was once reading this book of James Redfield, The Secrets of Shambhala. He has very closely covered those subjects. Actually, it's a very fictional book. It's a complete fiction, which he has written like, dramatic story. But if you read it, when I was reading it, I could see that there is so much of similarity of what is actually happening there. That means this person must have got it somewhere in his dream or some inner consciousness, something must have come. He must have created a fiction, that's a different thing. But those things are so close to what he has, that story also, what so close to. There he writes about, when, because you cannot enter there if you are having an impure mind. You cannot, because, and there is no guard there. There is nobody who's seeing or scanning you and all that. No, your eligibility is that consciousness. You are in that frame of mind, in that frame of that kind of consciousness. You are eligible to even see that or enter that and all that. It's an automated process. There is nobody who's sitting and selecting people, taking interviews, nothing like that. You evolve to that level. You are in that spaces. Sometimes we do not know, because even on earth, when you are sometimes vibrating on a very high frequency, you might interact with those kind of beings, but you will not know. In very high states of consciousness, when you're moving around, there will be sometimes human beings and people and even animals or things which might not be of the earth plane. They might be from the astral plane, but the person might not really know it, because see, for example, if you are in a very evolved, heightened states of consciousness and there is a person coming and talking to you, you might talk to that person, you will not know. But if somebody is next to you, your friend or somebody who is not at that consciousness, he might not see that person. He or she might not be see. So most of the time it can happen that you will not even know whether that person really, because you need somebody else to tell you. Most of the time it doesn't happen that way also. I believe. I haven't had that kind of stuff, but I believe these are all very personal to personal kind of stuff, where the third person will not know about it. It's possible. All that is possible. So there are beings, and fifth dimension and these kind of areas are not two different dimensions. You don't have to go somewhere for that. This is very important to understand. Many people feel that they have to go to the Himalayas to get into that. No, the entry portals can be anywhere, even can be located in your house also. It is just the eligibility. If the eligibility is there, the door just opens where you are. As simple as that. See, I'm telling you, it's a non-dual space. Non-dual means what? Dual means you have to travel somewhere, go here, there, and search and hunt. Like China is behind Himalayas to hunt and find out. Tibet and Himalayas, they are just scanning, or day and night. They'll never find it. Nobody will find it if you go hunting for it, because the eligible places there and then and there. I've heard of mystics who have just who go in, even those who live on this place, even they are there alive, who can just walk in and walk out of those spaces, because those it is beyond time and space. When you enter into that kind of a dimension, even your earthly hours, like say 5 hours, can be equal to 5 months there. So it's just a visit for you, and you can have a extensive 5 month stay and come back, and nobody will around will even know that you had been somewhere there and you have been absent for 5 months. It's very mysterious. Anyhow, I don't know why I'm going to that subject. I was talking about the mind. It's all about the mind. So when James Redfield was writing about that space and how he enters into that space, and then he sees there are buildings, there are houses, there are everything there. Everything is there. But they are all made out of mind. They are not made by physical, like you don't put bricks and make them houses. They are made from the mind. Focus on it, it creates. And you live in that space. Even the clothes they wear is created from the mind. He explains it in that book. Even if they want to conceive, two couples want to have a child, they do it through the mind. The intercourse happens through the mind. You just feel it in that way, and the child is produced in the womb. Imagine the states. Imagine the power of the mind. That is what I'm trying to tell you. What mind can do, and what we end up doing. I'm also a victim. I'm not exclusive in that. But I'm saying, I'm wondering, see the power of that mind, to what extent it can go. This is what the spiritual path is all about. This is what I wanted to convey today. Very importantly, whichever path you are, path or no path, doesn't matter, but the focus should be on this main aspect. If you are in some path, you are doing this, that, too many things also. If you arrive at this understanding of how important the mind is, then while you are doing those practices also, you will have in the background the awareness of your mind. That will help you enter like this, straight to the point. Because see, if you are sitting like this, taking a Rudraksh and starting with Om Namo Narayana, Om Namo Narayana, or Hari Om, Namah Shivaya, whatever. Om Namah Bhagavate Vasudevaya, whatever. You're counting the beads. What are you trying to do? Because physical, I told you, no, external. We need proof. We cannot do anything without this proof. So that bead, that rosary, that mala, tulsi mala or rudraksh mala is a proof for you. You need to touch it and sense it. So when you are saying one Om Namah Shivaya, you need a proof. I did it once. Again, Om Namah Shivaya, I did it twice. Om Namah Shivaya, I did it thrice. Om Namah Shivaya, I did 108 times. Om Namah Shivaya, I did 1008 times. Who's the one who's counting it? The mind. But while you are doing that, what you are trying to do, what is the basic funda between all this, is to let go of the worldly stuff, because eyes wander, ears listen to something, and we are smelling something. All these five senses are always outside. So we are utilizing one of that, touch, to keep in touch with one of the senses and link that sense to the mind, which is again chanchal, which is running about here thinking this thought, that thought. So now what we are doing, we are bringing that mantra Om Namah Shivaya and we are confirming that with another touch. So we have an authenticity there, conviction there, that something is registered inside. And what is happening? The focus remains only on the mind and on the mantra. So the whole idea is to bring your attention on that mantra. Mantra is what? Positive vibration. Simple. Negative thoughts are what? Negative vibration. Simple. So there are a lot of negative vibrations in your head that is always going. More negative thoughts, negative vibration is happening. And here I am inducing now a positive vibration through my speech, through the pronunciation of that mantra. And every mantra has got a certain vibration. Om Namah Shivaya has a certain vibration. Hari Om has a certain vibration. The Pranav mantra, Om, has a certain vibration. The highest vibration it's got, Pranav mantra. So what are you doing? You are sending these positive vibes into this. What happens? Positive goes and curbs out negative vibes. That's all that it's doing. So what it's doing is it's counter. It's like a war going on. The positive going, and the more you do repetition, the more you are focused on that, the more it goes and attacks. Literally, you can say it's not violence, but it goes and cover ups or dissolves the negative vibrations. That's the simple funda of mantras. But I am telling you, if you understand this science, you need not do all these things. If you understand where is this going to impact and where it is going to do that change, you need not do all this. First is reduce doing. Today's subject is what? Simplify. That's what I am trying to say here. Simplify things. It doesn't mean that you have to create a good ambience, you have to light up, sage your room, smoke your room out, put karpura, put agarbattis and dhoop, and then make a nice big asan for you to sit, and then put on nice music, and then go and sit on that, have a bath again, completely cleanse up yourself. See, all these are adambar, these are called formalities. Why formality? For one particular thing, to discipline yourself. First you discipline your body, then you discipline your senses, and then you start disciplining your mind. There is three processes. Disciplining your physical body means how? You have a bath. You are cleansing, clean up all this. So you are preparing now. You are preparing yourself. Physically clean up. Then you will have a ashwasan, ek tasalli. Nice feeling that, oh, I am clean now. Now I am worthy enough to do that mantra. Now I am worthy enough to meet God. God doesn't look into that, but that's human tendency. Okay, fine. So we are convinced ourselves. The body is clean now. Now the room clean, next physical body. The room has to be clean. Clean up the space and smoke up the rooms and throw out all the negative airs and blah blah blah, all those things very nicely. And then you go and sit down there. Oh, now there's still something missing. Physically I am clean. Physically my room also is clean. The etheric space doesn't look clean. The space. Agarbatti lagao. Dhoop and all that. Now this also is clean. My space also is clean. Now what? Now I'm still hearing some sounds from outside. Somebody is gossiping there, neighbors are fighting there, dog is barking here, that vehicle is making a lot of noise, somebody is washing utensils there. So much of noise. It will disturb me. Now let me cleanse the sound. Put music in the room or earphone. Now I am convinced this also is done. This formality also is done. Now finally I can settle. But where do I settle? Oh, this is a hard place. If I sit here, my bone will pain, or my bum will pain, or my hands will ache, or my spine will pain, my backbone. What do? Put a nice asana, or take a nice chair where I can comfortably pacify my body and make it sit. And once that is laid down, I said, now I can settle down here. Then you settle. Now what? You have done all the physical and atmospheric cleansing. Now what? Now you try to close. This also is closed now. Music is running, right? Now eyes distraction. So close your eyes. Oh God, so much of thoughts are rushing in now. All impure thoughts. Hey, I just had my bath, I cleansed my room, I cleansed my space. और गंदे गंदे इतने विचार आ रहे. What is the use of all that? What happened? All the atmosphere will not work. That is why in Chidakasha Gita Bhagavan used to say, बाहर से तो हंडिया साफ कर ली, अंदर का क्या? You have cleansed your vessel from outside. You have applied makeup, you have applied all kind of external body lotions, good perfumes, shampoos and all that stuff, whatever, to cleanse the body, so-called feeling. But the mind is still impure. It's got the dirtiest kind of thoughts. So if you see, after doing all this adambar, all this, close your mind, hell will break loose. Then you will come to know how useful was this, doing all this stuff. Gandagi abhi bhi andar hai. Then now you say, okay, to counter this now I need something, and somebody tells you, do this mantra. Then now you take a mantra and you sit with it. And you close your eyes. And you're trying to concentrate on the mantra. No, it's not happening. Then you take a mala in your hand. You need conviction to that. And now you're doing with that and connecting that, and now continuously doing. Your whole attention is on the count now. Count also why? My master had told this once. It doesn't matter 108 or 1008. Why they told that is because somewhere the continuity should be there. While you're doing that mantra, your attention should completely come in there in one line. Mostly what happens after 3 mantra, your mind will go out. Again, you have to bring it back. Then you continue again. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Again, some noise somewhere outside, you will get distracted there. And then you pull your mind again back. 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. Stop, some other thing will come. What we are not understanding is, this is not a sequence. This is not a continuous sequence. It should be in continuous stream. Then only it's called futile. People don't realize 22 they do and they stop and something. Next thought is not 23, it is 1. Anytime you get disconnected, I'm not saying that you have to go with that rule, but people get disconnected. Even in that 108, they get disconnected many times. So the idea is that how much maximum you can stretch, and somewhere in middle, maybe from 64th mantra to 101 mantra, you have done it without any stop in between, without any distraction. So that will create a great impact. That chunk of continuous streaming will create a very positive impact on your mind. So the whole impact, if you see, 108 did not come in. Only that 64 to whatever, 100 or something. Whatever, that 35 mantras only falibhoot hua. But people don't go by that. You see, I have done 108. So Gurudev told once, 108, 1008 doesn't matter. It's all how much stretch, continuity you can keep in that. Why am I telling you this is? Simplify. Once you understand this, you'll directly go to the point. Why do you have to do all these adambars? Simply. Now, for example, I told you 108. Why will you now sit with 108 when you know it is all about the continuous stream? Now you will focus and put your awareness continuously on keeping the continuity without distracting, because you know usme hi phal hai. So all the adambars have gone. Count also, who cares? You straight come to the point. So what I mean by simplify is this: if you understand the science of everything, you will straight jump into the point. You don't have to keep doing all that stuff, and then saying, what is all this? Many people don't do it. How many people I've met, they don't do meditation only. Yesterday one guy had called me up from Delhi. He is one of the most dedicated sadhaks I've ever met in my life. So loyal. I mean, apart from one path, he has not even looked somewhere out like this. बोलते हैं loyal partners there, they don't even look somewhere out, they say. That's not true, but he is like that. He doesn't even look somewhere. And yesterday I was talking to him, yesterday night, he just called me. He heard my song Baba Baba and he was remembering me. He called me. And he told, I asked him, how are you? He said, we are all good. I asked, how are your two little kids and all, and how's your mother and everybody? All are there, but all are down with COVID. I said, what? And he said, this is the second time. The whole family is affected by COVID. I said, what about the shots? We took that. Bhaiya, aapne shot liya? He asked me. I said, no way. I'm never going to take that. Me nor my mother, we have taken it. Nothing of that sort. He was like confused. I said, ऐसे क्यों हो रहा है भाई? नहीं, आप तो बहुत गहरी साधना करने वाले लोग हो, इसलिए आपको कुछ नहीं. I said, I don't do sadhanas, something like rigorous sadhana, nothing. I sit wherever I'm connected, I meditate, I know these concepts simply, my awareness things and all of that. I'm in my awareness and I'm in deep connection. That's all. That's my sadhana. Sometimes once in a while I do the healing sadhana that my guru has taught. It's very good to do that, because if you have a good health only, you can do all these things. So I utilize my guru's sadhana to keep health in being and then straight come to the point. Sachi mein bhaiya? I said, yes. I said, you are so dedicated, then you should. नहीं भैया, 2 साल से कुछ नहीं हुआ. I said, what? कर नहीं पा रहा हूँ. I can't believe it, I said. हाँ, आपको पता होगा, लेकिन ऐसा ही है. I'm not able to do so much of time it is taking, and I'm so busy with my office, I have to run to my office, my children and all that. I asked him first, beta, जरा बैठो, शांत बैठो वहाँ पे, and just don't do all these things. You don't have to get so worried about all these things, because when your mind is so confused and all these things happening, then you will not even feel that thing to do, from within. Because you are already having so much of disappointments, and you need faith to do any kind of practice, good faith. And when your faith is shaken, you can't do all that. So it's not about the path or the master, it's about our own understanding. We have not understood these things very well. Simplifying. He has learned tens of dozens of sadhanas and practices, and he wants to do everything. How is it possible? So I just said him, you just sit down. He is very connected to Ram. I said, just connect to your Ishta. Just right now, after you keep the call, just go and sit there in a corner and don't go for 1 or 2 hours. Just 15 minutes, what I am telling you. Just sit down there, invoke to your deity, connect to that deity, pull in the light from that space. Connect to your Guru also, because you are so connected to your Guru. Pull in the light, just forget all the rituals. Just pull in the light. Just sit down there, connect. Connect doesn't take much time. Put your awareness there, that's all. Shift into that awareness of that God, of that Guru, that's all. How much time does it take? Forget all the mantras, forget all the recitations, forget all the prayers, forget all the invocation processes, just forget it. Keep the formalities aside, just sit down, connect there, connect straight there and see that ball of light. Bhagwan Ram, he is completely a ball of light, divine light. So connect to the divine love and the divine light that is emanating from there. Your Guru, see from there, see them, and just merge with that. That comes and merges into you, or you go and merge there. Whatever your mind or ego says, whichever is better. Or just become one. And just see that thing in you, and your whole body should be glowing with that light, top to bottom. How much time does it take? For people who have done this shifting into awareness, not even 1 minute. It's happened. 30-40 seconds it will happen. Once you are full of light, your body is full of light, expand that light into your body, every cell of your body, and expand it into your room where you are sitting, the space. I talk about this many times. Expand it into the space. See the whole light is flooding your whole home. Cover your entire house with that light, divine light of God consciousness, of Guru consciousness. Cover it up and see that it is shining in every corner of your house. Every corner, every end of the furniture and every corner. Just have that awareness. You don't have to go inch by inch. Then again, that is another. People literally take these things, If I say inch by inch, every corner, they will sit and spend next 2 hours going from corner to corner, this corner, that. It doesn't mean that. The light of awareness just means spontaneously. I told you what? The mind can focus only on one thought at a time. That is the disappointment of the mind, disadvantage of the mind. But your awareness can focus non-dually on everything at one time. We have seen that. When you raise your consciousness and just spread your awareness, you can spread into the cosmos here, anywhere, simultaneously, and experience it simultaneously. See, I tell, put your attention on your nose, you become aware of your nose, your ears, your hands, you keep moving, one at a time, one at a time. Then what we do, we expand it, upper body, lower body, then the whole body at one time. Don't we feel it? We can experience our full body at one time. But if we want, we can experience it only the thumb at one time. It all depends on our awareness. That's the power of awareness. So my thumb, you can see the thumb. You can look at your own thumb. Don't even look. Just feel your right thumb. Just become aware of it. Only the right thumb. Completely. The nail bed, how the nail bed is touching the inside flesh. Just the complete nail. Just become aware of your right thumb nail. Specifically, I am telling right thumb nail. And become aware of the whole thumb. Become aware of the blood that might be there, the flesh that is there, the bones that are there inside. Try to feel the bone inside you will feel it. Your right thumb. Feel the bone joint which is there. Just feel it without even touching your hand or looking or moving your hand. Just become aware of it. Right thumb. See how powerful it is. It can now actually even send sensation. If you are very powerful in your awareness, suddenly this will become warm, or it will start vibrating, or you will feel some sensations only in the thumb. See what your consciousness can do. It can jagrat, it can make it alive, the thumb alive. Anywhere you move this awareness. Now from here, move it to your right toe, right feet, right toe, main toe, big toe. A toenail, just feel it. Don't even look at it. Just feel your right toe nail and the bone of that. Can you find some sensations? That is the consciousness, light of consciousness. Now, just expand that awareness into both your feet, right from your hip area, waist, till the soles of your feet, complete, both the legs. Just become aware of both the legs at the same time. What all are there inside? Just put your awareness, move your awareness into your both the knees simultaneously, not one knee at a time. Both the knees, feel both the knees, same time. It is possible. This is non-dual consciousness. You can't do this with thoughts. Thought only one at a time. Attention also one thing at a time. Problem also one problem at a time you can focus on. But awareness you can put it into both your feet. Now expand that awareness into your upper body also. Both your arms, both your hands at the same time. Become aware of both your hands. Full hands. And both the palms, both the fingers of both the hands. Just become aware of it. See whatever sensations are coming in it. Now become aware of the full body, whole body, right from head to the toes. Full body, just become aware, and suddenly you will see that there is sensation in the body. You are now aware of your whole complete part. Just become aware of your skin on the whole body and try to feel everything. Try to become aware of simultaneously your hands. Starting, it might feel that you are moving little inside, from sometimes in the toe or sometimes in the head, and sometimes no. Keep on spreading it and expanding it. You will see that you can do this kind of awareness completely in your body. Completely, you can spread it out right from your head to your. This is complete awareness. So it's not difficult. See, how much time did it take for us to become aware of our bodies? Now I'm telling you, simultaneously, let's do it. If you have been doing this frequently, it will be very easy. Just keep same awareness on your whole body. Now become aware of whoever is your deity, your favorite god, be it Krishna, Rama, Shiva, whoever, or Ma Parvati, or Adi Shakti, whatever, Ma Kali, whoever, or it might be your guru, your master, or some ascended master, Nityananda, Sai Baba, anybody, Akkalkot Maharaj. Whoever that is, Buddha, Christ, anybody, Guru Nanak. Just become aware. Just become aware of that tattva. If you are seeing it like a picture, your guru or ascended master, whatever, just become aware of that whole being wherever you are feeling it, up or down or wherever. It's somewhere in your thought, you don't know where it is, no problem. Just feel that consciousness. With your eyes closed or with your eyes open. Eyes open is still better if you can do it. Just feel the consciousness. If you are seeing the body, no problem. See the full body, and like you have become aware of your full body, now become aware of that body. Even if it is Krishna, become fully aware of that body like you became aware of your body just now. Exactly same process. Become aware of that Krishna or that Rama or that Buddha. If you are very good in awareness stuff, you might see that when the moment you become aware of the favorite deity or whom you are so connected to, the same sensation you will have in your body. You become aware of their body, it's like you are becoming aware of your body. If you are having that, very good. That's like non-dual. You are one with your guru or one with your ishta. That is what we say, one with your master. Consciousness should be same. Now if you feel it is separate, you are not feeling it anywhere that way, no problem. What you do is just imagine that whole the awareness, become full aware of that the body of that person and see it fully glowing now, full of light. Whoever that ishta is or whoever that person or that ascended master is, see it full of light. See, what we are doing is, this is not imagination. I want you to be very focused. This is not imagination. This is not khayali pulav. It is conscious work. Wherever you put your consciousness, that illuminates there. You saw it just now. You put your illumination on your thumb, it illuminated. Jagrit. Same way you put your consciousness on any tattva, that will become Jagrit. Alive. It is not imagination stuff. So now just become aware of that. Whichever being. See it fully shining, fully emanating that light. Now if you still feel you are separate from it, you are separate and that is separate, feel your body now. You felt that full of light, now feel your body now. Whole body full of same light. There is nothing inside outside, it is just pure light. From head to toe, just visualize yourself and become aware of your whole being, your whole physical body as a being of light. Now merge it with that body which you had just become aware of. the master or ascended master or anybody, just merge together, bring it into one. So if you are seeing Sai outside, for example, and the consciousness is fully shining out, bring that consciousness being into yourself and merge it into one, so that there is no difference between Sai and you now, or Nityananda and you, or your Gurudev and you. Now you feel your whole body as the same, you and that being as one, and both are glowing together, no difference. I am already feeling heat here, too much of heat. It's a very powerful process. If you can just do this. I'm feeling hot now. Literally, body has become hot. Now feel it. Feel that through every cell of your body, every pore of your the holes that you got here on the skin, light is emanating. From your every cell, from your every pore of the body, light is emanating. And that light, fill it in your room. Just spread it around. Your room and your entire house, just spread it around. So this is not your individual consciousness. It is the consciousness of yours and that divine being which you have connected with. This is how you merge, and you are expanding the same conscious, powerful divine light into your whole house. Fill your house. Just see it flooded. Your whole house. All the rooms, everything. How many rooms are there? Everything. And it should now seem like the whole house is full of light. And if you are looking at your house from an aerial view, from the top, from a helicopter view, you can see your house is emanating light from the windows and doors and corners or cracks or wherever, light is just coming out. The whole house is full of light. Bring your awareness into that kind of a state. And now anybody and everybody who is in that house is filled with this light. They cannot escape. Because if the whole house is flooded, anything and any person in that house is full of that light. See them now being engulfed in that light. You can visualize if you want. But as you visualize, become aware of that family being. One by one you can just move quickly, this person to that person, and you can see them flooded with light. The whole house is full of light, and they are moving, whatever they are doing. They are working, they are talking, they are moving around, whatever. But they are moving in that light, whether they know it or not a problem. But light is being engulfed. They have been engulfed in that light. Now, if you can spot anything negative in that, just dissolve it. Your intuition might tell somewhere in the corner of the house, something negative or something dark or something. Just dissolve it into light. Everything, just evaporate everything into light, so that there should be no corner anywhere that is seeming dark. Now become aware of your body. Back into your body. Just become aware of your whole body. You spread the light. See what happens when you flash a big, imagine 1000-volt halogen light into your room. What happens? You can see the brightness of that light. It should seem like that. Become aware of your own body now. And just switch back into your own self now, gross self. Nothing else to do. Just switch back. Just normally move your hands or come back to this session, what we are doing here. Just look into the screen here or whatever. And that's it. It's done. How much time? The whole process. Because I explained it took 5 minutes. If I did not explain it, it's a quick process. Within 2-3 minutes you are all done. Like what I do is, immediately I sit, and while I am sitting, immediately whole body is flooded with light. How much time does it take? 5-10 seconds. It's flooded. Then that. For me, there is no separate, but I am telling people. For me, when I illuminate, the consciousness of my whomever I'm connected to is already there in that. It's all together. It's illuminated. If you can do that, still faster. If you can't, immediately after the body, just illuminate that consciousness, become aware of that consciousness expanding, merge quickly, both together, and both are one now. Now feel light emanating from both this consciousness. You and that consciousness is not one, is not separate, it's one, and it's just emanating, and just spread it into the room. See, I can see it spread into this room, other rooms. See, I can quickly see it is entering into this room, that room, that room, that room, flooded. Now light is moving out of the house. And now I can see everybody who is in the house, even your pets and all that. They're being engulfed in that. And then I'm seeing no black areas everywhere, everything fine. Because what will happen is, if you channel this way, see how much time did it take? It's just 2 minutes to just tell you this. The process can just, and then you stay in that. There you expand. There you stay for 5 minutes, 10 minutes. The more you do, the better. In this, what happens is, the negativity in the homes will clear, and the negativity in the people will clear. Diseases, illnesses will start fading away. If you want, if somebody is there like suffering in your house in certain kind of ailments and all that, just localize this light in their body and just feel it. Don't be the doer. You are not sending energy, doing nothing. You are just sitting and expanding light, and that powerful being which you are connected to, that is doing the work. Always have this bhav that you are not doing. You are just the kickstarter. You put the ignition on, that's all. The rest the divine light is doing. Let it do whatever it does. So you are just putting your awareness on a sick person, a ill person. Which part of their body? Head part, move it there. Move the light there. And see their head being surrounded with light, or their brain being surrounded by light. Move it from one person to other. And then suddenly see everything, the whole light is just from top to bottom, just moving in their body. Scanning by light, and anything negative just is moving, and they are seeming good. How much time? Not even 5 minutes it took to do this. And then you return back to yourself. And the process, you end how you end is just with gratitude. That's all. Thank you, divine light, or thank you, consciousness. Thank you, God. Thank you, Guru. Whatever that vocabulary is. Thank you for this beautiful space being here. That's all. Khatam. Get back to your work. I asked him to do that. Just sit down right now and do that. Don't do anything else. And do it continuously. You will see it will start changing. Things will start changing. Health will start coming of other people also. It's very powerful, dear ones. Don't underestimate it. I don't speak about these sadhanas. These are something that are very personal, but somehow I was prompted to say this now. Very, very powerful. But it will come if your awareness is sharp. For that I am saying practice awareness. The more you know to play with your awareness, these things are very simple. The more powerful it becomes. Anything, even to connect to any other being, any other dimensions, like I'm saying Chambala or anywhere, or even the Shivalokadham, anywhere, you just have to bring it into your consciousness and stay connected. There is no head-on particular sadhanas to do for this. You don't have to stand on one feet, you don't have to sit in certain posture, locked and all that, nothing. It's all your bhava. Completely awareness work. Did it help you? It's very quick what I did. I am not doing it like a practice. Like we sit for 15 minutes, put music and go on. We should get out of all that. What I am saying, simplify. How simple is this? Spirituality is very simple. Very, very simple it is. We make it complicated. We complicate it because we love complication. How can it be so easy? Hey, I don't think. So many people do so much of things. They do all that things only to purify their spaces, their mind, so that they can enter into this level. First you do japa, then you do tapa. You do all those things to bring a stillness into your mind, and then you start entering into samadhi, then you start creating, then you start healing. See the process, so much things are there in between. But The path of awareness is straight. It straight takes you there. Because why? Because you are not playing with the mind here. You are not trying to fight with the mind. Most of the processes fight with the mind. They tell you how to hit your thoughts, how to kill the thoughts, how to kill the ego, how to kill this, that, how to destroy this and that. Why do you want to get into that? Let those things aside. Don't put attention to it. What did I say? Where you put your attention, your awareness, that becomes Jagrat. So why do you want to put your attention on your ego? I simply don't understand this. I see all those punchlines, to destroy your ego towards self-realization. Why do you have to destroy it? Leave it alone. Because the moment you put your attention on it, it will stand up. Mahishasur. Then you have to literally battle with the Mahishasur. Why battle? Why can't you just move aside? Become humble and just move. Okay, tum bada. Ego tum bada. करते रहो जो करना है. मैं चला अपने रास्ते अपने प्रभु के पास. खत्म. तुम यहाँ रहो लड़ाई झगड़ा करते हुए. I don't want to fight with you. What? When you move into awareness, you are not putting light on the mind. Mind is ego. Mahishasur and all this stuff is in the ego. It's in the mind. So we are not sitting here and saying how to dodge the thought, how to, even the neti process and all is again fighting. Neti, not this, not, it's again going into that mind. This is awareness. You shift into you move from that space. You go into a higher realm, higher consciousness. You leave this alone. When that becomes powerful, see now the moment you did this, you made this awareness, this light. Can you think the mind will survive there? Thoughts and all. Did you have thoughts? Did you have all this kind of thoughts? What you were having just before this session here? No, you saw suddenly when I am telling you about awareness, the house, your completely awareness is there. Your awareness is where? In your body, in the bodies of your loved ones, the consciousness there, light, and in the house. It's spread out there. It's not in the ego and all that ego and all that stuff. What happened to the ego? What happened to the mind? It calmed down because you are busy somewhere else. You did not give it light. It settled down. How will you give it light and fuel? You put your awareness there. Why do you want to put your awareness there? See how simple things are. Straight to the point. Good. That's a good feedback, dear ones. Thank you. Thank yourself because it's so simple to realize this. So most of the practices that I've completed, I'm not telling the practices are wrong, the sadhanas are wrong. No, it is needed for very rigid people. Strong egos, strong minds who are always rooted in the mind, they need all this. They cannot get it. They will not attend these kind of sessions. Very strong minds, very strong egos. They love being in that space. They cannot enter into simplicity. They love glamorous things. That is why I call it spiritual glamour. Glamorous spirituality. Where you have to do a lot of things, where so much of things are there, where you have to feel that, I am the doer. Now I am going to take charge of my life and now I am going to, put all this aside, slay all the demons and rise above this as a victorious warrior. And then I have the ego of I have won. It's good for Rajasic people. Those who have a lot of rajas in them, they will love that. Because there is a feeling of doership. I did it. I did something. 2 hours, 3 hours, I did this, I did that. I did this yoga, I did that, all the kind of rituals, so many kind of rituals, so many formalities. I've done all that. I have taken my bath. I've taken purified the space, put asanas, put music and everything, and then did mantra japa. You don't know what all tapas I did today morning. Tapas nights, tandav. Simply dance. And who's bothered about that dance? Who's there to praise you for that? Are the eternal beings going to praise you for that? Oh wow, you did that 1 hour, 2 hour tapas today. Great achievement. See guys, these are all with the mind. All this is mind stuff. Once you understand the secrets of the mind, you will avoid all these things, these gimmicks and all these kind of plays and nautankis. Just settle down. I call this nautanki, that bath and all this purifying. It's all not needed. When I go to some holy places and all that, Tiruvannamalai, all these places, so I have been asked many times in the morning. I just sit in the morning and connect to the mountain and something like that. Oh no, you are not had a bath yet. We are just having our bath, then we'll go. Why is the mountain going to come and kill you? Not having bath. The mountain is very dirty actually. If you see, all kind of dirt is there on that. All kind of animals roam. They do all that kind of stuff. Does that make the mountain impure? So much of that physical gross dirt will not matter. It's consciousness. Arunachala hill is consciousness, pure consciousness. Any place you go, it's consciousness. That place grossness does not affect in any way. Same, the body doesn't affect. I'm telling you, there are many people. There was a Brahmin guy, who was very clean guy, very clean. Very means very clean. Morning, evening, all clean. Rituals only, completely, including 3 times bath a day, changing clothes twice a day, to that level. Actually, when I look at them, it is a subconscious feeling of impure. I've seen people who have been in abuse, a lot of abuse, because I have encountered many people who have come and spoken to me, and including like child abuse, sexual abuse, rapes, all these people who have talked to me, I've seen a general kind of a behavior in them. They develop OCDs, obsessive compulsive disorders. This obsessiveness and compulsive disorder of being clean. They love to clean themselves. They'll wash their hands again and again and again. They'll have bath again and again and again. They'll always be very like face. They'll wipe that with the tissues. They cannot see anything little dirt. Little also dirt. They'll go and wash their hands completely. Cloth little spoiled. They'll change the clothes immediately. This is a deep psychosis actually, which has got to the feeling of being impure. Somebody has impured me in abuse and all that. When somebody actually abuses their body or something, that feeling is there. I've become impure now, and so they develop this kind of habits of cleaning themselves again and again. So in awareness, if you see, you will come to know. Okay, this is a habit that is coming from there. When I talk to those people who have been in abuse, I tell them your soul cannot be impure. Your consciousness, your body might have got impure, but nobody can touch your soul. That is what you are. You are not the body. You are stuck in your body. You are not the body. Today or tomorrow you will drop it, and otherwise also it is decaying. The body is decaying every moment. How long are you going to preserve it? You cannot preserve it. It will rot. It is a rotting thing. Sometimes I have to focus and tell them so hard on their face, because many times they don't listen. They don't like to. So they will move. So the Brahmin friend who came and told me about the cleanliness, I asked him to sit down, and he said, "Did you have a bath?" Yeah, I already had my bath. I did my puja. So he felt doing puja is a double cleansing. Now I am clean because I have got the blessing of God also. It's all in the mind. Because the moment I told him something, his mind became polluted again. His body also became polluted again. See, what did I tell him was, he was sitting clean there and preaching to me about cleanliness. I said, sit down, and I said, just become aware. Become aware of your mouth, immediate right now. You say it's all clean. Just become aware how much bacteria is moving in your mouth right now. The saliva that is there in your mouth right now. Just become aware of it. Fully be conscious of and you can do it simultaneously right now. Become aware of that saliva. What is there? Your teeth, inside the teeth, gums. Go in there. Go into your nose area now. How clean it is inside. You might have cleaned the externals. Go into your ears. See what kind of dirt is there. Move everywhere in your body. There is sweat everywhere happening right now, even after your bath. Sweat is coming out of your skin. And what is sweat? It is the toxics that's released. The body is releasing, which is not good for you, which is impure, and it's releasing continuously. Body has sweat. Your body has got pus inside you. Move into the areas of your excretory organs. You think how much ever you clean it, it's there. It's going to again within minutes. It's going to contain. Just imagine and see. Become aware of it. Become aware of it, because that's practical. In your stomach, in your colon, food has been digested and pushed out, and it has become stool there. You have not excreted it, but it's still there in your large intestine. You are carrying it. Urine in your urinary bladder, the waste blood that you have in your body. Can you see the extremities of this? The whole body inside is actually a bunch of meat and bone. What you see in the butchery market, it's just that. That's all. How are you going to cleanse all these things? And that person was feeling sluggish immediately. I could see on his face he had become very uncomfortable, feeling his own dirt inside. See, we are not aware. We are carrying this. How is this feeling of bathing going to change anything from within? It's not going to. So it's not practical. All this idea comes, the body consciousness, the look consciousness, all this comes if you are more rooted on your body. If you stay centered into your soul consciousness, if you are into awareness, and if you keep shifting from your body consciousness, you will not be too focused on all these things, on the bodily measures. It will not be there, because you are existing in a different plane. And when you are operating from there and doing your spiritual practice from there, it is going to work, because spiritual practice is all about your consciousness and awareness. It's nothing to do with your body. You are only using this body to live in this body and to help you, the soul that you are. You can only move around in this body. You can interact, you can have the experiences only through this body. That is the only reason you have taken this birth. Because there are pending desires, pending experiences. That is why you get a body. Simple. Let me tell you. If you have got a body, that is evidence and proof that there are desires for this body to experience itself. In whatever way. It could be even drinking soda. It could be drinking coffee. It could be drinking a juice. It could be eating something pleasurable. It could be bathing. It could be sun bathing. Sitting in the sun and bathing. Or it might be having an experience of bungee jumping. So many things. It could just be sex. It could be sauna bath that so many people have. Or it could be just flexing your muscles and developing your muscles so that you experience that strength in your body, agility. These are all the desires of the body. This is why you get a body. And when we are in the body, we are able to do all these things and gratify it, because gratifying it is nullifying those desires, whatever are there. Because you get an experience. Otherwise, there is curiosity all the time. If you have not eaten a new flavor that has come in market, an ice cream, and your friends are telling what a flavor it is, you will be very curious about it because you have never tasted it. Even if you say, no, it's okay if I don't, but there will be a curiosity. And that curiosity is that generated desire which has not been fulfilled. So, if you go and eat that ice cream and relish it once and for all, okay, you know how that ice cream feels and sense. So, there is a knowingness. With knowingness only, lot of that gratification happens. This is why the human life is given so much of it. It has multiple experiences, not just one. These are very gross that I told you. So many experiences that are again beyond the body mind. Even connecting to your consciousness, see, you are using the body only to do all that. Like if I am traveling to a certain place, I am using this body to go there and giving this body a settlement of that kind of an energy. What otherwise what? If the body is not, the what is there? Consciousness, you can do it from anywhere. But it is actually the body that is experiencing something there. It's a gratification. So there are multiple types of gratifications. Even there are mental gratifications that happens from the mind. So many, from the mind we gratify ourselves by thinking pleasurable things. by avoiding painful things. It's all the play of the mind. So we are here for all these kind of experience. That is why if you now use the body and the mind to experience things very consciously and awareness and give a completion to all that, then one by one all your, because see, until these things are there, you will not be able to proceed towards higher consciousness, because the basic things will start always keeping you rooted. Basic, it might be even like you love pav bhaji, you want to have pav bhaji, it is on your mind, but some reason in the place that you stay you don't get pav bhaji. That is a very strong desire. It might take 2 years also, but it will linger. But after 2 years, if you are in India or you go to some place where you get it and you have it, and that gratification that you are nullified that, till then it lingers. Every such thoughts and feelings which are there, it is there. All these thoughts, desires, whatever desires it might be. I want to wear this kind of a dress. Khatam. It is generated. Desire is generated. Once it is generated, you cannot just nullify it saying that, oh, no, I don't want to wear. No, you can't do that. If you have strongly thought, I want to wear this kind of a dress and look so beautiful and take a nice photograph, or some memories related to that and experience that dress in this way, and then you say, Jane do chodo, rate zyada hai, or it's not available or whatever. No, Jane do will not happen. That has been created now in the conscious. So that has to be either nullified through your spiritual practices or by actually experiencing it. Such ways there are multiple things in our mind, multiple in our subconscious, so many things which we are not even aware of. So when we live a life of awareness, what happens is we become very conscious of our life, very, very conscious of the life around us. And we know that we have limited time on this planet. Now when you know you have very limited time on this planet and there is so much things that this body has taken place to experience, will you waste time on spending the same, expending the same energy and consciousness in unwanted things, or will you go straight to the point? Ask yourself. That is what spirituality is all about. Simplify means that. Simplification means straight going to what is actually needed for you and dropping everything like hot potatoes. For that you will have to know what exactly is the experiences that you want in this life, or what this body has been taken for. That is the only reason that you have taken a physical body. See, it is not about spiritual practice. People say you have taken the body for moksha. No, you can even have moksha in the higher realms. Higher realms in the sense, for example, there are purified human beings. Now when they leave the body, their karma is so pure, that sattvic, very sattvic. They can now go and earn that punya somewhere, or they can not want to take another birth and they want to live in the astral realms and help others. There are many souls who do that. They become angels or archangels or higher angels or divine beings or even gods and all those things, and then they start serving or helping in whatever way they can. Now there is ascension in that also. There are ascension levels in that also, where you can keep on ascending depending on how much good deeds you accumulate by helping more, by helping others, other beings. You can do that on those realms. But while that being is there, and if they have a desire, they will need a physical body. Like let's say it's a very divine being, no karmas, nothing, and they are doing good work, but they want to experience eating some good fruit or a good meal, whatever. For eating something you need a body to experience. You need the indriyas. That is enough for them to take a human body and have that experience. They might be very divine souls, but one vasana is there, they will come for that. There are so many yogis, there are so many who take all those divine bodies they take, and they have prarabdha also. You look at the prarabdha of any human being, you will come to know. Very yogic, very divine, everything. But then if they are so yogic, why they can't just no karmas, why they can't just get into the body and human body and do their in the child only, child prodigy you must have seen, so many children are there who become very divine and enlightened even in their uh, birth self itself, after birth also they can do that. And there are many children who leave at an early age, like Adi Shankaracharya ji. Very, very young age, there are mystics who have left. Jesus Christ, Swami Vivekananda left very early because they don't have much clinging here to do, no much things to do. Very some limited prarabdhas are there which they want to experience through the body. They come, do that work, and they go. It's not that Swami Vivekananda, if he leaves his body, his work is over. No, they can do it from a higher plane. They are still doing. They can still do so much of work from that plane. Bhagavan Ramana, he had told, once I leave my body, I'll become 1,000 times more powerful than this. And it's happening today. When he was there, hardly even 100 people used to be around him. But today there are lakhs of people flocking in the same area and so many things are happening there. Mysterious things are happening. Extraordinary things are happening. People have become self-realized there. Just even after Bhagavan's Samadhi. What does that show? Means it is not confined to the physical body. But then why did they take the body? Why did Swami Vivekananda take a body? Some desires are there to be fulfilled in the body. That is why those missions are taken, and it is done in the form of whatever, surveys or this. They are all desires. Even the desire to serve humanity can bring you into the body. If you are a divine being and you want to serve your country, if you die thinking that I want to serve the people of India, you will be born here as a patriot, as a freedom fighter or whatever, some rights fighter or something like that. Anything, any desire is enough to confine you to the body. You want to do a lot of service for the poor. Until death, you are thinking only about serving the poor, helping the poor, the orphans or old age people or whatever. All those, the happiness in serving. Happiness in serving is a vasana. It is a tendency. Because you are deriving something, when you do something, you are deriving a pleasure out of it. You cannot serve the humanity and get pain out of it. No, when you serve humanity, you get pleasure. You get happiness. So whatever you barter to get something is a deal. It is a desire. It is a tendency. And nobody says no to that. You can have your own experiences. You want to serve? Yeah, you come here again. No problem. You will come here. You will take multiple births. You can become multiple births, Mother Teresa in many births. No problem. It is upon how a person realizes that there is no end to it. You do good or bad in this world, you will come here. Even you have the most sattvic or most purest of desire, you will have a body to come back for that desire. Whatever you name that desire. What is the desire I explained? Anything that you get something out of it. I don't believe in selfless stuff. It's very rare. Selflessness is very rare. Unconditionality is very rare. For that is a state of consciousness. It is not a happening. For example, I love doing selfless service. I go out and serve them selflessly. I think. I serve them all selflessly. No agenda. I don't need anything from them. They give me your, okay, fine. And when I come back home, I cannot serve my wife a glass of water. I cannot serve my pets a little food myself because I'm busy. I cannot serve my father or mother for whatever reason. No, somebody else will let them do it. You gone. That means that quality of that selflessness had, because what I'm trying to say is, it is not in the act selflessness, it is a state of consciousness. Only those who have reached to a state of consciousness, who are selfless, can do the same outside, same inside, same everywhere without any discrimination. It will be pure selfless. Such beings who are purely unconditional will be purely unconditional everywhere. There will be no like only in that area. No, that is fake. That is not even fake, I would call it. That is just imagining. You are imagining it is that. Selflessness. What I am saying is selflessness, unconditionality, purity, these are all states of consciousness where you remain in that state. Every function, thought, word, deed, action, anything that you do from that state of consciousness is pure, unconditional, selfless. Very difficult. That is why I say we must not claim, because the moment we claim we are pure, we are unconditional, we are selfless, we have blocked our higher evolution, because we say, we're done, I am that, I have reached there. What is to do? I am already pure, what to do? Very dangerous. It will not allow us to progress. Better is to stay humble and say, okay, I am still to reach. There is still to do. Then my awareness will always be on the areas where I need to work. These are all simplifying stuff. It simplifies all the processes. Otherwise, I have seen so many people, whole life they do so much of charity, money, they give money to institutions. So much money I have written there, so much chicken. Hey, this is all philanthropy, don't worry, I don't care for anything. I don't want anything. But if you see very deeply, that person might not go out and take name and fame and all that. That person will even say, I have some good people who are donating like lakhs of rupees every month to various institutions and all that. And when they say something, no, don't take my name. My name should not be anywhere, because this is selfless seva. I don't want to put my name anywhere. But when I look closely at them, they have this. Why are they doing the selfless? Because somebody told them, पुण्य करो, सेवा करो, निष्काम सेवा करो. निष्काम सेवा करने से आपके पाप, your bad karmas will go out. That means there is a desire there to desire of punya, desire of washing away my papa. That is my intention. That is my motivation why I am going and doing that so-called selfless service. And then I say, no, I am not taking name. These are very sukshma stuff. Very, very sukshma it is. This will not be seen also. Rather, instead of complicating it, why call it all that? Selfless and unconditional and all these words. Just be. Instead of saying unconditional love, just say love. That's enough. Not a big deal. Instead of saying unconditional service and selfless service, just say I'm doing service. Because sometimes you are doing it knowingly. You might be having some transaction. Sometimes you might be completely. I don't say you are completely this. 80% or 90% you might be doing with some conditions. 10% might be very pure. Let it happen. Why do we have to take credit? So whatever is happening unconditionally, let it happen. It's good for good, whatever. So terminologies can get us stuck. These terminologies, because it makes us believe what we are not. It makes us assume what we are not. And it also keeps us very comforted and pinned in that zone of all is well. Deep down it might not be well. We do not know. So why go so much of details? Leave all the details. Simplify. Straight to the point. Come back here and just be. Not be this way or that way. Unconditional, conditional, selfless, selfish. Leave all the adjectives. This way or that way, nahi. Just be. Be which way? How to be? Just be. Whatever you are, however you are. And keep doing things in the best of highest of intentions. Purest of intention. That purest of intention also, you cannot say that you are having pure intentions all the time. It's a myth. Because somewhere or the other it is impacted. Our intentions also are impacted. You cannot claim to have pure. Even if you are sitting, see, today only morning I think I saw Gurudev's message, my master's message, where he said that even if you are getting angry with pure intention, even though the intention is pure, but that anger is creating a negative impact on the people around. See, intention is pure, but what is the impact it is happening? So what will I say? My intentions are pure, I did it with pure intention. But what is the impact that has happened? So all these have got very much complications, all these things what we are thinking. Rather, if you drop all the words, just be. Whatever you are a sinner, you are a saint, morning you are saint, afternoon you are sinner, no problem. But you are free of all these kind of connections of the wrong intentions, wrong what you call the wrong vocabularies that we carry. It can block our progresses. So being very simplified is this one method. Drop all kind of concepts, any kind of concepts. Like yesterday I was talking to one person and she was mentioning about ashram. I'm going to an ashram somewhere, so there you're focused on that, so you shouldn't call, you shouldn't speak, and I don't care about it. I have not created any rules about it. I just like to be a. If I feel thirsty, I'll go and drink. If I feel hungry, I'll go and have. If I feel sleepy, I'll go and sleep. If I feel like meditating, I'll meditate. If I don't feel like meditating, I'll not meditate. Even if it is the holiest place. I'll not say, oh, my agenda to come here was for this. Then it is pressure. It is fake. Then I am not being myself. Then I am sitting because I have carried an impression. Oh, I have come here. I have to do. No. See, there I do even personal sessions there. Somebody said that day, no, you don't do session there because you are there. I don't want to disturb you. There's no disturb. Why? What is difference between this place? I love this place. I come to enjoy it. Why? This Sharila has a desire to go and have a bhog. People go and have different kind of bhog pleasures. They do all that. My pleasures are these. So I go and I want to experience it, but no rigid conditions. That I will be only meditating here or I will be in silence, mauna. It doesn't work. I have seen many ashrams, they keep mauna. The moment you go there, they say you take up mauna, be in silence completely. And so sometimes people are not ready for it because, arey, kal ek call aane wala hai, how can I be in silence now? So there the ashram, no, nothing doing. Here, no mobiles allowed, you cannot talk here. So you have to be, okay, I'll do that. Mauna means what? You shouldn't speak to anybody. Okay, fine. When do I begin? Today morning. It will end day after night. 3 days. Mauna. Okay. What should I do? You can go and sit in the caves, you can sit here, you can sit under the tree, you can meditate here, you can just watch and all that. No speaking. I have been in ashrams like this. So sometimes because I don't know, when I go there and I say, hey, how are you? I say, what happened? Somebody is there around? What happened? अरे क्या हुआ तुमको, सब ठीक तो है? Then one boy comes and tells, he is in Mauna today. Oh, Mauna. But he was the most active person right now, more active than me. What Mauna is that? He was doing all this stuff. What kind of Mauna is that? Mauna means Antrik Mauna. Mauna means Bhagwan Ramana Maharishi. That is true Mauna. No thoughts. बाहर से बंद करके कुछ फायदा नहीं है. आडंबर है सब. And that person to go everywhere, can't talk now, and that person has seen me now, good old friend, after a long time meeting, so he is in this state and I am like laughing and talking and this, and he wants to talk, he wants to share something, he can't, somebody has shut his mouth now, so he is sitting there in Mauna suffering. And next day he was supposed to get that call, now no calls. The whole day went in wondering what happened, that important call. What Mauna has done to you? Rules and regulations of a certain ashram, certain place. You got to follow rules. But what has happened? What good it is done to you? Common sense, dear guys. Practical spirituality. You got to understand why that Mauna is. If you understand what that Mauna is, you will not blindly fall into all these things. You have wasted 3 days. You could have enjoyed there. You could have laughed. You could have eaten whatever you want. You could have cracked a joke. You could have called someone, spoken, whom you are thinking, waiting for the call. You could have done that. Whom did you fool? Yourself. And he went back and said, आश्रम गया था 3 दिन मौन में था. Simplifying stuff. When we simplify stuff, we get rid of all these kind of formalities. Never be formal anywhere. Be yourself, who you are, how life keeps you. Be moving in that state. For me, there is no meditation. जैसे आपका मेडिटेशन हुआ आज सुबह का, वो क्या होता है? अरे सुबह का, सुबह का ऐसा भी होता है क्या? हाँ सुबह करते हैं ना तुम लोग, तुम करते होंगे. अरे तुम कैसे करते हो? ऐसे whenever I find time, that is my meditation time. सुबह शाम ये क्या है? Then when you fix 1 hour in the morning, then you have got the authority to say that आज का meditation हो गया, मैं मुक्त. ना मैं कुछ भी कर सकता हूँ, आज का तो हो गया डोज. We are fooling ourselves with all these adambars, and this has not been created by the system. This we only create. For me, anytime I am working, I am taking a pen, I am writing something, I am focusing something, and suddenly I get connected. I keep the things and I remain 15-20 minutes. I am gone. Sometimes even I don't know. I am holding the pen and its pen has fallen, or my mobile has fallen from my hand. It has fallen, dropped into my lap. I am not even aware. After 15 minutes, I see, oh, where is this? Okay, I pick up. Then continue my work. That is meditation. Being what you are. Of course, it doesn't mean that you do that anywhere. Like, for example, if I'm sitting in a bus and I got to alight after half an hour, I cannot go into meditation. There, I keep myself alert. Many times it has happened. I am in a train and I am going to Kanjangad, and because it arrives early in the morning, I keep my alarm, 2-3 alarms I keep so that I don't, because train stops only for 2 minutes there. Even Tiruvannamalai, just 2 minutes it stops. 4 o'clock it reaches train. So 3:15 only I keep alarm 1, 3:20 I keep 3, because sometimes because I sleep very late, I can go conk off that thing also. And if it misses, it's very difficult. So those places you have to keep yourself very alert. I'm not saying everywhere, but where you have the leniency, where like if I'm in an ashram, if I'm in my house, there is no rules. Everything works fine. Too much of discipline actually makes you very rigid. Simplifying. So there is no particular timetable in which way. This way, when I don't fix myself in timetable, I know that whenever there is a moment, I get into it. So whenever I'm in Tirunamala Hill also, there is no rigid plans. I sometimes have a very strong pull, I need to do a live, I'll just simply go and do it. Whereas I must have told my friend today afternoon or evening I'll be in the temple meditating there. But suddenly if I have a pull, I will change it, I go there. There's no rule particular. Spontaneous living. Spontaneity is divinity. Please understand this. Spontaneity is an indication that you are one with the cosmos. You are aligned with that. Why we don't get aligned? Because the karta bhav, the karta is the me who induces a rule, the me who fix something, the me who wants to take over charge of this life and do it my way. Are you getting it? Spontaneity means there is no my way. Whichever way happens through me, I do it in that manner, a certain way. See, like this also, how much ever I try and plan, this never goes according to the plan. So many times I have always been a failure, still I don't learn my lessons. I still put posts like, it will be on this topic, that topic. It will go somewhere else only. And I don't stop that. That's spontaneity. See, planning doesn't work. I asked you to sit with a pen and paper, but I think you are doing it, do it. It's anyways good. I have some other points also to say. But what I am telling you is, as per plan nahi hota hai. Anything in divinity is not as per plan. Plan means the me. The I is there. Are you getting that? Okay. അമ്മ എവിടെ നിന്ന് വന്നു അകത്ത്? അതോർത്ത അകത്തുനിന്ന് ഇങ്ങനെ വന്നു. So, excuse me. I was just remembering something, so I was feeling like laughing. See, here also there is no rule. Live I will ke hasna nahi hai. Whatever comes, you do it. Just be spontaneous. So I cannot go with rules. When I'm put into rule, I feel I'm put in a prison. Like if people tell me कॉल करना है तो ये टाइम नहीं, दिस टाइम दैट टाइम, खाना खाने का ये टाइम है, बाहर जाने का ये टाइम है, इट्स लाइक ओ माय गॉड, I can't understand that beyond my understanding. So when you start living spontaneously, all these things become more and more rigid to you. These actually becomes very artificial to you, and you cannot move into artificiality, especially when you are living aligned. You like moving with the flow, you like going with that, whatever that pull is, whatever that feeling is, whatever the thought is, whatever is happening, you go with that. I remember my master telling once, what will happen when you get self-realized? He was telling a story about some disciple who went, what is that, Anita ji? QA? Some disciple went and asked the master, what happens after self-realization? The master says, you will laugh when you want to laugh, you will cry when you want to cry, you will eat when you have to eat, when you feel hungry, you will sleep when you are feeling sleepy, you will get up when you want to get up, you will meditate when you want to meditate, you will go gather the woods whenever you want to get the woods and when you feel the need to. Life will continue. Only thing, it will be spontaneous. It will just be spontaneous. There is no doer there. See, so simple. So self-realization, we think like, it's a big thing, and then you become a changed person, then you are very divine, we are very holy, and you do only holy things, and you don't do anything else. You don't get angry. Myth. Who said you don't get angry? Who said self-realized people have not been angry? I have seen actually self-realized people being more angry. Spontaneity, it's an emotion of that spontaneity. Maybe they are not attached to that vikara, to that emotion of that anger. Maybe they don't put it into their chitta. Whatever it comes in the superficially, they act it out in that way, but they still are influenced by these emotions. Self-realized people feel sad. I have seen so many self-realized people crying, weeping. And these people are more weeping not because for the world. They weep out of compassion, out of kindness, out of joy, out of love. Even out of love they weep. They cry. And enough if you just poke them. They'll not have formalities. They'll just blurt it out, and then they're normal again the next moment. They're moving with life. They'll not even think or remember they cried. So it's a very spontaneous life. Now, some points that I wanted to actually talk about here is, what is this QA? You didn't tell me. I think all have gone to sleep. So there are all these opposites of practices to simplify again. Like we have so much of complicated scriptures, complicated reading, complicated books, so many reading more doesn't mean we are going to acquire more. There also you must know to simplify. You must know what is needed for you and pick only that. Like I've seen storerooms of books. I've seen libraries of books. People have a lot of library. Even I have a library here of books. But that is only a reference point. If some certain thoughts are going in me, or if I want to trigger some dimensional thing, like if I want to trigger on a certain topic, like say a great mystic's words like Kabir. I want to dig into that and contemplate. I'll go and read the Kabir Vani. Read on that and contemplate. It's not like I'm finishing the book. I read it, keep. Or sometimes today morning I was feeling like reading this. Just take out a phrase and read on it. As you talk to us just now, are you unconscious? Somebody asked Nisargadatta Maharaj. Nisargadatta Maharaj says, I am neither conscious nor unconscious. I am beyond the mind and its various states and conditions. Distinctions are created by the mind and apply to the mind only. Wow, that's what I am talking today. See, I opened the same page. I am pure consciousness itself. Unbroken awareness. Unbroken awareness of all that is. I am in a more real state than yours. I am undistracted by the distinctions and separations which constitute a person. As long as the body lasts, it has all its needs like any other. But my mental process has come to an end. See, isn't that beautiful? I picked a book, such a thick book, and what I opened and just read was exactly what we are talking about. He said, till the body is there, the body consciousness, and till the mind is there, the mind consciousness. He says the mind has ended for me. Isn't that beautiful? What we are just talking about. And he said it is unlimited, uninterrupted awareness, he calls it. What is uninterrupted awareness? The same awareness that we are keeping of the unconscious or of the self or of the higher consciousness and expanding it. Like I said, putting that light and being aware of the room and the light, the whole awareness is on the room and the light spreading around. You expand that, that is uninterrupted awareness. That awareness is not interrupted by thoughts or anything. See, that is the secret. What Bhagavan also says. Once you move within and you reach into that awareness of that self, deep awareness of who I am. I am not this body, I am not this mind, not these emotions, not these feelings, nothing. Who am I? I am this pure consciousness, bliss, this awareness. And once you become aware of that awareness, like, and you sink into that, the moment you sink into that, then you expand it. You make it uninterrupted awareness. That keeps on expanding. Anyways, I was talking about scriptures and so see, scriptures, so many complicated scriptures. You need not finish books. Please understand. You can even contemplate one phrase at one day, like I did now. Today morning I was reading and now we took one phrase. See, that has got so much. You can just take that, immerse in that and then live it the whole day. You can do that practice also. Any book. You take one verse. Understand that one verse completely, one para, one page, whatever. Understand it completely. Bring it into your awareness and live that day. This is how you bring that, the consciousness of what is there in that into your consciousness. So one is the complicated reading. So much of reading I have to do and we feel that, so many books are there. I got to buy these books or I need to read these books. Because now everybody says, suggest read this book. It's all good. But reading doesn't mean you are going to have more knowledge or your consciousness is going to expand. No way. You might have more knowledge, but you will not have more consciousness. Your consciousness will not expand. To expand consciousness, read little, grasp little, digest it, assimilate it, and put it into your awareness. One by one. It will start working miracles for you. One phrase also enough. So I am saying that this has got how many pages now? This has got 500 plus pages. So even one page a day is like 500 days, which is equivalent to close to 2 years. This book can last. But I am telling you, if you even do that, this whole philosophy or the consciousness of Nisargadatta Maharaj will come into you. Just transfer, that consciousness will just transfer. That is why I am saying when I read those books of Bhagavan Ramana, I have still not completed that book. 3 visits and this is going to be my 4th visit. I am leaving tonight again to Tiruvannamalai. This is going to be a 4th visit. That book is still not over. relish it, live in the book, than reading the book, live the book. It will start seeping into your consciousness. This is simplifying reading. Okay, you might note this point. Reading stuff also, scriptures, not necessary to read. The more you read, the more knowledge you know. With knowledge, you are not good. It can confuse you. It can create you problems with digesting all that. It can create system overload. Rather, live it. So, simplified reading. One is all this complicated readings, too much of readings and all that stuff. Even messages or videos and all that. See, I do so long videos. You can catch the message and just contemplate on that. Today's message is all on simplifying. So, you might want to simplify your whole day or whole week. You can do that and see. Today's point you can write down and just live in these, contemplate and reflect. You write down and just keep on reflecting every day and living that. In a week, you see what will happen to you. This is how self-transformation happens. I have used all these kind of techniques for many years. And once you come to an understanding that reading is enough, this is all reference point for me. This is not for gathering knowledge. Any book is not for gathering knowledge. Because there is nothing more to gather from outside. Any book I pick up, it is the same stuff. In different language, in different ways it is presented. Now you think Nisargadatta Maharaj is speaking some other higher truths. This whole book, this whole text, what is there, all these dialogues, what he is talking with disciples, is focusing only on one subject, that is this. I am that. That's all. In different ways it is. So these are ways of the mind again. Reading is again mind. The mind wants to be convinced that I am that. I am not convinced. Read one line. Okay, this example came. In the end, bottom line, he is talking about I am that only. Okay, fine. I am still not convinced. Take another example. Some other joke, something funny is happening. Again, the end of this is same. I am that. I am the self. Ramana, you read any number, anything, he will say I am the self. He will say the Guru, God and self are same. That's all. Same thing he will say. Different ways. So, the intellectual reading also is only to pacify the mind. Reading means mind activity. The mind will get pacified. Mind will feel, I have read something, I have done something. The ego might feel, I have read 20 books, all in my list. And the mind might say, I have this knowledge, all this knowledge. But that knowledge is not working. To work, it has to become your consciousness. So, once that process begins happening, you actually start understanding this concept and it's very clear. All these mysteries will be just open. That is why you ask a person who has ignited, see, there are two kinds of wisdom. One is book wisdom, when you take an intellectual knowledge, gyan, you have got a lot of gyan, wisdom. These people will not be able to answer all the questions. Somewhere they will get stuck. You keep on questioning them, somewhere they will stuck and they will say, let me refer and come back. It's not complete. Whereas the people who have wisdom from within, you ask them any damn question about anything, they will have answer to it. Because it's not so complicated. The whole mysteries is opened up. The whole system, the cosmos, how it works is opened up. You might not know the ultimate truths. There are ultimate truths. Nobody knows like who's God, how exactly God is, what exactly that being is, that conscious. Nobody till date has realized it. They might reach to a level where they are close to understanding that, or they are somewhere in one with that, but they will still not know, they cannot answer some very deep questions relating to that. They cannot even describe what is that, because the people who have gone into that state of knowing what that God is are the people who can never speak after that. They'll vanish into thin air. With body, it's very difficult. Very difficult. You can see Bhagavan Nityananda, if he had to speak those higher truths, how difficult for them to speak. 4 or 5 words used to fall out of his mouth. That also they gathered and they added and all those things they did. So simple if they want to talk, but they can't talk. That is the state of, and higher truths than that, Mauna, Dakshinamurti then, after that. If anybody wants to know that, you can know it only through silence and you cannot describe it, you cannot explain it. You cannot say, oh, I've got something from Dakshinamurti, now I'll come and tell the world. You can't. So some things are, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the general idea of this human working and the cosmos, how it works. You will have complete knowledge of that. And that comes from within. So by changing your consciousness, by raising your consciousness, you go and tap that sources which are inner. From there the wisdom sprouts out. And the time you come to know that the wisdom is there, then all you need is references, because when you talk something you need reference in the world. I cannot say this is the thing. So people will say, you know, this is a truth, and so says Bhagavad Gita, chapter so and so, verse number so and so. So they will identify that truth with what Krishna says and as an evidence to sync that with the, because people want proof and they will only go with the proof which has been there here. That is why most of the mystics, what they talk, they are considered crazy, because there is no reference anywhere and they don't give reference. So they sound absolutely crazy. These are those higher truths which have not even been recorded in the books. Very, very crazy. So simplifying this reading thing also is a complicated scriptures to simple references and understanding this till the time the wisdom comes from within. When it comes from within, that is the real wisdom. Then all the scriptures, all the things outside, there are so many mystics I know who have not read any scriptures, but they know everything inside. So you just tell them one verse of the Upanishads, they will explain complete detail about it, which means they know what are those, but they do not know that poetic words. The other is, so complicated reasoning, I said one, the reading stuff. The second is about the action and inaction. There's one way of action, too much of actions. The other opposite way is inaction. Inaction doesn't mean lethargy or laziness or pulling back and living in the comfort zones. No, I don't mean that. Action means, like there are tapasvis who do so much of tapas in the deserts and forests and all that. So much of intense practices are done continuously and for hours together, and with so much of restraints and so much of torture, and like in this mauna, no eating, fasting, and all those things which are so rigid. Those are all the action mode ones. And tapas, intense tapas and all, austerities and all that stuff, or intense japas, or too many rituals, homas, and all those things. And the other is inaction. Inaction in the sense you are not moving outward to that, but you are coming to where that action is coming to. Like what I said, all these practices that is done outside is to come back and still your mind. It is to bring your mind to a certain stillness. I am talking about higher practices. There are many kind of practices again. What I am talking is about the path of liberation. External sadhanas and all which is done, so do this, do that, do this, do that. Ultimately, it will be to still your mind. I am not talking about other sadhanas. There are many sadhanas for siddhis, acquiring powers, acquiring worldly gains, manifesting. So many things I want to manifest. No, I am not talking about that. Manifestations, siddhis, extraordinary powers, all these things have got activity in the mind. The mind will not still. It is more activity of the mind. Or disciplined activity of the mind. It is still activity. Like law of attraction, manifesting. It needs mind to be disciplined in a certain way and fine-tuned. Okay, this is what you want. This is what you want. Not you should want. And then you discipline your mind to only focus on that which you want and that which you don't want. You push it out. That is still activity of the mind. I am not talking about that. I mean, you may do that if you have those things, but I am not talking about that. When I say stilling the mind means it is toward the path of liberation. But that's what I am talking about. So let us not get confused there. So those who are interested in that zone will not go outwardly. Otherwise, you need to go outside. If your intention is to create wealth, power, this and that in the world, immortality of the body, longevity of the body, and all that stuff, there is a lot of activity needed by the mind. Mind cannot be shut down. So that is action actually. Those are all actions. But on the path of liberation, if you want to move with action, that is ridiculous, because you're doing all that action to bring your mind into inaction. You're doing all that so much to still your mind. Why not directly go and still your mind through this awareness things and all what I said? Instead of going into all that formalities, you can directly get into awareness and still your mind. You can get into the path of self-inquiry, what Bhagavan Ramana said. Inquiring, who am I? Thinking, contemplation, reflection. Where is my soul? Where is this pure consciousness? Am I feeling this awareness? Who am I this in this body? Am I this person? Am I this body? No. I am the body. Who is this person then? The one who is looking through these eyes. Just see that. Who are you? You are the one who is looking through these eyes. Just see that. You are looking through the eyes. You suddenly your perspective will change. Till now you feel that I am looking. I mean this body is looking. No. Just become aware while you are watching this video also. Just become aware and see. You are not the body. You are somebody who is inside the body and watching from through these eyes. You are that something which is hearing through the ears. You are not the ears. You are not the body who is listening. You are that awareness, that consciousness within that body who is utilizing the body, these indriyas, so that you can listen to it. You are experiencing the body. You are experiencing the thought. You are experiencing this word. You are experiencing this sight, what you see. Can you see that? Suddenly there is a shift. This is reflection. This is chintan, what you do. You contemplate on these things. This is the path of self. So when you move directly into that, you are moving straight to the point. Straight to where your soul is. Who are you as a soul? Who are you not as a soul? Khatam. So that is a little, it won't happen immediately. You have to keep on doing that again and again. Seeing every action. Then as a witness, see the witness. You are observing things. If you are reacting, then you know, no, it's a body, it's a mind. You have got into the body. No, I'm not going to react. Let me see. Pure awareness, no reaction. And you're hearing everything, you're seeing everything, but no response. You're seeing. And when that moment comes, then you know that, oh, this is the awareness. This is me, the awareness. This is not interacting. This is only seeing. This is the one. This is the awareness. So Bhagavan used to put all these kind of methods. This is to ripe aspirants. Not everybody can do it. Not everybody can do it. There was one Annamalai Swami who was very fond, who was very close to Ramana. He said something, I'll just read out that. See, to every person, he said, his master would give different solutions. That itself, that is why I say one path cannot give one solution to everybody. It is very confusing because everybody has different structures, different characteristics, different karma, different interests, different likes, dislikes. Everybody cannot adhere to one. It's very difficult. So that is why even Bhagavan Nityananda, he didn't give one method to everybody. Some he said chant Om Namah Shivaya. Some he said Ram, take the name of Jai Ram, Shri Ram, Jai Ram, Jai Jai Ram. Shri Ram, Jai Ram, Jai Jai Ram. This is the mantra that he gave to many. So some he gave the Krishna mantra. To some he gave no mantra. To some he gave the Allah's mantra, the Nirakara mantra. To some he gave do this yoga. To some he said silence, don't talk. To some he said, so he prescribed various depending on the characteristic of the person. So I was reading Annamalai Swami's his final talks. Annamalai Swami was one of the closest disciple of Ramana and almost Tyagi. So see, he mentioned here very clearly, Bhagavan has given different remedies to different people. For me, he said this. So I am just reading that. You will have an understanding. Bhagavan watched me very closely in the years that I served him in the ashram. One time I went to the mother's temple where many people were talking about worldly matters. So Bhagavan called him and said, why should you go to that crowd? Don't go to the crowded places. If you move with the crowd, their vasanas will infect you. Then he says, Bhagavan always encouraged me to live a solitary life and do not mix with people, other people. That was the path he picked for me. See, he is very honestly saying also, that was the path he picked for me. Other people got different advice that was equally good for them. See, he is telling what applied to. This is what I mean to say. We must apply what applies to us. There is a variety of things that I keep talking in my videos. Why the variety? Because whoever adheres to that kind, who is of that type, they can pick those things and make their life more futile, more easier. You know. Then he says, but while he was sorry. But while he actively discouraged me from socializing, he also discouraged me from sitting quietly and meditating during the years that I was working in the ashram. My Gurudev also did this. Working in the ashram doesn't mean 24/7 sadhana, meditation, no. In this period of my life, if Bhagwan Swami is sitting with my eyes closed, he would call out to me and give me some work to do. On one of these occasions, he told me, don't sit and meditate. It will be enough if you don't forget that you are the self. Keep this in your mind all the time while you are working also. This sadhana will be enough for you. The real sadhana is not to forget the self. It is not sitting quietly with your eyes closed. You are always the self. Just don't forget it. See, such a beautiful, this he gave a 24/7 sadhana to him. Even if you are working, don't think you got to take a separate time for it, sit and do some tapas or meditation or something like that. You just live in the awareness that you are not the body, you are the self. Whom did he tell? Annamalai Swami. Because why? He was prepared for it. He had gone to that level. This might not be applicable for everybody, but I am just telling in case anybody is there for that, this manner. This is my kind of stuff. Bhagwan's way does not create a war between the mind and the body. He does not make people sit down and fight the mind with closed eyes. We all do that. When we try to meditate, we are fighting this war with the mind and the body. Usually when you sit in meditation, you are struggling to achieve something. Fighting to gain control over the mind. This is what I said in the start. The war of let me do something, kill my mind, the ego and settle down everything. Bhagavan did not advise us to engage in this kind of fight. He told us that there is no need to engage in a war against the mind because the mind does not have a real fundamental existence. This mind, he said, is nothing but a shadow. He advised me to be continuously aware of the self while I did the ordinary things of life also. And in my case, this was enough. Such a beautiful thing. Simplicity at its core. How simple can things be? Why it was told to Annamalai Swami? Because he had already simplified his life. Very important. Disclaimer. This might not happen to everybody who has not yet simplified their lives. So, in today's session, there are many simplicity that I am talking about. If you simplify your lives, you can come to this kind of a stage where you have nothing else left. All that you need to do is now be aware of the self. But if you have hundreds of things in the world to do, this responsibility, this tendency, that tendency, this feeling, that feeling, the doership, I have to do this, I have to go there, I have to plan this out, that will keep you so engaged that you cannot settle down with yourself, you cannot become aware of yourself. It's very far. So for coming to that state, you got to first simplify your life. That is what I am trying to tell in this today's session. Simplifying life. The first I told was with the scriptures reading. The other I said was action and inaction. Second point. Action and inaction. Too much of action, too much of this doing, this running around, this, that. Or thinking, tomorrow I got to do, day after I got to do the plan, then next month I got to plan this way. In a year I am going to, too much of karta, doership. There is no spontaneity. What did I say? Simplified life is spontaneity. When you see, spontaneity also doesn't mean, many people say spontaneous means I do nothing, let God do everything. No, it doesn't mean that. Spontaneity means you are also involved. It is only not God. Spontaneity means there is a person who is spontaneous. But your actions are there, your involvement is there, but you are not the whole and sole decider. A little percentage of you ship will be there, the doership will be there. It is that is why all these terms, fancy term, karta nahi, no doership, that also is not high. This is good for our learning. Never assume that I am not a doer. He does everything. Don't go into that state. Dangerous. It is assuming what you have not yet become. We are students. We are all students, including myself. We are learning a lot of things. So we need to be humble enough to not have reached that state. But we know we are going there. So in spontaneity, God does everything. Divine will, what I call free will and divine will. Free will is there, but the percentage is lesser. 10% free will or 20% free will, 80 to 90% divine will. But the 20% or 10% will be there. Because the title is God helps those who help themselves. Because He has given you the choice of making decisions. There you will have to take. Like for example, I can say, God, you decide for me. No. I want to get married. You decide for me. Should I marry or not marry? You tell me. I'll wait for your answer. Answer will never come. What are you doing as a human experience? You have come here with some intentions, agendas. So you have a choice to make. You do it, you don't do it. God is okay with both. So you should be that free will I am trying to explain to you, that 10-20%. If you say, I have to get married, there it is tatastu. Now you leave it. I don't want to get married. Tatastu. Now you leave it. So all the results, actions of that will spontaneously start happening in your life. Why? Because you have made a Dhrida Sankalpa. Dhrida Sankalpa is a strong free will. It's an action that you do, but it's a limited. You are not the only one. You have a partnership with that. You are not the sole proprietor. That sole proprietorship is what I call karta. This partnership is okay. Karta is there, but it is reduced. I will always suggest go with this partnership where there is karta and there is that divine will also. I will not talk of doership, complete non-doership, because I am not that. So I have no right to say that, and I will not suggest as students we also assume that we are completely non-doer or completely selfless or completely unconditional, completely pure. Don't assume. Let us be students, humble enough. So the decisions, first you take a step, that is action. Inaction is the rest of it. It proceeds. If I don't want to get married, then what next? Again there is a choice that I have to make. It's not that then that's the end. No, every phases of life there are steps that are going to come. Then what do I do? Not married. Do I move north or south? It's a choice. I move north, tatastu. Then spontaneous. Then things will start happening in that direction. You will move northwards. I move south, then it will move there. I don't move anywhere, here only. Tatastu, that will keep on. Are you seeing every point there is a decision making, there is a free will. That is called choice. That is what even my master explains. The God also will not interfere in your choice. Until you make a choice, there is no interference. So we cannot wait for God to answer our prayers. You do what is best for me. No. We make a choice and then we say, in the highest good, let things happen in this direction, in the highest good. But you have to make a choice. I want to live for 100 years. Your choice. I don't want to live. As soon as possible, I want to exit. Your choice. Both are tatastu. Spontaneously, those results will start showing up in your life. If you are connected. All this showing up, I mean, if you are moving in that aligned and you take decisions, aligned. Take decisions, aligned. But my step I take, aligned. And I keep moving direction. Are you getting it? This is how it works. The spontaneity works. So I was talking about anyways, action and inaction. So too much of action also. Just sit back and see whatever actions you're doing. See what is the end result. Where is, after doing all these actions, uska parinam kya? What is the end? For seekers of liberation, it will always be stilling the mind. So why not I directly enter here? So enter into inaction stuff. The platform that I say here about awareness is mostly about inaction. Like you see, there is no activity actually, because you're not doing, even you're not even closing your eyes. Forget sitting in a posture state, that is action again. I am not even talking about that. Even closing your eyes, it's an action. It's a karma that you do. It's a kriya that you're doing. No kriya is also here. Wherever you are, however you are, enter into awareness, shift into awareness. There only you spread out. Your meditation happens there. How much time? No, nothing doing. Switch, that's all. A shift. One shift from within, you are into that space and you are in that space. See how effortless things are. Non-doership, completely non-doership. This is second point that I said. Third is again too much of logic and illogical. Too much of logic. When we are adults, we become too much logic, too much intellectual, too much thinking over everything, too much of mind energy getting lost in too much of thinking, analysis, planning, analysis, and conclusions. Analysis means conclusions, almost. Analysis means having a depth of everything. We make one decision and then we sit thinking about everything. This means what, this means what, this means what, this means, and then if this happens, then what, and if that happens, then what? It's a waste of spiritual energy. It's spiritual energy. You gain spiritual energy, but you lose it when you are unaware of these things. Rather, if you go with one choice and then alignment with that, inaction after that, you let go of these outcomes of everything that you give a direction to it and then you don't know how. You give a direction to it, you don't know how. Are you getting that point? So that is again with your logic and your insight. Depend more on insights. More logic information is always from outside. Assurances, asking people, confirming from people, validating from people, acknowledging, getting acknowledgement from people, approval from others, seeking approval from others. All this is too much of logic stuff. Rather, if you turn within, insight, depend more on insight. I'm a person of insight, more of insight. I never depend on anybody. I never go to ask anybody. Never in my life I have asked questions, not even to my master. One question about life, something which I don't know, I've gone and asked him, no. I've always trusted my inner self. We can all do that. Why? When the running outside goes, you can turn within and depend more on insight. So instead of logic, become more intuitive. Illogical. Too much logic, too much of intellectual stuff. Straight on insights. So that is why I name most of my videos all insights, because they are just flowing through it. We can all do that. We can tap into that. This is again another process of simplifying. Because what will happen when you simplify all these points? You will see that so much of space you have in your life to do what you want to do. We are unable to do or achieve whatever we want, spiritually or anywise, otherwise also, or put a plan into action or whatever, because there is so much of things that does not allow you to give energy and consciousness there. So when you simplify, you are moving out all those things which are wasteful for you. You will be surprised by this session end. If you analyze things, you will say that what a mad life I've been living with all these burdens, unwanted things. I don't have free time, free mind for all this. Some people say I have a lot of free time, but actually their mind is full. Mind cannot be free because inside is what is stored more. So that is why it is said, become like a child. You can see the child. No logic, no planning, no analysis, no thinking, no worrying. No so much of ifs and buts and do's and don'ts. Nothing. It's very spontaneous. They pick up anything, they do that. See, what did I say? Self-realized man, what is the, or woman, self-realized woman, what is the quality? They feel like crying, they cry. They feel happy, they feel happy. They feel laughing, laugh. They feel like frowning, they frown. They feel like meditating. Child is just like that. Look at a child. The child does exactly what they want. It wants to do this, it will just do. Anything that it wants to do, it has no inhibitions. You compare a child and a Mahatma, they will be same. You see all the great Mahatmas, saints, so spontaneous they are. Openly they live their life. So bindas. Anything and everything they can do. No inhibition, no rules, regulation, nothing. So they see the child and the self-realized is almost similar. That is why when Jesus Christ said so much, become like a child, because only a child can enter the kingdom of God, he said. This is the true meaning. Like a child, flexible, free. A child's mind is free. The mind is not, it doesn't have worries. You see, the child doesn't have too much of thoughts, thoughtless. And that is why you can see the children before puberty or adolescence. You look at the children full of energy. They can't sit in one place. Jumping, running, doing this, shouting, yelling, playing, never tired. You put them into the bed also, they will be jumping in the beds also there at night. They will not sleep fast. And if they sleep again, they will wake up in the morning and run around. They like that. Where? Energy. Because space is there, nothing in the mind. So these are the secrets which we can catch from the children itself. Why? They live a very simple life, simplified. They don't worry about what people will think, what people that person will say, what this person. They feel like they do it, just like that, and they don't worry about the consequences also. See, most of the children, they know that they'll get beatings, they'll get scolding, but still they'll do, because their heart tells them. If they see a mango on the tree and they are prohibited, they will go and climb or throw stones and do something and eat it or relish it, because that's coming spontaneously, like a child. And later on they'll take the punishments also, whatever, but they don't care before that. Before some problem happening, there is no fear. Oh, this will happen, that will happen, this way, and they are like stuck up. Children don't live in that manner. Even if they are, the moment they get an opportunity, they'll do it what they want to do. Spontaneity again. So adults versus children, if you see, it is logic versus your insight. Adult means logic, too much of logic, and child means simple, illogical, or deep, insightful. They always work from insight. Their intuitions are very strong. Whatever their inner calling, they will just do it. So you can keep notice the noting these points. The other is which I always talk about, the dualities and the diversities that we have. If you are outwardly too much attracted in too much of diversities, it will create lot of time and efforts in that. There were diversified paths. There are so many paths. When we look into so many masters, so many readings, so many books, so many scriptures, understanding everything is good. In the start, it is good to understand what are they talking about. But that should end somewhere. You should conclude somewhere, and you should come to a common understanding of what all these paths are talking about. You catch that secret. There's something common, that everything, all these paths, all these masters, all these religions, all the communities, they're talking everything different ways. So I am reading this, I am understanding this, what is the common point that you're talking about? Catch that. Once you catch the common point, then you will see suddenly all these attractions will start dropping. Multiple things. It's very automatic. You might appreciate all those things, but you are not dependent on any of these paths. Any of the paths. You will appreciate a thought like from Nisargadatta Maharaj or Ramakrishna Paramahamsa or Vivekananda. You hear, oh, that's a good thing. It gives you an insight, that's good. But you know where they are going to end. What are they talking about? What is the conclusion of that? What the whole point is coming to what? That is when you will understand that all the paths are leading to the same goal. That has to be caught. What are they trying to say? And when you understand that point in the center, and then you put your consciousness and awareness on that, because see, everybody is trying so hard. Eons have gone, centuries have gone, mystics have come and gone, avatars have come and gone, religions came and went. So many died, so many fought, so many did for one particular thing. And nobody got the point. See the funniest thing? They all even killed each other, quarreled and killed each other. They killed even the messengers. They killed Christ, they killed all the great ones who came with messages. They terminated them. But still they did not achieve what they came for. That is because the consciousness was not on that. What they came to show, it was not on that. It was on something else only. Our attention should be sharp focused on what we want to extract. Otherwise, it's very difficult. Yesterday I put a post where a girl is standing and there it was there on the side. I put, this is conditional love story. See, and this is the fact. This is how we live. If you want love, give love. If you want respect, give respect first. Whatever you want care, you give care first. You have to be caring first. That is the functioning of duality. You cannot transcend that. We cannot become unconditional and expect this. See, when you become unconditional, all this is working actually. You become unconditional and see what will happen. 1 second. There is always a give and take in this world. That is why I call it conditional. That conditional relations, that conditional engagement which is there, you give respect to it and you bring divinity out of it. Then you will slowly start moving towards that unconditionality, because there you have, but you first be in that. You first appreciate that give and take, that you have to give respect. I cannot say I am unconditional, I will not give any respect, I will not care for anybody. And then I will feel that why is that person not caring for me? You cannot, because you have not participated in that. It is a dual function in this world. It is a land of conditions. But you can simplify, you can divinify, you can put divinity into that, those conditions. Like, okay, I treat you with respect. And I am getting honored with that respect. Okay. I give you love and I take love back. Because we are all here to cherish something. We are not here just to only take. We are here to give also. And we are not here to give also. Only just give. That is false to say that we only take, we do not give. The other way also is right. We only give and we don't take. That also is not going to happen. You cannot be just a giver and then you don't get anything. No, when you give, it will come back to you and you will enjoy it. Only thing you will not say, talk about that, what you are getting, you are enjoying, but it will be your satisfaction. Your completeness of life will come from there, because you are getting back something. Only giving is the true quality of unconditional. I am telling you, if we are unconditional and if we are only givers, we might feel that we are givers. We only give, we don't want, we don't expect anything and all that. But we will find ourselves most of the time disappointed, because somewhere the connection is not complete. I'm giving. You give and see. Give and see. I've seen so many people, they give. I don't want anything. I'm unconditional. Purely I'm giving. They will be the same person who will be depressed at the end of the day. And they will say, people have always taken from me. Life has been like this. It has only taken from me. They take advantage of me. People take advantage. Why? Because of this mentality that I am a giver. No, be conditional. Respect that. I am a giver, but I am taking also. So you will know when you are giving something, you will expect. There is an expectation. There is nothing wrong in expectation. I am talking about the conditional behavior. So when you give love, or when you give respect, or when you give whatever, and when you are receiving, that thing is complete, then that karma is nullified. You will feel satisfaction in that. Then that give and take business also will start reducing, because it is completing the process of give and take. Dual. It's happening. The circuit is complete. Why have we taken birth here? Because you have so many karmas to finish. There is a give and take. It's all len den. Karmic debt it is called. What is karmic debt meaning? Len den. Len den means what? Give and take. There is someone who will come to give something to you and someone will take from you. Where is that coming from? It is coming from the law of karma. Means if you give something, it will come back to you. When we know the law of karma, if you do something, it is going to come back to me. How can we only be the giver? Getting the point? How can there be one side action? There will be a repercussion, because in this earthly plane there is going to be. You cannot just give donations, and even if you are completely selfless, let's say I don't want anything, I just give, and you keeping quiet. That give ka return will be your punya. There is still a return. Your blessings are coming. And that blessings will come to you as a good punya that will not liberate you. Suppose you want liberation and you're thinking, I don't want selfless, I'm giving. No, on the other side, bank balance is increasing. Sattvic, punya is increasing. And by the end of life, you say, I've only given. No, now you got to take. You take it. No, I don't want it. No, karma, you have to take it. How to take it? Oh, you have got 2 high karmas. Now you go and have bhoga in Swargaloka. Go and spend their time in 1000 years. Next 1000 years you have. So you go and enjoy the pleasures there. And when you enjoy all the pleasures, when you are finished, you will be kicked out and come back again here. Why? Neutral. Again start the game. We have to put common sense in all these things, actually. Where there's a give, there will be a take. Even if you are not a taker, it will come back to you. Karma, that is. So, is that better, or you receive it in respect and finish that karma there? When you receive it, you are nullifying it. When you don't receive it, you are putting it in your bank balance. This is the give and take which is there. That is why I say unconditionality can land us in trouble, because the concept of unconditionality, I don't want to give, I don't want to take anything, I'll only give, but that will come back to you in some way. Or you only give love to one person from far. I love, only love, and love. Now that person has to give back love to you. No, I don't want, I am unconditional, I'll give only love from here. You think you'll go? Next Janma he'll come to give you that. Incomplete karma. One-sided. You are giving. So much you have given to that person. Now that person runabandha ho gaya. Karmic debt. He has taken so much. He has to return it to you. For that, take another Janma. Are you getting the complications? Oh, this is all good for teaching and preaching. All these subjects are very good. Fundamentals, principles is all. We can talk a lot about this. Do this, don't do this. But we have to understand karma doesn't function that way. Life doesn't function that way. Life is very much sukshma. And sukshma who enters into that sukshma. Only awareness can take you into sukshma. If you are in the mind, you will be in the fundamentals and principles and doctrines and teachings and preachings, and only in that, because mind only knows that much. हाँ ऐसा करना है, इतना ही करना है, हमको ये बोला गया उतना करो. We don't know ABCD of that. करो उतना ही. करो नहीं, there is a consequence to that also. Rather work from your awareness instead of your mind. So when you work from awareness, these insights will come. See, I am telling you guys, I had not planned to speak about these topics. It's just flowing. I have only some couple of points that I noted, like action, inaction, children, this, and outward, inward. This way I have noticed. But what I am talking, these things are coming spontaneously. And while I am speaking, I am saying, oh, bingo, this is a point here. I am myself saying from within, this is a point. So see, these are the truths, subtle truths which will come. And I am sure your consciousness also will catch and say, yeah, that's a point there. So that means these are existing on a certain level of understanding, which we have not gone so deep. What is that? Elaborate, please. Oh, sorry, I have not been keeping eye on this. Absolutely, homework is given according to the students and their classes. Okay. Poonam ji, what are you talking? Elaborate, please. I didn't get it. What point is that? Ranjita, how to do selfless service? See, do your service. don't get stuck with that selfless what I'm telling. The selfless makes you egoistic person. I've seen many getting stuck in that. Because there is a claim that, I'm doing nishkam. Though you might not be doing. Have the bhava, it's good. I don't want anything in returns. I don't want all this thing. I don't want to get stuck in it. Instead of all that complication, I'm telling you one simple thing, just follow. Do it with your heart. दिल से करो, जो भी कर रहे हो दिल से करो, ये सब कॉन्सेप्ट छोड़ो. You love doing something, go and do it. I've seen so many people beautifully, they go, they serve the animals, they feed the animals. There's so much of love that they give to the animals. It's coming out of love. It is not because they have to do some seva. Nobody asked them to do, or it is inner calling. They find peace in that. They find happiness. They find joy in giving joy to somebody else. Such souls are there who love giving joy and happiness to others. They want to see others happy. They want to see the lesser privilege like animals and all that. Do something, whatever best they can, they do. There is no concept there again, selfless. But if the same person puts into their head this concept of service also, gaya comes. Then you will complicate. The mind will start playing its games. So what I'd say is, don't even go to think that you're doing seva. What big deal you're doing? Seva? Kiski seva? The biggest seva that you can do on the earth is do your own seva. Serve yourself and get liberated. See, if you go very deep, this will contradict with what the normal teachings are and what the masters today talk about. This will contradict. And I have been a conflicting person on that. And that is why always I am on the target. But these are real deep truths I am telling you. Just do it from your heart, whatever you do. Whatever you do. First ask, why do you want to get into service? What is this? Why do I want to do seva? Most of the time, 98% of the time I've seen, I am going to do selfless seva. Arre, the moment you say I am going to do, khatam, gaya, selfless, selfishness aa gaya udhar. Selfish means I. The moment you say I am going to do now seva, gaya. There only it's gone before you have begun the seva. Why can't you just say I'm just going and doing what I love? Just be that way, no? Why go with the concept? Most of the 98% of the people who go with the concept of seva are doing it for returns. Because somebody has told you get punyas in that. You watch it and see. Right now also sit and become aware and see. Why have you been doing any kind of seva? Why have you been serving anybody else? Why? You will see there is not nishkam there. You are donating to some organization, you are giving charity, you are giving funds, you are giving food to some bhojanalaya, you are giving clothes to some poor, you are feeding the downtrodden, you are feeding and see all this. Why are you doing it from the scope of seva? Do you tell people सेवा करने जा रहा हूं या सेवा करने जा रही हूं, ये सेवा का टाइम है? It's very egoistic point. सेवा का टाइम है. That seva word itself is an egoistic term. It gives you the feeling that I am doing something for others. It also gives you the feeling of superiority. Immediately the other becomes inferior. Whom you are serving, उसके पास कुछ है नहीं, चलो कुछ कर देते हैं. फिर आ गया मैं, आई एम डूइंग इट. वाई? मेरे पास है, उसके पास नहीं है. Superiority, inferiority, gone. The concept is gone. सूक्ष्म लेवल पे gone. ग्लैमर स्पिरिचुअलिटी में ऑल फाइन, इट फाइन, फैंटास्टिक, कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं है. बिकॉज वी आर मोटिवेटेड बाय दैट टर्म ऑफ आई नीड टू डू सम. डूअरशिप, सेवा इज डूअरशिप. तो इन दैट डूअरशिप इफ यू से become selfless, it's very difficult because there is a doer always. The doer has to vanish. If the selflessness has to come, the doer has to vanish, which is very difficult. Very difficult. Go and do निष्काम सेवा without doership नहीं होता, बहुत मुश्किल है. When you say only मैं सेवा करने जा रहा हूँ, खत्म, मैं आ गया ना, doership आ गया, कर्ता बन गया, फिर कौन सा निष्काम हो गया? This is how we need to identify the ropes. This is simplifying. Going to the core of every teaching. Teaching is not a big thing. Going to the core of every teaching. I'm adding one more point to what Sri M said the other day. Sri M was telling in that video that depending on the guru alone also can be your biggest obstacle, because you are now depending on the master outside. Up karo, up karo. Everything only you are going to do. I am not going to do anything. I am not using my consciousness. I am depending on completely. Whatever is told, I will just do without even understanding. See, even the master says do Nishkam Seva, but what he is meaning is this: without the doership you do. But how many of us understand? So, what Sri M told was, there is no point just following blindly any master. He said, if I am standing here and if somebody comes and asks me Pondicherry or where is the road to Delhi, I can tell, oh, this way and go from here, you will go straight to Delhi. So, if that person goes from here and follows my advice and goes, he will reach Delhi. If he falls down on my feet, prostrates long, puts garland on me, worships my feet and goes on praising me, you have shown me the way to Delhi, you have shown me the way to Delhi, sing, oh, so great you are, anything going to happen? Not me, Sri M said this, a great mystic. He said, if you, I just sang it, he didn't sing it. He said, if you keep on worshipping me and garlanding me and talking, connecting with my body and praising me, what the hell is going to happen? You have not reached Delhi. The other one who went reached Delhi. Why? Because he just followed instruction. Go this way, he went. you are stuck here only in the body consciousness, praising. So he said, it is not the teacher, but it is the teaching that matters. Following the teacher is not a big thing. Following the teaching is what matters. I am going one more line. Not just following the teaching, but going to the core of the teaching and understanding. Like the teacher said, go and do Nishkam Seva. Go to the core and understand what is Nishkam Seva. This is what we are talking right now. And then do that. Then the right teaching also is got. The right attitude with which the teaching is given. The right meaning with which the teacher gives, that is reached to the disciple. लेने वाला कोई भी मोड पे ले सकता है उसको, any angle they might take it, and they might interpret in that their own fashion and keep on doing, and they might actually, instead of going to Delhi, they might go somewhere to Bengal, West Bengal, because they thought he said this way and maybe this way and this way, and they have gone somewhere else. Instructions are very simple. Complication is ours. So the diverse paths that we have outside, this point you can note down as the teachings, the actual teachings that happens. There are so many teachings and preachings and quotes, and so many masters are talking so many things. That's the complication. The simplicity is going to the core of this and going to the root of it. Like what I'm trying to say, if you just understand, I am that is containing in this book. Do you think you will want to read this book? If you understand this is the concept, everywhere you go in this is the concept. And if you understand what is this I am that, who is this I am that I am, and I shift into my awareness and become more aware and practice this, being I am that, I have got the point. I need not read all this. Are you getting the point? There is no point in reading all this again and again. It is meant for those who have very strong mind tendencies to break it. You can entertain your mind and keep on doing, but rather what I am saying, go to the core of the teaching. So another point is this: complicated quotes, teachings, preachings, all these messages, so many from so many masters. Go to the core of what they are trying to convey. What are they trying to convey? That catch. What is this? All this. What is all this trying to convey? It is this. I am that. You got the message. What is Ramana Maharishi's books doing? What is Tirumandiram doing? What is Chidakasha Gita doing? What is Bhagavad Gita doing? Go to the source of that. And how will you understand the source? You got to contemplate on it. Like I said, take one verse, read it. That's all okay. But live in that. Transfer that consciousness of the author. Whatever the author has written, Vedas hai to, the rishis, transfer that, become that consciousness. And once you become, you will understand what is the fundamental in that, what you need to catch. That is how you imbibe. So, simplifying this also, the teachings and quotes of multiple masters, this is another point that you can simplify. Because otherwise what we'll do, whole day we'll spend contemplating on so many masters, and we will like, the mind will keep us entertained. Oh, this is good, what he said is good, what he said is good, but we will never digest it. It will remain only on this intellectual level. That is why we feel no, that enough, we feel that, I keep on posting because there are all kind of seekers, there are new people, there are all kind of, it will go and appeal and help somebody or the other. But I'm telling, as you are seeing this, how you evolve in this also, this should reduce. That thing, that tattva should start becoming your tattva. And when that becomes you, your dependency on all this will start reducing. That is how you simplify these things. It also included like discourses, multiple discourses. Like this also, what I am talking, these are discourses. Hours of lectures, hours of talk. But if you catch this again the mind, see, it takes sometimes hours together to sink in one idea. Because the mind is not readily accepting it. If it would have accepted, they would have, I know this already. I know this stuff. But if you are finding it more this, that means the mind still wants to understand. So all the discourses for multiple gurus, multiple masters, multiple paths, religions, and all the videos of motivational speakers, this, that, all good. But it can become system overload. What we must understand is, again, what I said, like in the book, what is there, I am that. Catch that source point and practice that thing. What we are telling. Today's subject, what I am talking, simplifying the mind. So the core of today's whole, this should be simplified. You should hit the bullseye and then begin your practices to work on that by using all these techniques, no problem. But the end result should be that. Are you getting it? So that's how we simplify that thing also. And the more you simplify, you will start becoming more silent. Then the conversations become silent. Then the information becomes silent. You start getting it from within. So from all the noise outside, this is a noise which I am making, that should reduce into silence slowly. When will that happen? When you start doing it. Otherwise, if you are only in the receptive mode, you are only receiving whole day and night from the world. All those things. So you can cut down things. Look, too many activities are going on. You can cut down. Like you might be seeing so many videos and reading so many books, so many scriptures, so many texts, so many pages, so many. Go consciously and delete. Keep on. I do that very much. If I open my social media, I know where I have to go and I am only there. I will not entertain myself to go into any, because accidentally if I go into some other places also which I am not, I get lost into it. Waste of time and energy and your spiritual energy. And what we are trying to do is simplify things. We are trying to make more space for ourselves. So keep on removing the things. I am not saying do this, do that, but you see what is serving you. There will be sometimes so many, like I used to follow so many pages before, like 400, 500 pages, now hardly 100, 120. Only the ones that I want to get attention from, that is going to help me in this journey, not confuse me, not put me more into all that complications and too much of doership and all that, but which reduces my doership. So thinning, your choices have to thin, because as you thin out that, you are offloading. What I am trying to say is, you are actually shedding. So one important point that you should note now is offloading. Shedding things. We have accumulated a lot. Physical world, mental world, emotional world. 3 worlds. We are always accumulating something or the other all time. Poonam. Give and take. Where there is a give, there is a take. Please elaborate on this. I think you joined late. I told everything very clearly. Give and take. Did you join late? If you join late, then you can look into this video. I have elaborated on that give and take too much in detail. Okay, if not, just let me know. If you have been there and still not understood, you can let me know. Accumulating. We have been accumulating a lot of things. See, the first thing that you need to do is, I am telling you, consciously do it. Go right now into your physical home. Start with the physical self. Go into your physical room. Check out in the house. There will be lot of muck which is not needed, which you have not used for months together. Pick all those things one by one out. Dispose it off. Give it a whatever. Get rid of it. Physically. Physical room, physical house. It will include a lot of things which you have felt it will come useful, but it's not going to come. Take action on it, because your internal state is your external state. The way you keep your externals represents your internal. So if you just walk into somebody's home and just look around, you will come to know what is inside there. You can't hide it, because it's microcosm and macrocosm. It reflects whatever is inside, just reflects in your surroundings, in your life. If your life is too chaotic, too much of dramas and too much of things happening, this, that, and confusion, you don't know what's happening. Inside is that state of mind. The mind has all that. The mind is creating all those kind of environment and keeping you stuck in that. So it is two-way what I'm saying. You cleanse out from outside, your inner changes will start happening. Or you silence the mind and purify the mind, you'll see your automatic outside also starts purifying. The people, the places, the things which are not meant for you will go away on its own. You don't have to go outside and deal with people. You don't have to sit doing things outside. Anything. You don't have to do anything outside. You say, so many things to do. I have to take care of this one, I have to take care of that one, then I have to finish a deal with that one, I have to finish this, then this thing is pending, this what will do, this will keep it aside, and then this problem is there, that is there. Reflect and see, contemplate and see, where is this coming from? This is some energy that is coming from within only, that is still keeping unresolved things in your space. Why? Because if you give it the permission to get out or leave, any old issues, any unresolved issues, it will leave. It will not stay. It has no idea to stick around without your permission. It is only when you give permission, because there is some string attached somewhere, something is there from your end. That is why it's not going on. Then we say, no, this is not getting solved. My court case is there. I am getting some court cases. It's been 20 years. No, something from within is there that is connecting to your external conditions. So check out that. Do it both ways, either from within and also from outside. Okay, Poonam, let me see that. Offload things. Look out. Best place to go and look is your wardrobe. You'll find a lot of things there which you don't want to part with. Make guts, make the courage and part with it. What you only use, keep that. Rest, just give it off, distribute, dispose, throw away, whatever, destroy it, whatever. Get rid of it and see what happens. There are energies connected to the things that you keep as your prized possession, physical or emotional or mental. There is always energies attached to the consciousness of those things or that beings or that thought or whatever. When a soul departs and leaves the home, don't keep anything of that person's in your place. You are connecting to the consciousness of that. If you do not want that kind of consciousness in your, if it is some ascended master or a saint or something, keep, because that is okay with you, that kind of consciousness. But whose consciousness is not there, you wouldn't want to keep it, right? You will dispose everything, anything and everything, all materials, all articles, everything, jal samadhi, or burn it off. Check out all these spaces. Check out on all those things which you are. There will be lot, I'm telling you, there will be lot. If you, after this session, you just go and look at your house, careful look, and just look at wardrobe, your cupboards, your container spaces, your rooms. Just look around and see, is this really needed? Is this really, I'm telling you, you will see at least 40% of unwanted stuff in your house. That is a direct proportional theory Stand there only and see if it is 50%. Sometimes you might find 50-60% also unneeded. That means in your inner system also you are holding 50 to 60% unwanted things. It's a direct reflection. Live with little. Simplifying, the biggest secret of living simple life. Simple life, people think it's a hard life. You got to give up your pleasures, comfort. No, who said that? Simple life is the most comfortable life actually, because your dependency reduces. So many things. You have 50 dresses in your cupboard and you want to go out for an occasion. Imagine the plight of your mind to select through the 50. Would you like to select through 50 or 5? You get rid of 45 and you have just 5. It is very simple life. For me, utna bhi nahi hai, I think. 3 or 4. You will see me in the same kind of attire almost all the time. No choice, no problem selecting. Just go and. My master used to be in 2 pair always. 2 t-shirts I have always seen him changing. I think that was to get washed and that's all. And his slippers used to be for years. Same slippers. Simplified. Life simplified. No holding. No need of holding that kind of a space. See, just imagine the reflection of that. Lesser clothes, lesser utensils, lesser choices, and more space. Same inside. You think you have attachments. Attachment is not wrong. Again, I will not go with that false. Become a detached person. I am unattached. Saints do that. We are human beings. Attachment is okay, but become aware of that attachment. Be aware of the attachment. When you are aware of the attachment, you will not lose control over a certain point. So if you have attachment to 100 people, my relatives, my family, my this ka, uska, chacha ka, ladki ka, bete ka, nana ka, it goes on. उसका शादी है, उसका मैयत है, and it goes on. इसका यहाँ पे है, उसका all strings attached. These are connections. You might say I have nothing to do, but inside it is there. Physically you might not have contact, but inside all this is stored. These connection networks are there, grids are there, all, so many. And the more connected with people, places, things, the more attachments. There will be some kind of attachment. You cannot say, if you don't think of something, it doesn't mean there is no, there is some attachment. That is why it is in your space still. Even if you have not thought about a person for 5 years, but after 5 years something reminds you of that person and you get engrossed in that and you get lost in it, or you are affected by pleasure or pain, that means that person has existed in your system for more than 5 years, but you are not aware of it. That's all. Same like you have a dress that you have brought 10 years back, thinking that when you become slim and trim you will wear it, and you never became that. For past 10 years it's lying there, but you're hoping today or tomorrow you will become slim and trim and you can wear and get into that, and in that hope you have kept it there, and you say, I am not attached to that dress, but it's lying there waiting for its time to come, because you have programmed your mind. When that happens, then you have not released an attachment to that, though consciously you are not aware, but unconsciously you are connected to that dress. This is how we form links to unwanted people, places, things, environments. Consciously, when you become aware, you will start dropping which is not needed for you. Dropping courageously. Why I said stand in your room and courageously with guts do it, because you will not be able to do it. You will see this 40%, 50% तो इसमें नहीं चाहिए सा है, but you will not have a heart to part with it. Mark my words, do it today and see. And when that happens, when you say, I am unable to part with this, realize how attached you are to these things and what attachment that is doing. See, it is worthless in your life. It is no use in your life, but it is occupying such a big space in your life. Same with people, places, things in your mind. So, awareness will tell you about that. Just feel that not got it enough to stay with me. So true this says to move such things if I'm asked to get rid of. Poonamji, you jumped from that subject. I was thinking you're still in that give and take. Tanu, I really had questions about attachments. Thank you. Yeah, Tanu, many people have about attachment. Attachment is not, I'm telling you, there are gross teachings and preachings. There are fundamentals and rules, and every scripture, every path will talk about all these things. What it will talk? Attachment. Don't have attachment. That's all they can talk. Love unconditionally. Accept everyone. Forgive, just forgive. Let go. But do you know, if it was so easy, anybody could have done it. How many of us do it? That is the bottom line teaching. But I am telling you, if you go into the depth of it, you will understand, okay, I need to forgive. Why I am unable to forgive? Awareness will tell you where is the flaws, where is the catch. And until you go into that depth, you cannot really forgive. You might be happy with the teaching forgive. And you might even say, I have forgiven. No. Consciously you might have forgiven, but subconsciously there are so many strings attached. All these things I am revealing what happens deep within. Deep. It needs you to go to your awareness, not on your mind. Mind may all these teachings work. Everybody has by heart. We know, oh, this. But if you go, you'll see all those who are by hearted and all those who speak about it again and again are the people who are stuck in it. They will never be able to forgive. They will never unconditionally love. They will never accept a person that they are. I've seen big disciples of my master, very big disciples who talk so much, accept the way they are. They have never been able to accept me. They have never been able to forgive me. They have never been able to love me unconditionally. And I'm seeing a direct proof. What are you talking and what are you doing? So easy to talk. So talks will not help us in practical life. You have to go in depth and see, why am I unable to do that? What is holding me? Yeah. Okay. Good, you got it. So all this practical spirituality I'm saying, come if you want to simplify your life, that also you can write down. One is spirituality, one is practical. Be very practical with these things. Don't just go into that too much of hangama kind of stuff. Simplified is always silent. It is not so much of big show and drama. Spirituality, where there is show and drama, it's all mind activities again. It's a full active mind, active life. It is like going to the pub and wanting to relax. You might relax for some time, you might have a booze, you might get some shots, and sometime you might be. But when you return back home, nasha utar jayega. When you are back to square one, then you need to go to the pub again, discotheque, and do some dance. It's all very funny. Practical spirituality. And these concepts about godliness. Suddenly I see whenever people get into spirit, suddenly they go into a different mode. Suddenly they become divine. Suddenly, be very careful about this. Huh? Be very careful. Practical spirituality. Be very careful. Be careful of not acting divine, being divine. When you are divine, when you be divine, there is nothing to demonstrate. You love being divine. There will be no concerns as how will others love me being divine. See the difference? Divinity means you are enjoying that divinity. Only you know you are divine. Other people should not know you are divine. When other people know you are divine, shuru hota hai problems. Many years back, there was a girl who had actually come to this divinity, very divine. All the time in spiritual talks, all the time, and not just talks, that being. And talks also would be that way only, very nice, very divine, and all that. Not that she did not have a life, because I used to see her very glamorous life and all that. Everything is there, but in that glamour only divine, very divine. And then she was searching for a better half. So most of the girls and boys in spiritual communities have this tendency of wanting to attract similar kind of person from the same community. Like one community A is there, they will not want another girl or boy from another community, because the two masters, two paths will clash, so they cannot go with that. They will remain in this community and say, I am a spiritual person, I accept everyone the way they are, but they will never accept somebody from another community. It's very difficult, because that they cannot. So genuinely you will come to know how much acceptance is there. Acceptance means everything. Koi bhi community, what does it matter, how does it matter? So this person was trying to find a partner from the same community, and I got hooked once in that. So somehow it felt like I'm a very divine person, because I was singing divine songs and doing divine activities. So I became very divinely. So the message came that, you are like Shiva and I am Adi Parashakti. So I am like Shakti. Now you are Shiva. I said, what is this now? I said, it's that state. I'm in that state. So I'm like the Divine Mother. And what I am looking for a spouse is always somebody who's on that level. And who can be on the level of Ma, Adi Parashakti? It can be only Shiva. So she saw somebody like Shiva and said, Shiva. I said, please forgive me, my dear one. I'm so scared now that you are trying to see Shiva and all in somebody. I said, you are of very high state. You have already become the Divine Mother. I am not Shiva, but I am a Shiva Bhakta maybe, and that too an imperfect one. So I said, please carry on. Find a Shiva somewhere else, or go to Shiva himself, because these are not, we are not worth you. People like us are not worth you. You need somebody very high. Please go there. It had become a chaos that time. Long back this was, maybe 7 years back. So there are this kind of things also, where we cannot be grounded, we cannot be humble, we cannot consider ourselves humans. That is why I always say, first become humans, then become spiritual. If you are a 100% human being with all the 100% human qualities, because that is why you have got a human body, my dear, because you are here to enact the human being qualities. If you were worse than a human, you would have got some Pashu Yoni. You are better than animals, so you got a human, but you are still imperfect. And you are here to work out your imperfections by working it out, by living through it, not by avoiding it, distracting it, or not accepting that and assuming something else. Spirituality, heights of spirituality, these are all catches actually, where we try to become spiritual and divine without being a human first. Until you complete humanness, you cannot become spiritual. That is why it is said, you have to have a Manushya Sharira to transcend and become God. To become God, you need a human body. Means what? You need to become a human, live as a human, and transcend it step by step, and then move ahead. You are not getting a body to just jump into a divine being. Then why did you get a body? You would have directly jumped into something else. Are you getting it? So these are practical spiritualities. We have become aware of our attachments. We must get rid of unwanted objects. Not just outside. Inside there are a lot of things which is not serving the purpose. Sit and contemplate and find out what are the things that is absolutely not useful for me on this day and this day forward. It might have been, lot of things might have been. You look into your computer, open your laptop, open your computers, you'll see again 50-60% of nonsense there. You take your mobile, see unwanted apps, unwanted things, unwanted photographs. You have taken tens and thousands of selfies, which one also you don't post it anywhere. One also you have not relooked it. So many photos you have taken, all collages, all folders filled, and see how much have you utilized it. Holding on to, in the hope that kabhi kaam aayega. In that hope only we build baggages. Even relationships, we don't, kabhi kaam aayega. Relatives, we don't want to live, kabhi kaam aayega. Who knows? We cannot leave people, we cannot live alone. क्या पता कब काम आए. सी, किसी की मैयत पे जाना है, मर गए हैं, जाना है, नहीं गया तो क्या होगा? अरे ठीक नहीं है ना. क्या होगा? इट्स नॉट गुड, यू हैव टू गो. ठीक नहीं, क्या होगा? यू डोंट अंडरस्टैंड, एवरीबडी गोज. अरे सीधे सीधे बोलो ना, तेरी मैयत पे कोई नहीं आएगा, ये डर है तुमको. शादी हो रही है, जाना पड़ेगा. क्यों? मेरी शादी में कोई नहीं. That's why I called it a weird word. We calculate and accumulate all these deals, so that कभी काम आएगा, कोई काम आएगा उसके लिए. हर चीज इन्वेस्टमेंट है, हर चीज में इन्वेस्टमेंट है. कभी कोई काम आएगा मेरा. We get into relationships also sometimes unknowingly. काम आएगा कभी तो. Might be some useful for me somewhere. I've seen many boyfriend girlfriend types of. They have 3, 4 girlfriend boyfriends. तो मैं बोलता हूँ, अरे the other day I saw you talking and so seriously about that girl, and now you're talking about this. What's going? What is that? पता नहीं ना. I am not confident of which of these 3. All 3 चल रहा है, बट मेरे को मालूम नहीं एक भी ड्रॉप होगा. कभी तो काम आएगा, कोई तो काम आएगा. See how we hold on to things. We cannot take split decisions. This is not beneficial, I am done with it. This is beneficial, I keep this, whatever. And then when you do with that kind, you will see only you will have petty little things. And when you have little things, your life is fulfilled, my dear. Your whole 24 hours will easily distribute it properly to everything. All those prioritize whatever. You don't have to run here and there. You don't have to be so busy. You don't have to cut off from certain things and dam gutke merge your experiences and keep all that invalid. It means we have the potential, but we are not living a free, fulfilled life. We are doing all this in the hope that आगे एक दिन कभी तो जाके ये सब सुलझेगा. नहीं सुलझेगा, उलझेगा. Because there is no action that is being taken. There is action needed at every point. Free will choice. Until those actions, because all these actions put together gives the mega action in the end. This all matters, everything matters. What we do every single day to iron out, to work towards that goal, what we want. Whatever, it might be worldly success or spiritual success, whatever. It has to be crystal clear that this is becoming an obstacle, I move this. Then no more, it's done with. We must have the guts and courage to do that. Then by the end of a certain days or weeks, you'll see that your cluttered life has become uncluttered. Now there is so much of space, you can play around with that space. You can utilize that space in a better way. This is how I use my space. I have no commitments for anything, but I'm all the time available to myself, whole day and night. There's no single time where I say that I have a dearth of commitments and so much busy in something. Nothing. Though I'm working all the time, it's not that I'm sitting empty. I'm doing something. You can see the interaction that the posts that I make. It needs a lot of time. And I'm involved into all that, but it's not with any commitment. It's a free loop thing that's just happening spontaneously. It keeps on happening without a particular kind of thing. So this is again simplifying. Okay, cluttering and uncluttering. You can note this point about uncluttering. Complications are the clutter that we have in the physical, emotional, and mental level. And the sooner you unclutter, you will see suddenly your life becoming spacious. Then, sorry, you will be able to do the higher goals very easily. Suppose you are a spiritual person and want to commit a lot of time to your self growth and all that. You cannot commit to self growth if you have too much of pending issues in your mind or around. You get to get rid one by one by taking prompt actions at certain intervals. Okay, so that you again you can simplify your life. Another important point that I always talk about it is the fanatic behavior and the openness. One is fanatic rigidity towards everything, rigid, very rigid. Fanatic means you are very rigid on everything. Like if you come from a culture in your home, you have a certain culture at home, and there are certain ways, this is the way we do it, this is the way we do it, हमारे इसमें यहाँ पे ऐसे होता है, या in our community, in our the path, वी हमारे इसमें हम ऐसे करते हैं भजन, हमारे इसमें ऐसे पूजा करते हैं, हमारे इसमें ये बोला जाता है, हमारे इसमें ऐसे कर, ये हमारा 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 जो है, these are all rigid rules. How do you know if it is fanatism? Yesterday somebody asked me a question. I am little confused if this is my fanatism, because I am doing certain processes, some reading some scriptures or reciting some mantras or something. She said, Khadugmala and something. She said, I don't know all that. Then somebody told her to read this Sahasranam, Vishnu Sahasranam, something, and she said, no, I don't want to do that. I am just focused on this. So she asked me a question, am I fanatic now? Fanatic doesn't mean following your path strongly. That doesn't mean fanatic. What you're doing with core interest and belief, which is coming from your heart, you want to do a certain paranam, a certain process, a certain method, a certain meditation, a certain technique, a certain scripture, whatever it is coming from your heart and you're doing it joyously, whichever path you are, openly you're doing it. That does not come under fanatism. Fanatism means blind belief. Somebody has told you have to do it, otherwise kuch nahi hai. So then I take this part, that part, I read this part. A heart is not here in this. I don't feel like reading, but bola gaya, we have to do it. We have to do it. And that is how many people do sadhana also. हमको बोला गया है ऐसे ही करना है, ऐसे ही करना है. I have to do it. And नहीं हो रहा भैया. 4-5 महीने हो गए मैं कोशिश और नहीं छोड़ दिया मैंने. Why? Because it's not coming from your heart. You are following because of fanatic. It's become fanatic. Fanatic means that rigidity, hardcore. Kattarpanthi it is called. Kattarpanthi. Kattarpanthi means again rigidity. It's not flexible. So that fanatism you have to check out. Not in the paths, and I'm not saying go and change the paths. No. I'm saying see what appeals to you in the same path. Whichever path you are in, or whichever religion you are in, see what you are doing from your heart and what you are doing out of fear or greed. Fanatics means that. Fanatics means it is done out of compulsion, obligation. It is not done from the free will. एक डर है, किया नहीं तो कुछ गड़बड़ हो जाएगा, या किया तो कुछ मिलेगा मुझे, ये किया करने से ये फायदा होगा, नहीं करने से नुकसान होगा. These both come under fanatism. Be careful of that. Practicality, again I'm telling you, spirituality is not so complicated. No God is sitting somewhere and telling you break your bones and twist yourself and burn yourself literally and destroy yourself literally to achieve. Nobody is telling that. Some people are there, some like agoris and all, if you see, they actually go to the extreme tapas, austerities, where extreme torture is done to their bodies, but they are doing it from the soul. Remember this. It is not fanatism. Are you getting the difference? They are doing it. Though you don't have to stand in the sun for hot hours for 4 hours, 8 hours a day, stand on one leg. It is not needed for you to. That is your understanding. It is correct for you. But for that person who's doing it, he is doing it with full conviction, full interest. For that person, it is not fanatism. But if you try to do it because somebody has told you and then you try to do it, then it is fanatic for you. Are you getting it? That's rigid. anything that doesn't come from your heart. Everything can be simplified. Every sadhana can be simplified. Like I told you about invocations, there are so many processes. It's for the start, people. As you progress, you just go directly into the sadhana, that's all. You invoke just by thought. The whole mandala, the guru, everything just in thought. You don't have to go into the process. Yesterday I was talking to somebody, I was saying, we had a friend, we used to go outside to many places, to Rome and the spiritual tours. And then we all would sit on the table, and then I would see everybody's hand going like this. They are invoking, blessing, praying, I don't know what, before the meal. Everybody will do like this, then they will look at each other in 2 minutes. And not just they look at each other, we, even the customers are looking at each other. What's happening here? What? Kya chal raha hai? Kya chal raha hai? Many people think they are doing some namaz or something, like this. I used to think, what is this about? Then somebody told me, oh, that we are praying, blessing the food. Okay. Then that person asked me, you don't bless your food? I said, yeah, I do. We didn't see you. Yeah, you didn't see me. I don't have to show how I bless my food. Why do I have to show people how I bless my food? It is internal. I look at my food with lot of love and with gratitude and blessing to that food and good energy to it. That's done. How many seconds does it take? Simplifying things. We used to carry big asanas, and we used to lay down the asanas and then sit on it, and the carrying was a big problem. Those days asanas were like woolen. Nowadays we get thin. So we used to carry literally, and that was a big headache. We used to leave all our baggage in the room, but ये आसन इतना बड़ा होता था. We used to take for jiva samadhis and all that. Then slowly I started dropping that stuff. It is said, yeah, it will protect your energies and all that, and it's fine. In the yogic methods, they do that to protect you. That is why deer skin and all that is used. But once somebody asked Ramana, is tiger skin needed under our seat? He said, if the tiger skin is not there, will the earth eat away all your energy and suck your energy and throw you out or something like that? You are part of nature, he said. Nothing of that sort happens. It's all in the mind. Everything is in the mind. Simplifying the processes. All these processes are there. But without adambar, if you go into it, if you go straight into the point and do what you have to do, everything is within. That is why I say, you might note this point, about fanatism and rigidity and simplicity. Very, very simplicity. That is why I say, become non-dual. The biggest secret, if you want to simplify your life very easily, become non-dual. Go towards non-duality. This also point you can notice. Non-dual versus duality. Duality is complications. Diversity is too extreme, it will take you outside. Duality will always take you outside. Bahimukhi. Remember this. And we are all talking all this awareness, everything is inward journey, inner path, antarmukhi, and non-duality. Under duality cannot come. Today morning we did one practice where we just merged my consciousness, the higher consciousness, and the space in which I live. All have become one. There is no difference. Non-duality. Where did it happen? Did it actually happen outside? Did you have to actually go and throw some energy there? No. It was in your awareness. You were doing it deep in your awareness, inside. Non-duality, that is. And these practices are very powerful. I told my friend the other day, so many sick things happening, and the daridrita bolte na ghar mein. Some people say sadesati and all that. It's the same thing, daridrita and that negative energies and the influence of that. Whatever, it might not be just your karma, it can be even the family karma. Family karma is family drama. Ancestral karma, the lineage that you have. So many adhogatis and so many who are not mukt, their energies, everything will be linked to your family and your lineages, and you are part of that, so you are going to be affected. But you can opt to be out of it. You can always opt to be out of family karma by first working on yourself. Because first you have to get liberated. You cannot liberate them directly. You have to completely liberate. How do you liberate? By disconnecting from the family drama. There is something called generational curse that happens in the families. That is why we get born into those families also, because somewhere there is a generational curse and we also have this, that kind of a curse. So we get connected with that kind of a lineage where we have to also suffer that kind of a consequence. So we get born in such kind of families, and then there are these curses that comes. So it influences. You can't immediately get out of it. Why you have been born is because there are lessons for you to learn from that kind of curses, that kind of negativity, something for you to learn. Not necessary that you will get liberated when your family learns about it. No, that's wrong. Many people think, oh, it's a family karma, so I am stuck till everybody is stuck. No, not necessary. What is family? Group of souls. Previous janmas, they were all different. Some other stories. Some distant, some enemies, some friends, some close, some loved ones. Same. Roles change, bunch, new bunch. That's family. And the bunch comes with some other lineages. You get born under that and you fall into that. So it's repeated drama which goes on in the family, that lineage. So to get out of the drama, you got to cut out of all these dramas yourself. If you become liberated from all this attachments and the responsibility that you take for this, that, the lineage, you're not responsible. You were born into that. You become a responsible spiritual being when you actually disconnect and heal that generational curse. You are actually saving that family from further damage if you enlighten and move out of that karmic stuff. If you get entangled in it, if you cannot win the war by jumping into that pool of warriors. You will only get stuck in the war. To first achieve conquering of that, you need to get out of that loop. The war and things go on there, but you need to stay afloat from that, not affected by that, any of that drama. Then you are out of it. Then from this point, when you are free, completely free, then only your energies will influence. When you are in this, your energies cannot influence because you are part of the drama. You are part of that give and take, strong give and take. You cannot heal those by being in that. You have to first liberate yourself out of it and then help them. Like today I said, this light channeling, what we did, this can never come if you are too much grossly engrossed in that. Try to do it and see. If you have been offended by somebody in the family, you will not be able to forgive them. You will not be able to immediately give them love or light energy or something like that. Or you might not be able to deal with the things because there are so many things happening. Only when you're detached, only you will be able to channel more light. That compassion will be there. Oh, let it help them also. So the more detached you are, the more powerful your light. The more attached you are, the more little light will go. Because there is some still, not happiness with each other somewhere. When things get done out of love and compassion, does the law of karma work the same? It depends on your intention, what your intention is, Anitaji. When you're doing out of love, and see, here I will go very deep into this, and don't take this anything adverse. And what awareness tells, I will just go with that. See, when things get done out of love and compassion, does the law of karma work? If you ask me on a very sukshma level, I will say it will not work because there is a condition attached in your question itself. Because when you say, when I do things out of love and compassion, karma, does it affect? That means you are still bound by the effect of law of karma. You are still concerned by whether this will work or not. So that means it's a conditional behavior. That love and compassion also is coming out of even the thought of karma, and this will, on a very deep level. We need not go on that, but I'm telling you, this is how we need to understand it. So the moment you understand that no, there is a certain kind of condition, then how can it, work out the law of karma. Simple, what I would say in this, what you are asking is, law of karma works out. Just do it out of your being. Not even do, it's like being. More than doing, the word being is more important. You can keep this always in your mind. Replace the word doing with being. See, now here you asked something. When things get done, doing, do, doership. It's one hint I'm telling. In our thoughts only, we can just measure that out. See, now if I just change this, when things are being out of love and compassion. Small change. Instead of things being done out of love, or I'm saying, what if things are being out of love and compassion? The being is one. Being means you are. You are just that. You are not doing anything. Doing means you are not love, but you are now doing love. You are not that really, but you are doing that. So the attempt should be into becoming that, being that. So when you go into that being mode, when you naturally are, then you need not worry about whether it is helping. It will help only. It has to help. I hope that was clear. It was a little difficult to communicate on that. So duality, I was saying, be very careful about dualities. If you want to simplify life, non-duality. Always look at everything in similarity. Always see your connection with things. Whatever you do, be connected to it. Be connected with the world, the consciousness of the world. Know yourself to be a part of this whole consciousness. You are not separate from this. Dual consciousness means you are separate. You cannot tolerate anything outside that. You see that as separate, this as. That is why I am against most of the paths. Paths always become separate. They will say, हमारा तुम्हारा आ गया उधर. हमारे इसमें ऐसा होता है, gone. Religion, हमारे इसमें gone, duality. Families, the lineages, हमारे इस प्रथा में ऐसे नहीं चलता. हमारी परंपरा में gone. You have split yourself from the consciousness of others. You have said that I am separate. So when you say हमारे, superiority complex. हमारे means हम ऐसे करते हैं, वो ऐसे करते हैं, वो लोग हमारे इसमें ऐसा होता means बाकी वो नहीं करते वैसा. So you are looking immediately inferior at others. We are looking superior. So that does not happen in the ultimate reality. What we are talking, where are we going to that one source from where all is that? Hamara Tumara also is created by that only. So if you start living in that awareness that I am a part of this consciousness, I am a part of everything, in whatever I do, I am a part of it. You will move like this. It might be very difficult for the ego to understand this. Like I am saying, Islam people are there. Embrace Islam. You might say, no, how can I do that? Impossible. You don't know, you are talking like this, but you don't know the kind of atrocities those people do. You don't know the kind of ignorance that they do. I know everything. But there are atrocities on both sides. We only don't see from our side because we are in favor of our side. There are so many mistakes I see when two families fight. And if I am in this family, I will always see the fault of that family and say that they are like this. I will never say my people are this way. Whenever we talk, we never say, okay, we had a quarrel, let's find out. Okay, my people did this, okay. Will we begin with that? Never. We'll say, yo, you guys did this way. Then we might or not even talk about this. Split personality, that is like two different. So we are appreciating even the fault of our own. We are glorifying our own fault because it is ours, the pride of me and mine. This is what I call me and mine. So my community does anything, it's all fine. My religion does anything, I will not talk about that religion. You don't know about it. See, this is all a drama, cosmic drama that is going on the lower planes. When you go on the higher realms, you will come to know that consciousness, this doesn't work. There, if you don't learn this lesson, the universe is very shrewd. You might here not accept them, but that same universe will throw you into that community in your next life. There are many examples I can give, including my own life. You condemn something outside and you say, I don't like that. Nature will place you exactly amongst them. Exactly, you will be placed among them. Raga Dvesha, likes and dislike, this is called the biggest challenge of spirituality. Raga Dvesha, attachment and aversion. Attachment we talk, even aversion is a problem. Likes and dislikes, I like this, I love this, I don't like this, I don't like this. You're gone. Whatever you don't like will be in your life. You always see this. I used to never love chana. Chana, what is that called? You know what is chana. Chana ka dal, I never loved. I never liked it. And I saw wherever I went, chana used to come. Wherever. Any ashrams, any homes, any chana only used to be there. I used to say, what the hell is this? Anything that you dislike will be a pattern. That's the nature. Because raga dvesha means attachment and aversion means it is attachment. Even aversion is attachment. Whom you hate, you are attached to. You might say, I love this person so much, but I hate this person. No, they are taking equal space in your mind. Why? Because whom you hate, you think all the time. Raga dvesha. Likes and dislikes. Anywhere I did not like something, that only would happen. Anything that I did not like in my life, I would see that only happening. And then I would say, why me only? Everything leaving, why me? These are my impressions that is going out. My energy level that is going out. I don't like this, I don't like this, I don't like this. And what you like, that will run far away from you. Whatever you like, you want it desperately, you will see that will become more and more far from you. This is how it runs. What you dislike will follow you. What you like will move away from you. When you stay centered, both will not affect. What is good for you, that also will come. What is bad, that also will come, but you are unaffected by even the bad. That is why if you condemn another community, another religion, and you say it's not good, most of them find themselves being born in that religion. I don't like Muslims. Horrible. Oh, I hate them. I don't talk about them. When I die, I say the next Janma I have gone and taken birth in a Muslim family. And I am raised up there. From Bachpan only I am taught how to read the namaz and everything. And by the time I am 8-10 years old, I am a Kattar Islamist. And by the time I am an adult, Islam, nothing else. Islam is everything, nothing else. I condemn all other religions. What has happened? The thing that you hated, you are there and now you are experiencing that. This is how Prakriti places you to learn that lesson. Don't hate because you do not know. You do not know. You go there and see what you are thinking is not right. You are saying Islam is that way. Now see, you are only saying Islam is everything. It has taught you. This is how Prakriti teaches. This is the law of non-duality. So if you understand this, and from start only if you start moving towards non-duality, you will be saving lot of unwanted dramas in your life and lifetimes. Better catch on non-duality always in everything. And non-dual is very simple, very straight. Non-dual is the path of inward, dual is outward. So if you have tendency of going outward all the time, you will see you are stuck in the diversities. But if you are a non-dual person, you will see that you are always inward. It cannot be mismatch. Have you seen me anytime talking about duality? I will always talk about non-duality. All my things what I share is non-duality. And you will see all my work is internal. Can you see that? They go hand in hand. You cannot be an inward person and then you talk about non-duality, duality, and there's this good, this you will not go into that. If you are doing that, that means this is wrong, this is not true. Then I am not an inward person, I am an outward. You look at any paths and you look at the people who make those paths. If the tendency is more of me and mine and Hamara community, Tumhara, ours is best, ours is the only best, they will have all the prakriyas of outside. Dualistic. Everything will be their nature, their talks, their acts, their actions, everything. The methods, technique, everything will be dual. Because that duality is affecting them, that diversity. They cannot go into that. But the people who are non-dual, who don't see differences. You will see they are always antarmukhi. They'll always have all things within only. They will not talk anything of the outside world. They will go straight to the core. Why? Because it's a quality, it goes hand in hand. So I am revealing to you some secrets. If you catch non-duality, you automatically become inward. That is what I am trying to tell. Or if you are an inward person, you will see your qualities are non-dualistic. It cannot be different. You will check in your own characteristic and see. It answered me too for give and take clarity. Okay. Simplicity is blissful, Krishna. It is. Simplicity is beautiful and simplicity is life. You'll see there is life in simplicity. You look at nature outside. So simple. The thing is so simple. Nothing complicated. You look at one worm that is climbing on that like this is going. Is going on that. No complication, nothing. It is just moving at its own speed. It doesn't know where it's going, what it's going to do, what it's going to have for dinner, what it is tomorrow, where is its kids. Nothing. It is going because naturally, spontaneously, it's attracted towards something, some food or something. For the moment, it's living in the moment. You look at anything in Prakriti, it's all in the moment. In the moment. They all live in the moment. Note down this point also, in the moment. Simplicity is coming and being in the moment. This can come if you are a practitioner of awareness. More aware you are, you will live in the present moment. You will not have to worry about what will happen next. You just are a person who will just work on today, now, in the now moment. What am I supposed to do now? I'll do. What decision, whatever that thing is. And even after that decision, all this thing, because of my simple life, what I'm saying, simplicity, when you start into simplicity, so much space that I can relish in my now moment. My every moment is calm, peaceful, and fully I'm relishing out of it. I'm taking full use of it. There is nothing rigid. There is nothing to do that I am stuck in. I got to do this. I have to do this. There's a discipline of this. Oh, आज सोमवार I forgot. My God. आज तो व्रत था. Okay, shall I move the time now? What should I do? Okay, I'll do that. Rigid. Vrat you missed? Okay, fine. It was supposed to be morning 6 to afternoon 3. Okay, no problem. 12 o'clock you realize it. 12 to 6 or casual. It will be very spontaneous. I missed it. Okay, now what? Okay, time. ऐसा करेंगे. You'll move on. Immediate. A person who is in the present will easily adapt. Easily, immediately will adapt to any situation. It will not be too much of stressful thinking, worrying and all that. Because you are in the moment. That's what I said. Prakriti, you look at everything in nature. Because I am a person who's I always keep noticing everything in nature. The birds, the bees, the butterflies, and so free they are. They don't even have concept of death. They don't even know when they are going to die. They live fulfilled. Completing whatever they want to do. They are living in their moment. In the moment. I look at my cat so many times. It is not in a hurry only. It will sit somewhere and gaze outside. There it will sit there and it will be gazing outside for hours together. My mom will be saying, what it keeps on looking hours together, it's sitting there and doing like that. For us it is boring. How can somebody sit and look that? For it is eternity. For the cat, blissful moments. It's not in the any like negative raga nahi, dvesha nahi, nothing. It's just looking. One bird is coming, it's very actively looking, very sharing. I have seen sometimes ant is crawling, it is looking at the ant. 1 hour that ant will move from here to here and here to here, here to here, here to here. And my cat is constantly as though it is watching its every step. It's in the moment. Most beautiful examples in Prakriti you will get. Everything in Prakriti except humans are in the moment. Humans are not. They're not in the moment. Now they are thinking of the next moment. Always in the next what? Where they are? What will I do after this? In the moment, nahi. They cannot relish. While they are doing some activity, they are thinking about the next activity. While they are in today, they are thinking about tomorrow. So they can never live today's fulfilled. Avadut Siddhapaji was there, whom I used to go so many times. So he had only one thing. He used to be cutting vegetables. Whenever I go, he's cutting vegetables and cooking and making for people. He knew first only. I have seen, experimented and see. We used to travel and go. We used to make a sankalpa, let's go to meet him. And whenever we are going, he's cutting vegetables. Rice will be already cooking there. And here is cutting vegetables. Rice will be exactly the quantity of people that have come there. 4 people to 4 people के लिए exact rice रहेगा. That means he knows who's coming. Nowadays he's not allowing anybody. He's like kicking out, literally thrashing people and all that. But when I used to go there and cutting vegetables. So first time when I went and I sat there, we were waiting. Now he'll finish now and he'll 10 minutes, 15 minutes, half an hour, 1 hour, still cutting. We are sitting there and we are all getting restless. Like there we are scratching our head, looking here, there, should we go or what should we do? He's there, he's not bothered. He's completely cutting and so much of sabji is cutting. And how he's cutting? He's not cutting too much in that 1 hour. Same thing, same quantity of that vegetable is cutting and that knife, he has kept it under his leg, that knife, whatever it is, cutting. He'll make it small pieces. Then he'll take those pieces and cut again, mince it. Then again he'll take that, mince it. He will literally make like almost pieces in that same thing. And he's doing and doing. 1 hour passed. I thought, what is he doing? When is he going to stop? Then after that, all that cooking and all that, he moved aside. He went out to the farm. I said, oh, fine. He's done now. He put that sabzi into the vessel and he's gone out. So we said, now he's free. He'll come. Then he went into he brought some other things from there and he came again. And he came and sat. Next item of vegetables. Something radish or something. Again he began cutting. Oh my God. Ekagrita. Same what the cat is doing. Uninterrupted awareness. What did I say? Nisargadatta Maharaj, what we read just now. Uninterrupted awareness. That awareness which is there, it is uninterrupted. Whatever he is doing, continuous. Eyes, everything. He is in samadhi actually doing that. We can't notice that because humanly we'll say, what boring thing is doing, how much time is taking. That's his sadhana. They don't need sadhana, but that is his way of living. He is lost in that. Avadut Prakashanandi I met in Kumbakonam. Used to be staring like this, hours together. Eyes always open, staring. Mark my words, the mystics whose eyes are always open, they are not of this world. Whose eyelids don't blink. Avadut Prakashananda was one whom I saw always. He never blinked also like this. Osho was another. Great mystic. He was one mystic who could keep his eyes open even while he is talking. You look at his eyes. Piercing eyes. No blink. Such mystics are always living in some other dimension. They are not in this. They are not people of this dimension. They are mistaken because of our thing only, but they are not ordinary people. Look at Osho's. The eyes will be always open, and it will be moist all the time. They are in this state. Look at Nityananda, Bhagavan Nityananda. Look at his eyes. He will be always in one position. It freezes. If you guys were there during the live session from Kanjangad that I did, I told you one experience. I was walking and suddenly I went into that state where everything just freezed. I was just thinking about the caves. I was getting distracted. I don't know. Some personal life drama was going in my mind during my Kanjangad visit there. So I was a little disturbed. And I was just thinking while walking, oh, what is this disturbing me? Let me put my awareness on the caves. I was not in the caves. I was outside walking towards my room. So I just thought about the 44 caves inside space, and suddenly I freezed. I was walking. Fast I was walking, the space became very slow, and I could see my eyes dilated. I told that in that live also. So this, it revealed to me that awareness can do that to you. Awareness means you are moved into another dimension, and that shows physically. Proof. See how powerful these techniques are. It can just split. I was talking about Avdutas, Siddhapaji, and then he'd cut, finally. And then I thought, was that also he cut? And then 1.5 hours passed. I said, now at least and he kept everything aside, and then he sat with his legs folded like this. I said, now he has time, now something will happen. Then he took out a cigarette. Puff, he was puffing, and complete smoke, everything in slow motion going. Then he was with a cigarette. Whatever they do, they were fully mindful, fully aware of that. They were teaching. These are how Avdutas teach practically. For those whose eyes and ears are opened, whose awareness is opened, they will catch it, what they are trying to tell. Ekagrita. The power of that uninterrupted awareness. Prakashananji, uninterrupted awareness. Always in that state. I used to see him. Once I was sitting next to him only. It was almost late evening. So he has no body consciousness. So he will look here and there like this. They look like madmen. Huh? You look like this here, slow motion, and then suddenly he spotted one groundnut, peanut that is fallen there. He stared at that peanut. I was observing him. He was only staring at that peanut. See, his full focus went on there. After some time, his hand slowly went to the peanut. He caught hold of the peanut, and then he looked at it for a lot of time. And then he was in his own world. Then he was looking here, there. But while he was looking, I could see he was playing with that. He was sensing the peanut completely. Round thing. He's catching everything. Every corner he's like playing with it for hours together. For the rest of the time he was with that peanut only. One peanut in hand. Completely doing with that. Completely in that experience. It felt like he has entered into that peanut, or the whole world has become that peanut for him. See? Uninterrupted awareness. The Avdutas. What they teach. This can be seen in most of the Avdutas. They do that. Very spontaneously this happens to them. So I was talking about my cat. Living in the moment. These are all in the moment. See how much they are in the moment. They are not having any idea of the next moment. And that is what I am trying to say. If you live in the moment, what you do, if you relish 100%, you'll be contented in your life. I always say this, whenever I am doing some work, I am engrossed in that work. Work is my priority, nothing else. Then I am fully in that. If I am talking to somebody on the phone, I am completely there. I have told this also many times. If I am, then no other undivided attentions. It is there. Quality stuff. I am living life, experiencing life, whatever that is, completely there. Then there is no other. I will not work, or I will not get whatever. While I am eating, it's eating. Fully focused on the food. There is nothing like watching television or watching the mobile while eating. You are in that. These are little habits, if you put on in your life, you will see that your life is getting a completion of that uninterrupted awareness. You will move into that. And with uninterrupted awareness, what? You automatically start living in the moment. Then you are not worried about tomorrow. You will just work on today. That is why sometimes I have conflict in understanding sometimes why it takes so much time, and why so much of tension about tomorrow, day after. You don't know. It's like this. What you will know? Okay. Your condition, I know. It's a dual state. That's why it's happening. I'm thinking from a non-dual state. What if you just live in the moment and relish it? Whatever. Live as though this is your last day. That's all. You don't know about tomorrow, whether you'll be there or what. So that contentment will come, and that contentment is the peace and satisfaction. How? Simplified life. If you have a simplified life, you will be able to move into the zone of presentness, that awareness. Even when you're walking, when you're talking, you will live. I would highly suggest those who are interested to practice this awareness. This program I had once developed for Karjat Ashram while I was there with my master. Karjat and Lucknow Ashram. He had given me the permission. You do one program. You design a program, whichever. I trust you completely. You do whatever you want to do. So we had made a 7-day program where all the inmates would come, and very serious it was. So he told me, you send me whatever your details are, whatever you feel input. I will just see it, but I will not interrupt in your process. You do whatever you feel like, but I need to see it just to ensure that things are. I said, okay. And he said only one thing, food I will decide. Only food I will decide, rest all you do. Okay, then he made the program, khichdi hoga, and twice, only once a day khichdi, and then there was tea, that too herbal tea, bale ka tea and tulsi tea and all that stuff. So that he said rigid, baki you do. So the rest of the time, 7 days we were utilizing. First we discarded the mobile, no mobile, strict. I told my master. He said excellent, go ahead. Then after that, mobiles would be confiscated. Only after 7 days you get it. So we had given a message very clearly: those who can live without mobile for 7 days, those who can live without their people, business, and all that stuff, only come here. Only then you are ready for this kind of a program. It's a deep program, deep intensified program where there is not much of doership. So in that I had not added much of only the sadhana part was doership. Rest all was non-doership. It included even 2 hours of seva a day. Not seva, we didn't even call it seva. We said work to do, just simply काम करना है. You keep yourself involved, because seva means another zone it will go. So people were supposed to exchange their roles in the kitchen, that same person in the toilet one day and the same person in the garden. So whether they are a big business short man or somebody who is coming from rags, toilet seva, this seva, all same for everybody. Everybody equal. That was one rule that we made. No discrimination. Whoever that is, we are not going to look into backgrounds and all that. Random pulling of names, they just have to do it. If you are agreeing, come. That also Gurudev said, yes, excellent. And then there were these meditation programs and all those things where you meditate and you get up early in the morning. Then there is a walk that you need to take a walk around that whole Karjat Ashram or the Lucknow Ashram, whatever, wherever they were, people. You have to take a big walk and silence. The code of conduct of the whole program was silence. Nobody will talk to anybody, not even with themselves, not even in gestures. Gestures I added later again, because so when I said silence program, Gurudev said, fantastic, go ahead. Then we added one more, not even in gestures, because then people will say, all those things, not even that. And we had appointed 3 coordinators in every program. They will just watch. And if somebody is not following it, they will be politely asked to please leave, vacate. This program is not for you. Because that was the strictness that we had put there, so that people understand what is this kind of stuff, what it can do to you in 7 days. It worked wonders. No phone calls, everything. First 2 days was horrible for them. They could not stand. And I told this before. First 2 days, just watch. People will leave. Some will voluntarily say, no, I have to go. Because I know this, it is a big torture. Those who have been always blah, 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 they cannot be silent. Those who have always been thinking, they cannot suddenly silent. They will go mad. So one day, dam gud jata hai. I cannot survive here. Then they will say, I need to go. Some other reason, something is there, or I'm not feeling well, something. I will say, go. We leave them voluntarily. So those who stayed back and they saw, even in the seva that they did, whatever work they're doing, they had nothing else to do. So we gave them only one option. You can chant a mantra, whatever is going on, or you can sing bhajan in your own mind without disturbing the whole thing. You can do that. There was Goshala Seva and all that. Wherever they wanted, they could do. Pruning of the trees and all those things. So, and evening, we kept a meditation. I asked Gurudev, shall we add 1 hour meditation? Because we have 1 hour space. After tea break, they are supposed to take 1 hour rest. So, the moment we say rest, people will run into their room and go to take a nap. So, we had put a bold line. Once you leave your room in the morning, only from the this one break time we had given for washing clothes, only for that. Apart from that, nobody is supposed to, because early morning 4 o'clock it will begin till night 9 o'clock. So where is the time to wash clothes? 1 hour was there for that. In that time also they cannot sleep, they will be monitored. So they will have to be active, keep themselves awake. And 1 hour after tea there was a rest time break. So that rest, what I did was, we said let's have a walk. So it's called walking meditation. We'll walk. So there I said walk in awareness completely. You walk in that grass or whatever, wherever, and become aware completely. We explain the module to them. When you walk, what does it mean, walking meditation? You're not thinking anything, you're feeling everything. When you're walking, you're feeling the grass under your feet. You're feeling the coldness or the warmth of that. You're feeling every prick that you get under the feet. You're feeling the breeze that hits your face. You're feeling the scent that the fragrance that moves in your this. You are feeling your clothes that is moving in the air. You're feeling the sunlight on your everything. You're just being in that space. And 1 week it had tremendous results. Tremendous. Unfortunately, I don't know why the program didn't go after some 2-3. I think not 2-3, 2-3, yeah, 2-3 months they did that. Means you can say around 4-3, 12 batches did that. It was very good. What is that? See, that is all living in the present moment, disconnecting from all the unwanted. That time people can know. Many people in the end, when they gave testimonial, they gave experience, they said, we didn't know that we can live without our family. We didn't know we can live without our mobile. We didn't know we can live without the world. We didn't know we can live without food. Why? When you put yourself into that kind of a practice, you will know. And they all lived in the present moment. They were all, because naturally you come into the present when you are in that kind of awareness. I'm seeing it. Swati, yes, we got the opportunity to attend 3-day Shakti Sadhana at 1 meal a day. No, this was not Shakti Sadhana. What I'm talking was, Master had named it as Awakening of Shiva Consciousness, the program. It was a 7-day program, full 1 week. Friday to, no, Sunday to Saturday. That was how it meant. Both ashrams we simultaneously did that. Oh, Yatin, you were there in Lucknow ashram. Yeah, that's good. Beautiful. So, Yatin, do you want to share how that experience was? It was beautiful, and I was constantly in touch with those coordinators and monitoring how those things are going, everything, and we had excellent results from that. It was a kind of experimentation from us also, but Swati, yes, my mom attended the 7-day program. So this, what I'm trying to do, I'm talking all this out of experience only. I'm not just saying it's from somewhere. It works wonders. So we can have these kind of stuff in our life also, regular life also. It not need to be so rigid, but you can cut out. See, when you cut out, you will come to know that it is possible to live without so many attachment and so many responsibilities and so many what you call obligations in life and all that. You can be in a space where you want to still and be very comfortable. It's possible. The other is the worship of outside and inside. This I had already made in the last session. So if you have been there, you know it very well. The being in the temple. Very powerful practice, non-dual practice. Any kind of worship or things outside, start replacing it. If you start replacing it with the internal worship of your inner temple, and if you start treating your body as the inner temple, as a temple, and you as your soul as the inner being, you will also get that awareness of the soul consciousness, that I'm not this body, I'm the soul, that kind of feeling. Because now you know that I'm in this body, I am sitting in my shrine. See, I am sitting in my shrine means automatically you have moved away from the body. Till then what it is, I am this body. So when you start practicing that, and when you start actually being in that awareness that I am sitting in here, there's light from here, I am the being inside. And when you go into unwavered, uninterrupted awareness, being in there, so you are giving yourself a chance to experience the pure you. the pure consciousness that you are. So this is based on Ramana's this only. The more you are moving into that center, the more you are discarding the idea of the external and the body consciousness. So you are moving into that space. So that will give you moments of who am I in that self? I am that self, what we call, and how do I experience that peace? That moments you'll start getting it. It's all inward starting practices. Yatin, actually it's me, Simmer, Simi. Oh, Simiji, okay, okay, fine. Shabnam, can we have such events? where Shabnam? Where do you want to have that events? No, I'm no more working for the organization anymore, so I don't know what they do about it. I don't know what do you mean by can we have those events? If you remember, Shabnam, during our visits, you right now you are in Singapore, but if you remember those days when we used to go to Kanjangad, we used to have that, I used to always have 20 people in the team, and we used to go like 18-20 people every visit. Like once in 2 months or 3 months, I used to go there and put a post, and people used to come there. It was beautiful, and there we had a protocol. There I was little rigid on my systems on following a certain way. We should be in a certain way because we wanted to have that alignment with that energy. So I used to tell them, don't do this and be in this manner. But I can't force them, but I used to tell them. So if you remember some of those incidents, what happened there, beautiful incidents of staying in aligned in that space of Kanjangad. And also what happens when you get distracted from that alignment. We had a number of incidents which were not good incidents that happened because we are not aligned. Yeah, Yatin, yeah. Simiji, yeah, that's fine. So non-dual and dual, just keep be little aware of these things. As much as non-dual dual stuff hai, you start converting that into little dual stuff, and anything outward you start getting more inwardly. You'll see that is very beneficial for your soul. Yeah, out of the world. Those were great times. And that is the first time I started experimenting with those vortexes and those energies and what happens and all those things. And that we were just learning that, and very beautiful, very powerful it was. And yeah, see, you will see awareness will need effortlessness. Whenever you go into awareness, it is effortless. Anything else will require effort. So you can monitor those things that need too much of effort, because when you put too much of effort into anything, you will see it is not natural. Most of the people don't feel like, and they do it out of some obligation or compulsion. Either you do it wholeheartedly, and if you can do it wholeheartedly, fantastic. But if you are not able to do it, then that same technique, whatever you are doing, or that same method, turn inwardly. The same sadhana what you are doing, you can turn more inwardly, bring awareness into it and do it. It will give a change. So again, it is talking about Poonam can be planned, Vaya. That time did not know the series. I know that. Yeah, Poonamji, yeah, we can plan that, but I don't think the things are ready now, because I attempted to do that once, but Bhagwan somehow, I think there is no permission right now for that. Because one day I had just announced I'm going to Kanjangad on so and so day. Anybody wants to come there. That was 2-3 months back. And just before I was in Bangalore, and from Bangalore I was to go to Kanjangad, and after 3 days come back to Belgaum. Mysteriously, 2 days before, that train got cancelled, which is going to Kanjangad. I thought maybe some problem, maybe I'll take a bus and go. But just when the day of travel came, that return train from there to my hometown here, that also got cancelled. And all other trains are there. Only those two trains got cancelled. I didn't say anything. I just cancelled that visit. So I don't know. It should have, whenever his wish, I think it should happen. I'm in Bandara Seva in Dwarka and Gurgaon since 2008 and still being by the grace of Gurudev. Yeah, Simiji, I know. You were there when even I was there. आप लोग के खाना बनाए हुए खाना से ही हम खाते थे जो भी है. I know, I remember. Yeah, I used to bring curd. Every day I used to get curd because because do you want me to tell the reason why I used to get curd? आधा पैकेट कर्ड लेके every time I used to come to the ashram for from my office to ashram where they used to be preparing food. It was because बहुत तीखा बनता था and South Indian we here are not used to that kind of masala तीखा वाला. So I used to not be able to eat properly. So I used to bring curd with me every time, special curd. And they used to think ये क्या specially लेके आता है curd अपने लिए. उनको क्या मालूम मेरी हालत. There also one incident happened. I have told this before. I don't know if you remember it. A nice incident happened of bhav. I was telling the other day to one person about bhava. How that bhava also should go. When the thing called bhava goes only is the real bhava. See how deep it is. See, this is the gross teachings. सब कुछ भाव रे, we know. And we will even justify है भाव, मेरा तो भाव है, अरे भाव रे, सब कुछ भाव. They will tell everything भाव है. हम बोले ये क्या कर रहे हो यार, ये ठीक नहीं है. अरे भाव रे. तो भाव का ही बहुत भाव बढ़ गया था बीच में. आई यूज्ड टू सी एवरीवेयर भाव भाव. एनीथिंग यू डू यू कैन जस्टिफाई इट विद भाव. बट माई इंटेंशंस आर प्योर, राइट. मेरा इंटेंशंस अच्छा है, भाव अच्छा है. दैट इज व्हाट गुरुदेव सेड इन टुडेज पोस्ट दैट आई सॉ. Even if you are doing something in pure intention, but if you are angry and if you are doing it still with pure intention, still the outcome of that anger is not good, it's negative. So the bhav really does not work that way. The purest intention, the purest bhav is to drop the bhav. Yeah, too spicy. So what happened there was, in the ashram every day afternoon we used to go. We were like 8-10 people from the office, and they used to come especially to poor people, guys. Poor guys means बेचारे वहाँ से दूर दूर से कहाँ से आते थे. 3 or 4 of them come and cook for us only, office guys. And in the ashram we used to have, and they used to go. Only उनका काम ड्यूटी डेली का. So this thing used to happen. And एक दिन खाना बहुत अच्छा बना था. सम फेस्टिवल, सम फीस्ट और समथिंग, सम स्वीट डिशेस एंड ऑल वर कुक्ड. एंड उन्होंने बनाया और फिर हम आए बैठे और हमको बोले, एक आंटी थी बहुत अच्छी, आई फॉरगॉट हर नेम, दैट शॉर्ट आंटी एक थी, बहुत प्यारी थी. आई यूज्ड टू ऑलवेज कैच हर चीक्स. जब आती थी आंटी इतना प्यारी लगती थी. एंड शी यूज्ड टू बी वेटिंग फॉर, कहाँ है आप लोग, आए नहीं, हम लोग बना के रखे, आज ये बनाया, खीर बनाया. अरे वाह वाह वाह, ही सेड. एंड वी वेंट एंड वी वर ईटिंग इट and it was all good. तो आई स्टार्टेड अप्रिशिएटिंग, आज का खाना बहुत बढ़िया था. तो मेरा फ्रेंड बगल में जो था वो भी आश्रम का, वो भी बोला वो जो आपने वो बनाया था ना, ये क्या सब्ज़ी, वो सब्ज़ी भी बहुत अच्छा था. फिर एक ने वहाँ से बोला आज की दाल भी बहुत अच्छी थी. और तो आंटी थोड़ा शर्मा के मुरझा के गई. एंड आंटी ने बोला नहीं, वो बाबा करते हैं, सब बाबा कर रहे हैं, सब बाबा जो भी कर रहे हैं बाबा कर रहे हैं. देन सब लोग बोलने लगे, अरे हमने कुछ नहीं किया भावन, पहले तो एंजॉय किया. थैंक यू थैंक यू थैंक यू थैंक यू थैंक यू. वन एक किसी ने बोला भाव, बाबा, एवरीबडी स्टार्टेड सेइंग हमने कुछ नहीं किया, हमने कुछ. दिस इज व्हाट आई एम सेइंग, इट इज नॉट राइट एंड रॉन्ग. बी अवेयर ऑफ दीज थिंग्स. हाउ ट्रू इज दिस? तो आई वॉज नोटिसिंग दैट. आई सेड ओके फाइन. नेक्स्ट डे वी केम, इतना तीखा बना था. Could not, I put it into, I could not. Something had happened and किसी ने डबल मसाला डाला है. 2-3 ladies are there, one put and then दूसरे ने पता नहीं था उसको, इसने डाला है तो उन्होंने डाल दिया, डबल हो गया, कुछ हो गया in that. देखिए, I could not swallow it. I am looking at my friend is looking that side, we are all looking aside. What to do? I kept it aside. दे आर ऑल, आप लोग वो नहीं खा रहे, वो नहीं खा रहे हो, वो खा रहे हो, नहीं वो ठीक है। देन उन्होंने बोला कुछ हुआ है क्या? देन वन ऑफ देम सेड बहुत तीखा है, बहुत तीखा है। देन समबडी वेंट एंड टेस्ट, अरे इसमें तो बहुत तीखा गिरा। दे स्टार्टेड, अरे आपने नहीं डाला होगा, यू नो मैंने एक बार डाला था, आपने भी डाला। चर्चे चल रहे हैं। और मैं बोला बाबा जी ने आज गड़बड़ कर दी हैं। बाबा जी बनाते हैं ना खाना, आपने कल बोला था सब बाबा बनाते हैं, आज बाबा ने मिर्ची। They could not catch the humor and they got serious. सीरियस हो गए एकदम से, ऐसे कैसे मेरे लिए तो हंसी की बात है। दिस भाव which is there, this भाव also has to drop, which I learned from Vijayanand Swami in my one of the visit. I've told this multiple times and I don't regret telling it. That Guru Paduka was there, I was trying to climb, I moved from the side and he saw that, चलता है चढ़ो, he said. नहीं नहीं गुरु पादुका है, बोला चलता है। Then I moved from the side again. मैं बोला नहीं, मुझे तो अच्छा नहीं लगता। इन कन्नड़ा I said, आपको तो है ठीक है, मेरे तो अच्छा नहीं। ये भाव शुद्ध होना चाहिए, he said भाव शुद्ध होना चाहिए। I was thinking while I was taking, चढ़ के निकाल रहा था, I was thinking इससे ज्यादा और क्या शुद्ध हो सकती है। गुरु पादुका है, मैं रिस्पेक्ट दे के मैं साइड से चढ़ा, और क्या भाव शुद्ध होना है। Then it immediately struck me, भाव शुद्ध होना चाहिए, you should drop even this भाव of this भाव. Because he was laughing and he was telling क्या होता ज्यादा से ज्यादा क्या होता, and that was his Guru Paduka which he adores. Imagine कितना मुझे, he said क्या होता, पादुका के ऊपर पादुका पड़ता है उतना ही होता है, means my leg would touch that. He took it there. I said Swami क्या बोल रहे, ये भाव शुद्ध करो तुम्हारे से। That thing like, oh. He said after a certain stage everything is मिट्टी। बाबा का नहीं सुना है तुमने, सब मिट्टी है। This is good for all those people in the start who are in that, all that okay ठीक है formalities करो, but after one stage even that bhava should go, that shuddha bhavana bhav also should go. Then he explained to me bhavatitam triguna rahitam, this is the meaning of that। bhavatitam atit uska turyatit, go beyond turya, bhavatit go beyond bhava, triguna rahitam go beyond the three gunas, avdut sthitis, beyond even gunas, beyond even all the bhavas, that is pure bhava। These are the avdut vani teachings. This might not appeal to everybody, अगर मैं ये सबको बोलूंगा तो वो नाराज भी हो जाएंगे, they might not like it. So I am not talking to everybody here, I am open I can talk here freely because it's limited to those who can understand and relate to this and will not take offense. It's deep. So can you see how deep it is? Everything, every single thing, you have to be so careful about what we think about. It's beyond where we say we have reached. शुरुआत वहां से शुरू हो गई है, एक दूसरा जगत का बुनियाद वहां से शुरू होती है जहां हमको लगता है कि हम पहुंच गए। दैट इज व्हाट इज कॉल्ड इनफाइनाइट, इट डजंट एंड, वी आर ऑलवेज लर्निंग समथिंग। asking the divine partner for such meetings and divine experiences with you and flow in direction of his tathastu, working in partnership not proprietorship। आप जाके आओ, आपको जाना था ना वहाँ पे दिल्ली से, आप जाके आओ, आप आराम से जाके आओ एंड यू कैन गो अलोन एंड ऑल्सो कम, नॉट अ बिग प्रॉब्लम। यू डोंट नीड पीपल देयर, यू कैन गो एंड ऑल कंड्यूसिव देयर। एंड पीपल हु आर ऑलवेज वरीड कि ये क्या होगा, वो पार्टनरशिप में काम करो ना भाई, प्रोप्राइटरशिप में जाओगे तो ज़्यादा टेंशन रहेगा। हाउ पार्टनरशिप दे विल डू। आई हैव सीन इन ऑल माई ट्रेवल्स देयर right now in Gurgaon ashram, okay, I've seen अरे आप वहाँ आश्रम में मत चलाओ ये सब जोर जोर से। अरे यार मुझे बहुत लोग मिसअंडरस्टैंड करते हैं, पहले से करते आए, मुझे परवाह नहीं है, लेकिन मैं वो बढ़ाना नहीं चाहता उन सब चीज़ों को। जिन लोगों का नाम वगैरह आप ले रहे हो सब मिसअंडरस्टैंड करने वाले लोग हैं। थोड़ा संभल के। ईयरफोन डालिए, नहीं तो मेरा थोपड़ा मत दिखाइए, किसी को पसंद नहीं आएगा। क्योंकि मैं ऐसे ही सब बातें करता था पहले से ही, तो जमता नहीं है। दैट इज व्हाट आई एम ट्राइंग टू से। सी व्हेन वी आर ऑन द पाथ वी शुड गो डीप इनटू इट। ऐसा नहीं कि सुपरफिशियल हमने पाथ फॉलो कर लिया, मास्टर को सुपरफिशियली देख लिया, सुपरफिशियल टीचिंग में ही फंस गए, उसके अंदर हम जाना ही नहीं चाहते। वो रिजिडिटी से आता है, फैनेटिक्स होने के बाद उतना ही उतना ही। नो तौबा तौबा, उसके बाद कुछ नहीं। व्हाट इज तौबा इन दैट? यू गो डीप इनटू दैट। सी विथ गुड इंटेंशन only you go, with good intentions of learning something only you go. Your heart will become open. When your heart is open only you can learn. When you are in too much of fear, what can you fear? God and Guru is not somebody who to be feared. My Guru used to tell this. If a Guru gets angry, or if he is disturbed, or he is somebody who will give you bad something, then he cannot be a Guru, and it cannot be a God also. God also won't do that. God won't judge you. Everything is okay with you, and they are here to uplift you. So any reverence that we do, we should do it out of love. Anything that is motivated by love only will succeed. Anything by fear will not work. Mark my words. Even in religion, even in spirituality, if you are scared of someone above you, it will not work. If you are living in constant fear of someone, it will not work. If you are living in constant fear of God, what will he feel? He will punish me, he will do that. It will not work. Then he doesn't punish. You create that for yourself. You become guilty, guilt consciousness. My Guru used to always tell, hold no guilt. Do whatever happened, theek hai, but hold no guilt. Don't feel guilty. Because even if you have not done wrong, and if you have not pulled in any wrong karma into you by doing a certain wrong thing, let's say you did it ignorantly something, and you are not aware of it, maybe there is no karma also involved in it. But when you become guilty, you are pulling that karma into yours, negative karma. You're forcefully. See, sometimes when you might do wrong, and it's okay to just move on. Just become aware of it fully. Okay, it was a wrong act, move on. That's all. Don't sit brooding on it. ये ऐसे हो गया, वैसे हो गया, अब क्या दोष लगेगा, कैसे ये करेगा, वो करेगा. Then gone. You are creating now negative karma by your thoughts. So this is how most of the people create negativity also, by thoughts, because people have put so much. This will happen, ऐसा होगा, अपशकुन होगा, दोष लगेगा, ये लगेगा, वो लगेगा. So much we are in fear. So there is no liberty to freely think. Suddenly when anything goes this way, that way, you will suddenly fall into log kya kahenge wala bracket. Social conditioning. So these conditions and beliefs are made. Yeah, what I was telling, when we are offloading, I said, we have accumulated so much. We have accumulated all our life, so much. Now when you become aware, you are a person who is living in awareness. You take measures to drop all those things which are no more serving your purpose. You have gathered enough. Now is the time to shed off everything, so that load shedding ho raha hai, because your journey has to become lighter. You carry more, it will be more burden for you. I was telling the other day, my baggage, my package, whatever I carry, 3-4 cloths and one hitchhike bag, that's all. You don't need. But same trip I've seen many people come with 2 Hitachi bags. What is that? One for the morning this, and then after having bath one there, and then agar beach pe gaye to wahan ek, and then you need one to rest in your sleep in your room, uske liye ek alag, and then when you are going into the caves, one alag wahan lagega to ganda kapda ho jayega to, एंड वो भी एक लगेगा. और फिर कभी शाम को मार्केटिंग गए तो ये नहीं ठीक नहीं लगता ना, देन वी वेयर वन. इतना बैग भरे, यू आर गोइंग फॉर अ पिकनिक और व्हाट? Not just their excursions, anywhere their life is a burden. It's not just in that trip. That shows they're carrying always a lot of things. ये नहीं तो क्या, वो नहीं तो क्या, इसका जरूरत लगे तो ये नहीं है तो उसका वो एडजस्ट हो जाएगा, कभी ना कभी ये काम आएगा, ये नहीं रहा तो वो. I have had once in my first Ganeshpuri trip, I had my friend who joined me, and he had never traveled in his life, I think. First time he traveled, I was so boggled. Huge Hitachi. There was, foreign trips में लेके जाते, huge. to go to Ganeshpuri for 2 days. I said, ये क्या भाई? I said, अरे लगेगा, बहुत लगेगा, तुमको पता नहीं है, ज़रूरत पड़ेगा होगी. When I reached there, I was unwinding. He had opened his bag. I saw two towels here. Those what towels are those called? Those thick ones. I forgot the name of that. Very thick ones होता है, पता है, लंबे, long one, the cotton one भी. Two towels. I saw, दो क्यों? I said, अरे घूम गया तो क्या करेगा? टॉवल के बिना मुझे नहीं होता. आई हैव टू, टॉवल इज सो इम्पोर्टेंट. हर चीज देखो, आप कहीं भी हाथ धो, ये धो, लगेगा आपको नहाने का टाइम लगेगा, 2 बार नहाता हूँ मैं, वो टॉवल नहीं तो कैसे होगा. और समझो ये घूम गया तो आई वाज लाइक, माय गॉड, रियली आई एम टेलिंग ऑल these things happen. So whatever you have accumulated, become more aware, because in the journey towards the self, towards liberation, you offload things. You don't carry much of things. You become lighter and lighter and lighter. You be not heavier. It means even physically, even emotionally, mentally and spiritually also. Anything that does not serve your purpose, even spiritually, that is what I am talking in today's session. Gyan, knowledge, this, that, 10, 20 different things. Go to the sour of it. I am not saying discard everything, but go to the point of what the common message is. Catch the message and live that message. Khatam. Live that message. To keep reminders on that message, you keep all this. Okay. वो reminder आया तो it should remember you about this. I am that. Like for example, I am that. So tomorrow you read a quote that is this one, a quote, it should remind you of this. You read after 10 days this quote, it should remind you of this. It should always remind you of that core. Then you will not remain cluttered in the diversities. You will not get lost in the diversities. You are in the non-dual point, one common point. So offloading, whatever you are carried, accumulated all this time, shed it all. Completely shed it. You are on our TV. Prabjit entered home and he says, Namaskar Jacobji. Okay, Prabjit saying, I'm very good. I hope your kids also are good. Long time. I know Shabnam and family because first time I moved to Gurgaon ashram, and I moved into their place. I was living with them literally. Almost I think close to a month or something before I arranged for accommodation. That's how I know that lovely family. Okay, do we have any questions till now? Anything that we need clarity on this subject of today's simplicity? I think we have simplified it very much, and see, even if you see this live also, it's not very complicated. It's very simple. You can see I just on the thing and it goes on. That's all. Simplified. There is no particular agendas, there is no particular planning, there is no particular slots, we will do this, we will do that. Whatever comes spontaneously, we can do that. If anything is there, let me know, otherwise we can end it briefly. Yeah, the final one more point was there, very important. This is very important. That is to entangle less. If you are on this journey to simplify yourself, after you are simplified also, entangle less in the world and worldly affairs. Very important point. Only which is for your highest good, which you see is going to help you somewhere. Forget helping others, that's all okay, that's their secondary. Helping others in the sense, like if your friends are there and they need help from you, and they say we need your help, so you be with us, but then friends are not of your vibrations or not of your frequency, and then they see, no, but you are of help to us, you should come here, you should help us, whatever, your presence. See if it is appealing to your highest good first, friends second. So what I mean to say that what you're thinking about is, don't put yourself in the behind and put something else in the front. It will take a lot of your energy and your time. Because my master taught me one thing: be selfish. You won't believe it. He didn't mean it grossly, because he was the most selfish person I saw spiritually. I'm talking spiritually, don't take in the gross manner. Spiritually, he said, become very selfish. Because I saw him, his lifestyle, he was always in his room, he was always alone, he was always in his isolation, and he was not with the crowd. Even if he was with the crowd, he would not be for a long time. He would move out of that crowd and run away from it and be in his car and out and back in his house and in his house, in his room. Whoever came to meet him, that's important, that important. Even we had important work, very important work, urgent. All can wait. That's a different thing. He used to come and say, "What happened? I told you." Yeah, good, Shabnam. Selfish. Because I learned from him that if you are selfish, you can become selfless. Only when you're selfish, you can become selfless. Only when you nourish yourself, when you cherish yourself, when you boost yourself, when you liberate yourself, when you free yourself from all entanglements, when you are a mukta, then only you can go and help others. If you are incomplete and you go to help others, you will get entangled. That is what I call entangle in the world. Even if you are going with a pure intention. The master said, even the pure intention, but the end result is what? It should help you. So, if we put others first, what will happen is, no doubt we will do, but we will not be able to serve that 100%. We might serve, but with to a limited, because by that time we have our limitations, we will have to pull back. We will not be able to do as much as possible. But once you nourish, you enhance yourself, you will be able to spend more time with that, more time on that. Like what I'm doing live right now and all, I've never done all these years. Just 2 years back I started. It's not that I didn't know all these things before also. I didn't know it. But I was spending time on myself all these years. And getting to that point where I feel completely contented and completely unattached from the outcomes. Like, whatever, I'm disconnected with most of the worldly affairs, nothing to do. But it did not happen overnight. I had to spend years on that. And when that happened, then I came into the platform and I'm doing whatever I can. So this way it's much better than doing it in an incomplete way. For that, you have to become selfish. Like when I am on the travel, I become very selfish. I might not talk to anybody. I might be in my own space. I might think about myself first. I don't care what they eat, what they do. Why should I care? It's none of my business what they eat. They're not children. And why should they eat? What they eat? I might be having a fasting juice, a soup, but somebody is digging on a pizza. His problem. Do it. I am concentrating on mine. So I am in my space. Now also there might be 1 or 2 person here from Tiruvannamalai who feels offended all the time. He's a very good soul. The moment I reach Tiruvannamalai, he is there to pick me up. He is there to put me in the room, make me comfortable, make tea, make something, make even breakfast, and then be waiting for me. Bhaiya, we'll go. Where you want to go, I'll drop you there. Very loving being, very loving human being. I don't say no. But ask him and see, I become selfish from him also. We feel bad, but it's needed. Sometimes I don't tell anything. Early morning I just walk, and it's a little far. I walk and go. And then he says, "आपने बोला ही नहीं." It's okay. आप सोए थे. I went. I'll go on the hill or somewhere, and then Then till the afternoon, noon, somewhere he'll try to contact my cell phone. There is no WhatsApp also. Everything, phone is switched off. So he'll put in the messenger, Bhaiya, where are you? I'll meet you there. Then I'll tell him, okay, I'm going to Usha or a restaurant. Come, we'll meet. Then he'll come there. And then he'll try to spend some time. Then he doesn't eat. I eat. He doesn't like to eat. I eat. मैं नहीं खाऊंगा. I said, then don't come and मेरे को ताकने को मत आओ इधर. मुझे एडमायर करने आ रहे हो क्या? जाओ, मैं खाता हूँ. Then he'll feel bad. Why is he behaving like this? I'm being selfish. Because the same person, again, I sit and talk for a long time. Whatever questions, whatever I have to give full attention to, I'll give him in that time fully. Why? Because the undivided attention which is there, because I'm selfish only, I can be selfless. We should not confuse that. You should never try to become selfless first. It will only take away from you a lot of things which you might not be ready for it. So I feel bad. Sometimes they say, I want to spend time, उतना ही आपके साथ बैठना है, time spend करना है. क्या होगा? I tell him again, I shout again. क्या होगा? बैठ के क्या करेंगे? Gossip करेंगे ना, ये करेंगे इधर उधर, वो सब चीजें क्या करना है? He is a loving soul, very loving soul. He must be there here, I don't know. Selfishness, this I learned from that. So whenever we are in trips and all that, I'm very selfish. When people say, I call me, you tell where you're going. I never tell anybody when I'm going, where I'm going. Because then again, all that stuff. This is what I'm saying. We should be able to be focused on what we are having attention on. What we are doing. We should do that. But it is completely your take. How you decide it. Completely. Nobody can, there is no rules. Just because I said don't make it a strict rule. Go from within. Like what I said, this does not apply to me also. When I'm there, if I feel talking to him, I'll do it. No rules. Spontaneous. But what I'm trying to sell is entangle less in world and worldly affairs. In others. Whoever it might be. It might be even in our immediate families. Unwanted discussion, thoughts, something going on there, then don't poke your nose there. You may say, it's it's none of your business. See, this is what I meant to say. First, you rise above the family dramas. When you detach and rise above the family dramas, when they don't affect you, then only you can affect these people. You cannot affect people at this level. You cannot talk and affect. You have to be that and radiate that. So, it's like once people notice that, okay, this is how he or she is, they'll not bother you because they'll know this is your nature. Here there are compromises all the time. There are compromises because here when we are in the family, when we are with the friends, when we are with the relatives, when we are in the society, you automatically fall into this adaptation. What did I read today about Annamalai Swami? Bhagavan said, mingle not with any crowd because you will get infected with their vasanas. Vasanas are there in everybody. What are vasanas? It might be anger, rage, gossip, resentment, complaining, blame, guilt, hatred. Vasanas. It is there in our family dramas also, outside also. The more you get involved in that, you get pulled away into that, whether you like it or not. So, surfacing above that, staying disconnected from that, only where your role is, your actual role, your soul role. What is your actual role with the family? Soul role. Why have you taken birth with them? It is not for the gross ones. Gross are part of your prarabdha experience because that prarabdha only has pulled you into that joli, into that family. But need not get carried away with that prarabdha. You can always witness your prarabdha. That is what all these teachings says. Awareness. Life of awareness means it is not avoiding your prarabdha. Prarabdha will be there, but you rise above that prarabdha. You see it in a very detached way. In that manner, there also see when you are aloof and when you are not complying with the society or the people around or the friends or anywhere, when you don't comply with it, you are seen as an external. You are seen as a selfish person. इसको क्या पढ़ा, ये अपने में ही है. आई हैव हैड दिस ऑल द टाइम. अपने में ही रहता है, अपना ही सोचता है, नो प्रॉब्लम. अंदर से अपना सोच रहा हूँ तो दूसरे का भी भला कर रहा हूँ. When I think of myself, I am thinking of so many others, because when I benefit this, I know I'll automatically benefit you guys and others also, everybody also. It is a natural phenomenon. Ramana used to say, don't worry about the self-realization of people and the world, the worldly affairs, and where the world is going, how bad the world is going. You don't become the creator, he used to say. That is the creator's job. The one who has created misery, you think you are more intelligent than God? Thinking, why this misery, so much of pain, so much of trauma, so much of injustice happening in this world. I need to fight justice. We think God is a fool who created, they don't know how to handle it. You think when we try to handle the worldly affairs, we are arrogantly telling that God consciousness that I am smarter than you. What an incomplete world have you made? Full of incompleteness. See, I am having to complete it now. Is that the right approach? Think about it. Anything that we see, we must understand this earth will always be like this. It was like this, it will always be. The third dimensional plane is this. It will have this duality, it will have pain and pleasure. Anywhere you look outside, there will be pain. There will be pleasure, there will be pain. Don't get fixed on the pain also. Because then you'll feel, this is not right, this is not right. I need to fight for the justice of this. Not yet right. I cannot see this, I cannot tolerate this. I need to relieve the suffering of that person. The larger truth is, even if you don't relieve, the game will carry on, because that is prarabdha. Prarabdha bhoga. Bhoga means that is supposed to come as a lesson to that person or place or thing, whatever that being is. It is supposed to come as a lesson. We do not know that, because we have not seen the past connected with that. If you see the past connected with that, you will see horrible things have been done by that person. So that person has to experience. That experience they are undergoing, whatever suffering. When you understand this world, why you feel, oh, this is a very cruel world, very cruel. It is not cruel, it is where they are experiencing cruelty, where they gave cruelty, now they are experiencing cruelty. You have not seen them while they gave cruelty, you are seeing them while they are experiencing cruelty. Or probably this person who is experiencing pain by somebody's cruel act, you are looking at this person, victim. Are you looking at this person who is attacking? You will have sympathy toward this person who's suffering. You will have hatred or vengeance toward this person who's acting on that or committing that crime or doing something. What a third class. You don't know the same outcome is going to come to this person in the next life. So there is no need to even criticize. That will come in the due time. That is the work of the creator. It is designed in that way. Ramana says, don't get caught up in this. It is the ego game. The ego catches you up in this play of the cosmic play. This is illusion. See, Maya means what? Maya Jagat. Illusion, but it will make you feel it is so real that you will get involved in it. That is called Maya. This goes on. So we come, we do. That doesn't trouble you. Agastya Muni and Ma Lopamudra, which you said to share, just a reminder. Kannu bhai, very sharp. Huh? Kannu bhai is very strong. His perceptions are very strong. He is very, very, very good here. आपका awareness बहुत sharp है. Agastya Mamuni and Lopamudra, I was actually talking on the other trip. That day I was in a different mode. I think last live only. They have a lot of secrets. I think after my next Tiruvannamalai trip, I'll try to share. If it is impossible, because I'm planning to meet Devi Amma also in Bangalore. I don't know if she's available or anything. So I'll just check out. Because she is more connected to Agastya Mamuni. So whenever I meet her, she reveals a lot about Agastya Mamuni and Ma Lopamudra. She's so connected. From 9 years old only, she has Agastya Appa she calls. He used to literally give him physical darshans, Agastya Mahamuni. So she's a very great saint. She talks about all these higher realms and all that. So let me see if I can get some more details. Some details I have about those things, but some I'm not supposed to share. So I have to take her permission. Last time I told her about these sharings, she said it's okay, but I have not shown her. What I did was I on the recorder, audio recorder, while she was speaking with her permission only. She speaks morely in Tamil and English. So I record it so that I can remember and make notes of it. But that is so long I couldn't do it. I'll have to show her once and take her permission if I can share this. If she says, because it's all very mystical, mystical things about other dimensions and all those things she has spoken. So let me see about. But Agastya Mamuni, yes. Last time also what that sadhana we did and always very connected to that, because that being was in my space. Agastya Mamuni is a very 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 high. You can't take him just casually even as a rishi, because he was just like Shiva. Agastya Mamuni, he is Shiva actually. It is one step down after Shiva, straight if you say Shiva consciousness. Say if you want to see any form, it is Agastya Mamuni. As simple, and Mahaparashakti is Lopamudra. Yeah, Shabnam, I'll do that. Agastya Mamuni and Ma Lopamudra are actually supposed to be known as the father and mother of the universe. The yin and yang, the masculine and feminine. That's how it goes. So you can see how the stories are shared, like Agastya Mamuni wanted to get married and he had no bride because Agastya Mamuni was very short. So there was nobody who was a match for his height and his stature and all that. He was fat and all that. So he was not getting a bride. That's all Puranic stories. He was not getting a bride. So then he then created a bride for himself. He created Ma, like whatever he wanted. He manifested his own creation. He gave life to a form called Malopa Mudra, and then he got married with that. It doesn't go that way. It's all, that's all in the Siddha philosophy and all. This is the thing. It's beyond that. It's just beyond that. It cannot be somebody at the stature of Shiva wanting to marry a wife and then creating a wife. It cannot be that way. It is very mystical and decoded stuff. Very mystical and decoded stuff. So I think I wouldn't use that even in the casual talks. Yeah, Shabnam. She's very close to Mohanji and Devi Mohan, Mohanji's wife. Very, very close. Mohanji visits her every time. So, Agastya Mamuni and the things and all, his leelas and all are very, very powerful. Very, very powerful. See, Agastya Mamuni, if you see, he is considered to be the Guru, Param Guru of Mahavatar Babaji also. Bhogar Maharishi, Maharishi Bhogar, Bhogarnathji of Padani, he was the Guru of Mahavatar Baba. He sent Mahavatar Baba to his Guru, that is Agastya Mamuni, to be trained by him. So you can see, an Agastya Mamuni is a phenomenon. He is the one who gave the secret to Lord Rama to kill Ravana. The Shastra Vidya that was given was Agastya Mamuni's, without which Ravana or Lanka wouldn't have been defeated. It needed that kind of a nuclear power, that kind of Brahmastra, Brahma Vidya, Brahma Shastra. All these heavy terminology. And that was given in Rameshwaram. If you go to Rameshwaram, there is that spot where Rama did penance and he learned this Vidya from Agastya Mahamuni. And with which only he could go over to Lanka and defeat Ravana. So you can see the stature of Agastya Mahamuni. There is some stories like, this Devi Amma told me, because I asked her, Amma, I heard of something like Agastya Mamuni, he was going and then his ancestors were suffering. You read anywhere, it is there, his ancestors were suffering. And ancestors are suffering, why, Because they say in the Pitruloka, they suffer even if you don't get married. वो भी दोष लगता है, पितृदोष. शादी नहीं हो रही. Why? Because उनको इच्छा है. The Pitrus have इच्छा to have a child in the family. They have that strong this child, and this guy is not married. हमारा वंश का क्या होगा? वंश पूरा नहीं होगा, लंबा नहीं होगा. And they suffer in the Pitruloka, and that transfers as a Pitrudosha. This is very common. Everybody knows. So this was related to even Agastya Mamuni. Agastya Mamuni was not married. He was a yogi. He was alone. So he had Pitrus who were suffering. And one day he saw his Pitrus all were hanging upside down in the Pitruloka and having immense suffering. They were suffering like anything. And he said, what is this? What happened? He said, we are suffering because of you. I said, what did I do? Till now we have had our vansh going, but now our vansh has stopped because you have become a yogi and you are not married. How will it further go ahead? Anything I can do for you? He said. He became very concerned, Agastya Mamuni. Nothing. You can only get married and you produce a child for us. Otherwise we are going to be suffering. And they had immense suffering. And then Agastya could not bear it and he said, okay, I will relieve you. Then he goes and wants to get married. He is not interested, but he wants to get married for the Pitrus. But he is not finding a wife. And they are suffering intensely. They say, this is the curse on the generation. Because of this only you are not even getting that. See, this you are bound. We are bound to suffer. He says, no, I will not allow this. I will break this curse, generational curse. And then he creates Malopamudra and gets married. And that's how they get mukti, he said. So I was sitting with Amma. Now, who better can explain than Amma, who's so close to Agastya Mamuni? I asked Amma, I heard this story. I feel it's like a story that before me telling, she said, that ancestors running, hanging up and down. I don't believe all that. It's all stories. And she started telling, many things are fictions. What you see, it's very funny when I read this. It's not that way. It did not happen that way. All these are made up stories. And she said, Agastya Mamuni, they said, he's short. He did not get a bride of that. He said, what is short? In those days, people were like 12 feet tall, 12 feet, 13 feet human beings. And at that time, Agastya was something 8 feet, it seems. Something like that proportion. I don't know exact, but she said that much difference. So we call him a short. He is very tall and his complexion, his face is not what they have projected. He is very beaming in complexion, very fair, and he is not exactly what they say. He is round and all that. He is not that. He looks so majestic. She was telling. She told me, don't believe into all that. As far as I can see it, it is the same cosmic revelation. How the whole Prakriti was created. Same thing only in a subtle form it is. Or in a gross form. Subtly all this thing happened. From that being there is a Shiva who is a being. Sat. Who is Sat? Sat means that Sat Purusha. Sat means the eternal being. There is a being without form, no form. There is a being. Like you are there right now. You are a being, human being. If you remove your body, you are a being. You are there. You are awareness. You are aware. But you don't have a body. Imagine Shiva to be like that. There is a vast consciousness which is being. It is being. You have a lot of tendencies. You have this, that, thoughts and vasanas, samsaras and all that. He doesn't have that. That's all. Nothing is there. But that being is there. You will be able to understand what is a being. That human being, supreme being. That is Sat, Sat Purusha. So I'll explain this to you very deeply. It's very, very tender. If you can catch it, catch it. Everybody says Satchidanand, Satchidanand, but nobody knows what exactly it is. Sat means existence, the Shiva consciousness, this being which is there. There is a being in that nothingness, spread throughout all that nothingness, darkness. The being is there. But that being cannot come into life without consciousness. That being has to have a consciousness. You are now listening to me because you have consciousness. If consciousness is taken, your being is of no use. It cannot relate to anything around. Even if you don't have a body, it cannot perceive anything. It's just dead. Dead. Nothing. So that being is actually dead without consciousness. It has to have consciousness. That being, that Satpurusha has to have consciousness. What is consciousness? Chit. So when the Sat has Chit around it, the consciousness, it becomes alive. That time it's a being that can perceive everything. Not action one. It doesn't comment, it doesn't put forth judgments, it doesn't conclude, it doesn't think, it doesn't analyze, it is pure witness. When does it come into witness, that being? When it has Chit. So Sat and Chit makes it alive. Sat is what? The Shiva consciousness, Satpurusha. Chit is the divine feminine, the mother. What do you call? Chit, the consciousness, feminine energy. That is why it is said Shiva and Parvati are together. Only when together there is life. Are you getting it? The being can come into consciousness only when the Chit is there. This is inseparable. It cannot be separated. The masculine and the feminine. This is what is meant by masculine feminine. Most 99% people does not know. They think masculine means a male kind of thing, energy. Feminine means a female kind. What is male and female energy? Male means this being. Even you have this Sat Chit within you. There is a being and there is a feminine. Everybody has the masculine and feminine. Yin Yang is there in everybody. It has nothing to do with the gender, what you say, male and female. Nothing to do. That being which is there, you, the pure awareness, is not awareness. It is just you, a dead you. That is Sat. When does it become awareness? When it has consciousness. Only when it has consciousness, it can become aware also. When I am pure awareness, when you say, I am that pure awareness, I am Shiva. Who is that I who is claiming I am Shiva? That means I am experiencing myself, right? So if I am experiencing myself, that experience is that consciousness. I should become consciousness. If I say this is pen and I am becoming conscious of this, there is an object, there is a subject that is becoming conscious now of this. If this is not there, what will I become aware of? Nothing to become aware of. Or if this being is not there, only the pen is there, only consciousness is there, no use. Consciousness is there, life is there, but what will become aware of that? What will use that consciousness? Are you getting it? I don't know, it's very difficult to explain. Some mystics told me, तू कोशिश करते रहता है बताने छोड़, you know it, keep it. You don't go to explain this, you will not, they will not understand, or you will crank it up. I don't know if you are getting it right. Very difficult to explain. So, if the being is there, the being, the I, dead I. No consciousness, it's like you are sleeping. No consciousness. So, when the Chit comes in, you are awake. You become awake, you become conscious. Oh, this is me, this is that table, this is that. Everything you are conscious. So, now, when these two merge, the merging, there is a certain kind of joy and pleasure and contentment and peace. That is that Ananda Rasa. When these are together, there is this Anand. That is Satchidanand. So, this cannot be separated. So, this cannot be separated means this is always eternally together. And when this is eternally together, the bliss also is together all the time. Eternally, immortal existence. It has always been there, Satchit. And the Ananda has always been there. And this is that God consciousness. These three things put together, Satchidananda is called as God consciousness. So, when we are a spark of this, we are a piece of this, we will also have the Sat and Chit and the Ananda that is coming in it. But The experience is not complete because we have got all other tendencies and stuff. This Satchidanand, the divine, is having full experience of bliss because it has no tendencies, nothing to do with it, no coverings. But we individuals all have these coverings. So we are unable to identify with the Satchidananda. We are unable to find our real existence because we are still caught up in all these things. So when we simplify our life, when we push away all these unwanted things, what will happen is we become lighter, lighter and thinner. The wheel, the curtain becomes very thin, very narrow, from which you can actually see. So when it is narrowing, when you are actually getting glimpses of this, you will understand that, oh, you are there. You are closely getting there. Though even if you are not there, but you will get hints. Like what I am talking is from that moment. I am still not there. But those hints are very prominent to me. So that will start happening. And the day that wheel is gone, घूंघट के पट खोल, what is it, तुझे पिया मिलेंगे. तो है पिया मिलेंगे, कौन है पिया? Your beloved is here, you are here. You are longing to meet the beloved. But what is separating you? This wheel. Wheel of Maya. When that Maya thins, all what today I am talking is to thin the Maya only. You simplify your life, you thin Maya. So when this thins, you go together and you merge with this, you become one. That is what they say, you become Satchidanand. You enter into that state, means that is your real original state with no vikaras, nothing, no negativities. This is what they explain. And this is what I can get it very clear that Agastya Mamuni is that Sat. Chit is Malupamudra. Agastya created the prakriti that the consciousness created. See, it is not the Shiva who has created, it is the prakriti. Why they call Mother Nature? It is the mother who created from the energy, from that consciousness. Okay, so that whole prakriti that was created by this divine feminine. It was created because of the Shiva consciousness. Otherwise, it's incomplete. You cannot, consciousness cannot just create, because the being has to. They bolte na, ek thought that I need to experience myself, bas, and the whole creation came into place. Who's that thought? That Sat, the Shiva consciousness, the being, the thought of Shiva, but the act of the feminine mother. Are you getting it? The being wanted to experience, the consciousness created everything. So Shiva created this prakriti due to thought, but he did not do it personally. Mother did it. Agastya created Lopamudra. Are you getting it? Stories have been made. He did this. This is all very deep, very deep. So Ma Lopamudra is none other than Ma Adi Parashakti only. And Agastya Mamuni is none other than Shiva himself. That is how the whole sequence goes, the creation goes. So Kanhuji, this is all that I can share. More I will ask from her. There is more, very deep. I will ask with her and see if she says in one of the sessions I will talk about it. Or in one open post, let me see what she says about it. Okay, so I think we are done with, and today I think we spent a lot of time. Oh my God, it has been 5 hours. 1 hour extra. So today's session was all about this thinning this wheel, and I think the practice we did it in the start only. A little short practice, but don't go on the time thinking that it was such a short practice, and it is not. Don't go on the length, like the more you do, no, it's not that. I'm telling you, even if you do that just 10 minutes, 15 minutes, twice a day, thrice a day also, you'll find a great changes in your atmosphere, in your own self also you can see the changes happening. So this is what I mean by, you don't need to do this and that and this and that and actually even go here, there and do this and that. It's not needed. It's all about going and touching that inner space of yourself only. Okay, you take the help of external modalities. So many modalities. There are paths, there are masters, there are divine beings, there are these mystical people, and there are places, mystical places. You take advantage of all that. You make it to your good use, But the intention should again be to go here. What did I say? The root, catch the root. What is the core of the whole practice? What is it? Is it to go outside and get stuck with the outside? No, many people get that. Like Sri M said, I am standing here showing the way to Delhi. Instead of going to Delhi, you are standing here and praising me and you are stuck with me. So he said, Guru can become your biggest obstacle also. And who is Sri M? Sri M is directly the disciple of Mahavatar Baba. Mahavatar Babaji, who in different forms like Machendranath, Gorakshnath worked in his life and all that. And he has been directly there and he's worked with that. And his Guru told, means Mahavatar Babaji told him, your Guru can become an obstacle if you don't follow that. And Sri M said very clearly that for blessings and all, it is said, okay, blessings and all, but it's a natural thing, he says. It is not that they will hold on or they give here, they don't give here. It doesn't happen that way. It is our thinking. Because when you reach the consciousness of Guru consciousness, that state is such that you are beaming, you are just beaming. You become unconditional, you are just unconditionally giving. Who catches it? The one who attunes with it. That's the secret. It is not that they will decide. Today only I was seeing Ramana's this also. Today morning when I put, the same thing came. Same thing, that explanation, I will share that video, record it and share it with you. It said that a guru cannot hold that I will give it to this, I will not give it to this. It is beaming, it is always there. It is the seeker who has to attune to that frequency and make himself or herself worthy to get that. Nobody from outside makes, no master from outside makes self-realized souls. It must be understood. Nobody can give liberation. No master on this earth has ever given liberation to anybody. They can facilitate, they can move you. If your blockage is there, they can, it's immense powerful help to have a guru in life. It helps immensely. Even one-sided, even if you have not seen your guru and all that, not needed, you need to be in the physical vicinity. Even if your connection, which I always teach, the non-dual consciousness, connect to it and see what will happen. You become worthy to get that energy, that consciousness. So the worthiness is not about the physical aspects. Let physical aspect never stop you. It has never stopped me in any ways. It will never stop anybody. That's the law. Even before going to my guru, there were a lot of physical obstacles. How can you go there? You're a Christian. Are you mad or what? This guy is gone off his nuts. And some even mocked me and said, hey, hum log itne saal se, this guy is, trying to meet him and all that. I didn't stop after that. I remember it was a Bangalore Shiva. I stopped after that. Running behind my guru. I was offended. I felt bad. And I didn't want to go take a personal appointment. I just wanted to see him from close. That's all my desire was. Is that a sin? It is a sin to many. They said it's a sin. You can't. Because somebody else is deserving your worth, depending on your color, your caste, your culture, your tradition, your religion. They are giving opinion whether you are worthy or not. I didn't like that. I moved away. Not about worthy, and I didn't think, those days I didn't have all that. But only thing was, I was deeply connected to him. I started connecting from within. I stopped all the running behind him. 3 years I did not even go to see anything, and after 3 years miracles happened. Something reached him and something happened, some play took place and I was called. I couldn't believe my eyes. And there I was. For 7 years I got an opportunity to be there. So these don't derive. Nobody from outside can tell you or block you or even whether you see you or not. It's your consciousness that can create even all that miracles. Nobody can stop you. Even when you are in the vicinity, I had a lot of problems there. I'm not allowing to go near the Guru. Even near the, forget dur, even around, always there was problems. Nobody liked. The moment I went close, something used to happen. Some problem is to get created. And nobody could see this except the master. Everybody was lost in their own things. And everything was done to separate me and the guru and shishya. And they succeeded also in many ways. But that didn't stop my connection. I said, you can play with the bodies, you can separate bodies, you can do anything. You can't play with the consciousness of the master or the disciple. It's our beloved relationship. Nobody can stop that. Whatever happens. And it continues. So this example I am giving to tell you, all these things are just excuses. Your inner connection always works. You have to go inward. Go as much as possible inward. Maheshwarnath Babaji is nobody but Machendranath. Shabnam, Sri M has only turned the words. He calls him Maheshwarnath, but he is actually Machendranath. Shilpa, so can you please elaborate on awareness is aware of consciousness, but consciousness may not be aware of awareness. Very deep. Shilpa, I didn't know that you are so deep into all this. Very nice. So look at that statement, it's so deep. I don't know if it's taking time, guys, you might stop it. I'll just finish this because today it went too long. Elaborate on awareness is aware of consciousness, but consciousness may not be aware of awareness. See, awareness and consciousness. See, awareness is this being, the Sat, what I'm calling, the Shiva. It is aware of this consciousness. But the consciousness may not be aware. Like how to put this in your own life term is, to make it more clear, you, the being, if I tell you, become aware, what will you become aware of? All the things around you. You can, I don't know how to put this. Yeah, Devasmita, thank you. I don't know how to put this in words. It's very difficult. Very, very difficult. Even that, what I was trying to explain, the Satchit conscious, it's so difficult to put into words because experientially it's like you can't. I don't know if anybody understood that also, what I said, because I didn't get a single comment here on that. It was a bouncer, I think. I'm trying to find words to explain this practically because theoretically, if I put it also, it will not go. How if I put it like, if you treat consciousness as energy here, for just example, how you'll see, because consciousness is nothing but energy only. Okay, in grosser terms, consciousness is the subtle term, but the gross term of that consciousness is energy. Because, for example, now if consciousness has created it, feminine has created the prakriti, it needs energy. So everything you see in the law of universe also, you see everything is energy, they say. Everything in the universe is energy, nothing but energy. And what is this in this whole universe? This prakriti, it's energy. And what is it? Consciousness. Out of consciousness only it has all come. Who has created it? The Mother Divine, out of the consciousness. Okay. So if this is energy, now relate this with energy. You are the being, pure consciousness, which is awareness. You are the pure awareness. We all know that. That being, that what I say, now become aware. Who's that one who's becoming aware? The awareness itself. Become aware of outward things. You are becoming aware. So you are that pure awareness which is becoming aware. Now, become aware of energy. If I say, become aware of your energy. Right now, just feel it. I will not say become aware of your consciousness. The consciousness is energy only. I translated it very clearly. So now just become aware of energy. You will be able to become aware of energy. You will feel the energy field around you. Your etheric body, all that is energy only. You can feel the energy. Why even this awareness? Many spiritual beings can become aware of a lot of things. They take the crystal and they become aware of it. They touch it. They can feel the energy. They feel the aura of people. You know, you can feel the energy in things. Some people can go near the tree and feel the aura of the tree, the energy of the tree. Sometimes we say, बहुत energy है यहाँ पे. This place has got a lot of energy, vibrant. We become aware of energy, isn't it? You go into a cave, you go into a temple, beautiful energy. Some place you say bad energy. That means we can become aware of energy. Clear? Now, you can become aware of energy, but energy cannot become aware of you. Reverse it and see. Can you reverse it? Can you tell the energy to become aware of you? You cannot, because you are the one who is becoming aware. No, Shilpa, don't go it in the awareness is Shiva and Shakti. You will not be able to understand. It is just like saying that Shiva is aware of Shakti, but Shakti is not aware of Shiva. You will say, how? Shakti is aware of Shiva all the time. You will not get it in that way. Get one step down. Awareness and consciousness. Awareness is aware of the consciousness, but the consciousness is not aware of the awareness. Still not clear. Put one step more down. What is consciousness? Nothing but energy. It manifests first into energy. Energy creates matter, isn't it? Consciousness then turns into energy, then it turns into matter. So one step down we are going. This being is as it is, awareness is as it is. So go to the energy. This being, that is you, can feel the energy, that can find the aura, they can feel the energy, they can become conscious. You can become conscious. Being aware means conscious. You can become conscious of this energy field. But this energy field cannot become conscious of this. Are you seeing this? This energy is just energy working on this, from this. But it doesn't know from where. It is just energy that's moving and creating. But it is powered by this being, this thought. It wants to create. It is, the power is here. It is beaming the thought and this is creating it. Just creating, following the commands. So this is aware of this consciousness and all the Prakriti, everything. Shiva is aware of everything. Prakriti is aware. Why? It is Shakti only. See again, Shakti gets converted into consciousness. Consciousness gets converted into energy. Energy gets converted into all this matter. Shiva is aware of all these steps. So Shiva is witness to the whole world, cosmos, the duality, everything. Shiva is witness to the energy. Shiva is witness to the consciousness. That is means Shiva is fully aware of the Shakti. But in one term, the Shakti is not aware of this. The consciousness cannot become aware of the awareness, is what is said. Are you seeing it? Technically it is that way. The power is here. The main thing is here. The creator is here. The doer, the one who creates it is this energy, no problem. But the initiator is here. I don't know still if it made sense. It's very difficult, very difficult to, but its concept is there clear in my mind. Okay, so simple, in simple terms you just think about it. Okay, you are becoming aware of your energy, but your energy cannot become aware of you. It is only the awareness that can become aware of everything, but reverse नहीं होता. Got it clear? Good. I'm happy. नहीं तो अधूरा अधूरा लगता. So with this, I think I stopped your lunch and whatever. Even I haven't had not had. So we will have now whatever the things are. And take care, all of you. Meet you next time with something else related to your deep inner journey. And if any feedbacks or any comments and all, you can write to me always. And yes, I am always there for the personal sessions. There are still sessions coming in good from you guys and the others also. Good. On and off, and it's coming. But anything needed, I'm there. Otherwise, if this is fine, great. Malaji, you are here. Nice to see you. Hetalji, okay. Okay then, with much divine love and light to all of you. Stay blessed. Om Shri Gurubhyo Namaha. Gurudev Sharanam Guru Mandala Sharanam.